Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 121. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, thou hast now finished thy discourse upon the duties of kings. From what thou hast said it seems that chastisement occupies a high position and is the lord of everything, for everything depends upon chastisement. It seems, O puissant one, that chastisement, which is possessed of great energy and which is present everywhere, is the foremost of all beings among either gods and rishis and high-souled pitris and yakshas and rakshasas and pisachas and sathyas, or living beings in this world including beasts and birds. Thou hast said that the entire universe, mobile and immobile, including gods, asuras, and men, may be seen to depend upon chastisement. I now desire, O bull of Bharata's race, to know truly who chastisement is. Of what kind is he? What is his form? What is his disposition? Of what is he made? Whence is his origin? What are his features? What is his splendor? How does he remain wakeful among living creatures so heedfully? Who is he that remains eternally wakeful, protecting this universe? Who is he that is known to be the foremost of all things? Who, indeed, is that high personage called chastisement? What is that upon which chastisement depends? And what is his course? Bhishma said, Listen, O descendant of Kuru, who chastisement is, and why he is called also Vyasa. That upon whom all things depend is called chastisement. Chastisement is that by which righteousness is kept up. He is sometimes called Vyasa. In order that the righteousness of a king that is heedfully awake may not suffer extinction, chastisement has come to be called by that name. It is for this reason that the name Vyasa becomes applicable to it. In olden days Manu, O king, declared first of all this truth, viz., he who protects all creatures, the loved and the odious equally, by impartially wielding the Lord of chastisement, is said to be the embodiment of righteousness. These words that I have said were, O king, first uttered in days of old by Manu. They represent the high words of Brahman. And because these words were spoken first, therefore, they are known as the first words. And since it is by chastisement that the misappropriation of other people's possessions is stopped, therefore chastisement has come to be called by the name of Vyasa. The aggregate of three always rests on well-applied chastisement. Chastisement is a great god. In form he looks like a blazing fire. His complexion is dark like that of the petals of the blue lotus. He is equipped with 4 teeth, has 4 arms and 8 legs and many eyes. His cars are pointed like shafts and his hair stands upright. He has matted locks and 2 tongues. His face has the hue of copper, and he is clad in a lion's skin. That irresistible deity assumes such a fierce shape. Assuming again the form of the sword, the bow, the mace, the dart, the trident, the mallet, the arrow, the thick and short club, the battle-axe, the discus, the noose, the heavy bludgeon, the rapier, the lance, and in fact of every kind of weapon that exists on earth. Chastisement moves in the world. Indeed, chastisement moves on earth, piercing and cutting and afflicting and lopping off and dividing and striking and slaying and rushing against its victims. These, O Yudhishthira, are some of the names which chastisement bears, viz., sword, saber, righteousness, fury, the irresistible, the parent of prosperity, victory, punisher, checker, the eternal, the scriptures, Brahmana, mantra, avenger, the foremost of first legislators, judge, the undecaying, God, the individual whose course is irresistible, the ever-going, the first. Born, the individual without affections, the soul of Rudra, the eldest Manu, and the great benefactor chastisement is the holy Vishnu. He is the puissant Narayana. And because he always assumes a terrible form, therefore he is called Mahapurusha. His wife Morality is also known by the names of Brahmana's daughter, Lakshmi, Vriti, Sarasvati, and Mother of the Universe. Chastisement thus has many forms: blessings and curse, pleasure and pain, righteousness and unrighteousness, strength and weakness, fortune and misfortune, merit and demerit, virtue and vice, desire and aversion, season and month, night and day, and hour, heedfulness and heedlessness, joy and anger, peace and self-restraint, destiny and exertion, salvation and condemnation, fear and fearlessness, injury and abstention from injury, penances and sacrifice and rigid abstinence, poison and healthy food, the beginning, the middle, and the end, the result of all murderous acts, insolence, insanity, arrogance, pride, patience, policy, impolicy, powerlessness and power, respect, disrespect, decay and stability, humility, charity, fitness of time and unfitness of time, falsehood, wisdom, truth, belief, disbelief, impotence, trade, profit, loss, success, defeat, fierceness, mildness, death, acquisition and non-acquisition, agreement and disagreement, that which should be done and that which should not be done, strength and weakness, malice and goodwill, righteousness and unrighteousness, shame and shamelessness, modesty, prosperity and adversity, energy, acts, learning, eloquence, keenness of understanding. All these, O Yudhishthira, are forms of chastisement in this world. Hence, chastisement is exceedingly multiform. If chastisement had not existed, all creatures would have ground one another through fear of chastisement. O Yudhishthira, living creatures do not slay one another. The subjects, O king, always protected by chastisement, enhance the might of their ruler. It is for this that chastisement is regarded as the foremost refuge of all. Chastisement, O king, quickly sets the world on the path of righteousness. Dependent upon truth, righteousness exists in the Brahmanas. Endued with righteousness, foremost of Brahmanas became attached to the Vedas. From the Vedas the sacrifices flow. Sacrifices gratify the deities. The deities, being gratified, commend the denizens of the earth to Indra. For benefiting the denizens of the earth, Indra gives them food, in the form of rain without which crops and vegetation would fail. The life of all creatures depends upon food. From food creatures derive their support and growth. Chastisement, in the form of the Kshatriya ruler, remains wakeful amongst them. For serving this object, chastisement assumes the form of a Kshatriya among men. Protecting men, he remains awake, always heedful and never decaying. Chastisement has again these other 8 names, viz., God, man, life, power, heart, the Lord of all creatures, the soul of all things, and the living creature. God gave both affluence and the rod of chastisement to the king who is possessed of strength in the form of military forces, and who is a combination of 5 ingredients: nobility of blood, ministers of great wealth, knowledge, the different kinds of forces, such as strength of body, energy of mind, etc. With the 8 objects mentioned below, and the other force, viz., that which depends upon a well-filled treasury, should be sought for the king, O Yudhishthira. Those 8 objects are elephants, horses, cars, foot soldiers, boats, impressed laborers, for following the camp and doing other work, increase of population, and cattle, such as sheep, etc. Of the army equipped in mail and with other accoutrements, car warriors, elephant warriors, cavalry, infantry, officers, and surgeons constitute the limbs. Beggars, principal judges, astrologers, performers of propitiatory and Ithavan rites, treasury, allies, grain, and all other requisites, constitute the body, composed of 7 attributes and 8 limbs, of a kingdom. Chastisement is another powerful limb of a kingdom. Chastisement, in the form of an army, is the author of a kingdom. God himself has, with great care, sent chastisement for the use of the Kshatriya. This eternal universe is impartial chastisement's self. There is nothing more worthy of respect by kings than chastisement by which the ways of righteousness are pointed out. Brahman himself, for the protection of the world and for establishing the duties of different individuals, sent down, or created, chastisement. There is another kind of Vyavahara arising out of the dispute of litigants which also has sprung from Brahman. Principally characterized by a belief in either of the two parties, that Vyavahara is seen to be productive of good. There is another kind of Vyavahara which has the Veda for its soul. It is also said to have the Veda for its cause. There is, O tiger, among kings, a third kind of Vyavahara which is connected with family customs, but which is consistent with the scriptures. That Vyavahara which has, as above, been said to be characterized by a belief in either of two litigant parties, should be known by us as inhering in the king. It should be also known by the name of chastisement, as also by the name of evidence. Although chastisement is seen to be regulated by evidence, yet it has been said to have its soul in Vyavahara. That which has been called Vyavahara is really based upon Vedic precepts. That Vyavahara which has been indicated to have the Vedas for its soul is morality or duty. It is also productive of good unto persons believing in duty and morality. Men of cleansed souls have spoken of that Vyavahara as they have done of ordinary law. The third kind of Vyavahara is also a preceptor of men, and it has also its roots in the Veda, O Yudhishthira. It upholds the 3 worlds. It has truth for its soul, and it is productive of prosperity. That which is chastisement has been seen by us to be eternal Vyavahara. That which has been said to be Vyavahara is verily the Veda. That which is the Veda is morality, duty. That which is morality and duty is the path of righteousness. This last it was which in the beginning had been grandsire Brahman, that lord of all creatures. Brahman is the creator of the entire universe with the gods and Asura and Rakshasas and human beings and snakes, and of every other thing. Hence that Vyavahara which is characterized by a belief in either of two litigant parties has also flowed from him. For this reason he has laid down the following in respect of Vyavahara: neither mother, nor father, nor brother, nor wife, nor priest is unpunishable with that king who rules agreeably to his duty. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 122. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old story that follows. There was among the Angas a king of great splendor, called Vasahoma. That king was always engaged in acts of piety, and accompanied by his spouse he always practiced the most rigid penances. He repaired to the spot called Manjaprishta, held in high esteem by the Pitris and the celestial rishis. There, on that peak of Himavat, near the golden mountains of merit, the great Brahmana here, Rama, sitting under the shade of a well-known banyan, had tied his matted locks together. From that time, O monarch, the spot, which is a favorite haunt of Rudra, came to be called Manjaprishta by rishis of rigid vows. King Vasahoma, residing in that spot, acquired many pious attributes and, having gained the esteem of the Brahmanas, came to be regarded as a celestial rishi in holiness. One day, that crusher of foes, that friend of Sakra, viz., King Mandathri of great soul, came to Vasahoma on his mountain retreat. Arrived there, Mandathri, beholding King Vasahoma of austere penances, stood before the latter in an attitude of humility. Vasahoma offered unto his guest water to wash his feet, and the aragya consisting of the usual articles, and inquired of him about the well-being or otherwise of his kingdom consisting of 7 limbs. After this, Vasahoma addressed his royal guest, who faithfully followed the practices of the righteous men of old, saying, "What, O king, shall I do for thee?" Thus addressed, O delighter of the Kurus, Mandathari, that best of kings, highly gratified, answered Vasahoma of great wisdom, seated at his ease, in the following words. Mandathari said, "Thou hast, O king, studied all the doctrines of Vrihaspati. O best of men, the doctrines laid down by Usanas also are known to thee. I desire to know what is the origin of chastisement. What was awake before chastisement? What also is said to be its end? How came chastisement to depend upon the Kshatriya? Tell me all this. O thou of great wisdom! I come to thee as a disciple ready to give thee the tutorial fee." Vasahoma said, "Listen, O king, as to how chastisement, that upholder of the world, arose. The soul of righteousness, it is eternal, and was created for maintaining the due government of all creatures. It hath been heard by us that once upon a time, the grandsire of all the worlds, viz., the divine Brahman desiring to perform a sacrifice, failed to find a priest possessed of qualifications like himself. For this reason he conceived in his brain and held the fetus there for many long years. After 1,000 years had passed away, the great god sneezed. In that act, the fetus fell from his head. The divine being, O chastiser of foes, that thus took birth from Brahman was called by the name of Kshupa. Possessed of great powers, he became a lord of creatures. That Kshupa became the priest, O king, in the sacrifice of the high-souled grandsire. Upon the commencement of that sacrifice, of Brahman, O best of kings, chastisement disappeared in consequence of the visible form that the grandsire was then obliged to assume. Chastisement having disappeared, a great confusion set in among all creatures. There was no longer any distinction between what should be done and what should not. All distinction, again, between clean and unclean food ceased. Men ceased to distinguish between what drink was allowable and what drink was otherwise. All creatures began to injure one another. There were no restraints in the matter of the union of the sexes. All idea of property ceased. All creatures began to rob, and snatching meat from one another. The strong began to slay the weak. Nobody cherished the slightest consideration for his neighbor. The grandsire then, having worshipped the divine and eternal Vishnu, addressed that great boon-giving God, saying, "It behoveth thee, O Kesva, to show mercy on the present occasion. Let it be so ordained by thee that the confusion that has occurred may disappear." Thus addressed, that foremost of deities, armed with an enormous sula, having reflected long, created his own self into the form of chastisement. From that form, having righteousness for its legs, the goddess Sarasvati created Dandaniti, science of chastisement, which very soon became celebrated over the world. After this the great god, armed with the enormous sula, having again reflected for some time, appointed a few among the gods as the lords or rulers of their respective classes. It was then that he made the divine Indra of 1,000 eyes the ruler of the deities. Yama the son of Vivasvat was made the lord of the Pitris. Kuvara was made the lord of treasures and of all the Rakshasas. Meru was made the king of the mountains, and Ocean was made the lord of the rivers. The puissant Varuna was installed into the sovereignty of the waters and the Azuras. Death was made the lord of life and all living things, and fire was appointed as the lord of all things possessed of energy. The puissant Isana, the high-souled and eternal Mahadeva, of 3 eyes, was made the lord of the Rudras. Vasishta was made the lord of the Brahmanas, and Jatavidas was made the chief of the Vasus. Surya was made the lord of all luminous bodies, and Chandramadhavs was made the king of stars and constellations. Ansamad was made the lord of all herbs, and the puissant and foremost of deities, viz. Kamara or Skanda, of 12 arms, was made the chief of all the spirits and ghostly beings that wait upon Mahadeva. Time, possessing the seeds of both destruction and growth, was made the sovereign of all creatures, as also of the 4 portions of death, viz., weapons, diseases, yama, and acts, and lastly of grief and joy. The Shrutis declare that the supreme god Mahadeva, that Lord of Lords, O King, armed with Sula, is the chief of the Rudras. The rod of chastisement was given to Brahmana's son of subsequent birth, viz., Kshupa, that Lord of all creatures and the foremost one of all virtuous persons. Upon the completion of that sacrifice according to due rites, Mahadeva, after doing proper reverence, made over chastisement, that protector of righteousness, unto Vishnu. Vishnu gave it to Angiras, and Angiras, that foremost of ascetics, made it over to Indra and Marichi. Marichi gave it to Bhrigu. Bhrigu gave that rod intended for the protection of righteousness unto all the rishis. The rishis gave it unto the regents of the world, and the regents made it over again to Kshupa. Kshupa then made it over to Manu the son of Surya. The deity of Shraddhas, viz., Manu, gave it unto his sons for the sake of true righteousness and wealth. Chastisement should be inflicted with discrimination, guided by righteousness and not by caprice. It is intended for restraining the wicked. Fines and forfeitures are intended for striking alarm, and not for filling the king's treasury. The maiming of one's body or the infliction of death should not proceed from trivial causes. The infliction of physical pain by diverse means, hurling from tops of mountains, and banishment also, should not proceed from similar causes. Surya's son Manu gave the rod of chastisement to his sons for the protection of the world. Chastisement, in the hands of successive holders, remains awake, protecting all creatures. At the top of the scale, the divine Indra is awake, with the rod of chastisement, after him, Agni of blazing flames, after him, Varuna, after Varuna, Prajapati, after Prajapati, righteousness whose essence consists of restraint, after righteousness the son of Brahman, viz., the eternal law, after law, energy is awake, employed in the act of protection, after energy, the herbs, offered in sacrifices for supporting the gods and used as food and medicines, after the herbs, the mountains, after the mountains, all kinds of juices and their attributes, after these, the goddess Niriti. After Niriti, the planets and the luminous bodies in heaven, after these, the Vedas, after the Vedas, the puissant form of Vishnu with equine head, after him, the almighty and eternal grandsire, viz., Brahman, after the grandsire, the divine and blessed Mahadeva, after Mahadeva, the Viswadevas, after them, the great rishis, after the rishis, the divine Soma, after Soma, the deities who are all eternal. After the deities, know that the Brahmanas are awake. After the Brahmanas, the Kshatriyas are righteously protecting all creatures. The eternal universe, consisting of mobile and immobile creatures, is kept awake by the Kshatriyas. Creatures are kept awake in this world, and chastisement is awake among them. Possessed of splendor resembling that of the grandsire himself, chastisement keeps together and upholds everything. Time, O Bharata, is always awake, in the beginning, the middle, and the end. The master of all the worlds, the lord of all creatures, the puissant and blessed Mahadeva, the god of gods, is always awake. He is called by these names also, viz., Kapartan, Sankara, Rudra, Bhava, Stanu, and the Lord of Uma. Thus chastisement also keeps awake in the beginning, the middle, and the end. A virtuous king should rule properly, guided by chastisement. Bhishma continued, that person who listens to this teaching of Vasahoma, and having listened to it conducts himself according to its tenure, is sure to obtain the fruition of all his wishes. I have now, O bull among men, told thee everything as to who chastisement is, that restrainer of the universe which is governed by righteousness. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 123. Yudhishthira said, I wish, O sire, to hear the settled conclusions on the subject of virtue, wealth, and pleasure. Depending upon which of these does the course of life proceed? What are the respective roots of virtue, wealth, and pleasure? What are again the results of those three? They are sometimes seen to mingle with one another, and sometimes to exist separately and independently of one another. Bhishma said, when men in this world endeavor with good hearts to achieve wealth with the aid of virtue, then those three, viz., virtue, wealth, and pleasure, may be seen to coexist in a state of union in respect of time, cause, and action. Wealth has its root in virtue, and pleasure is said to be the fruit of wealth. All the three again have their root in will. Will is concerned with objects. All objects, again, in their entirety, exist for gratifying the desire of enjoyment. Upon these then does the aggregate of three depend. Entire abstraction from all objects is emancipation. It is said that virtue is sought for the protection of the body, and wealth is for the acquisition of virtue. Pleasure is only the gratification of the senses. All the three have, therefore, the quality of passion. Virtue, wealth, and pleasure, when sought for the sake of heaven or such other rewards, are said to be remote because the rewards themselves are remote. When sought, however, for the sake of knowledge of self, they are said to be proximate. One should seek them when they are of such a character. One should not cast them off even mentally. If virtue, wealth, and pleasure are to be abandoned, one should abandon them when one has freed one's self by ascetic penances. The aim of the triple aggregate is towards emancipation. Would that man could obtain it? One's acts, undertaken and completed with Eve-tithe aid of intelligence, may or may not lead to the expected results. Virtue is not always the root of wealth, for other things than virtue lead to wealth, such as service, agriculture, and sea. There is again a contrary opinion, for some say that wealth is earned through chance or birth or like causes. In some instances, wealth acquired has been productive of evil. Other things again that wealth, such as fasts and vows, have led to the acquisition of virtue. As regards this topic, therefore, a dullard whose understanding has been debased by ignorance never succeeds in acquiring the highest aim of virtue and wealth, viz., emancipation. Virtue's dross consists in the desire of reward, the dross of wealth consists in hoarding it. When purged of these impurities, they are productive of great results. In this connection is cited the narrative of the discourse that took place in days of old between Kamandaka and Angarista. One day, King Angarista, having waited for the opportunity, saluted the Rishi Kamandaka as he was seated at his ease and asked him the following questions: if a king, forced by lust and folly, commits sin for which he afterwards repents, by what acts, O Rishi, can those sins be destroyed? If again a man impelled by ignorance does what is sinful in the belief that he is acting righteously, how shall the king put a stop to that sin come into vogue among men? Kamandaka said, that man who, abandoning virtue and wealth, pursues only pleasure, reaps as the consequence of such conduct the destruction of his intelligence. The destruction of intelligence is followed by heedlessness that is at once destructive of both virtue and wealth. From such heedlessness proceed dire atheism and systematic wickedness of conduct. If the king does not restrain those wicked men of sinful conduct, all good subjects then live in fear of him like the inmate of a room within which a snake has concealed itself. The subjects do not follow such a king. Brahmanas and all pious persons also act in the same way. As a consequence, the king incurs great danger and ultimately the risk of destruction itself. Overtaken by infamy and insult, he has to drag on a miserable existence. A life of infamy, however, is equal to death. Men learned in the scriptures have indicated the following means for checking sin. The king should always devote himself to the study of the three Vedas. He should respect the Brahmanas and do good offices unto them. He should be devoted to righteousness. He should make alliance of marriage with high families. He should wait upon high-minded Brahmanas adorned with the virtue of forgiveness. He should perform ablutions and recite sacred mantras and thus pass his time happily. Banishing all wicked subjects from himself and his kingdom, he should seek the companionship of virtuous men. He should gratify all persons by speeches or good acts. He should say unto all, I am yours, proclaim the virtues of even his foes. By pursuing such conduct, he may soon cleanse himself of his sins and win the high regard of all. Without doubt, by conduct such as this, all his sins will be destroyed. Thou shouldst accomplish all those high duties which thy seniors and preceptors would indicate. Thou art sure to obtain great blessing through the grace of thy seniors and preceptors. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 124. Yudhishthira said, All persons on earth, O foremost of men, applaud virtuous behavior. I have, however, great doubts with respect to this object of their praise. If the topic be capable of being understood by us, O foremost of virtuous men, I desire to hear everything about the way in which virtuous behavior can be acquired. How indeed is that behavior acquired, O Bharata? I desire to hear it. Tell me also, O foremost of speakers, what has been said to be the characteristics of that behavior. Bhishma said, Formerly, O giver of honors, Duryodhana, while burning with grief at sight of that well-known prosperity belonging to thee and thy brothers at Indraprastha, and for the jeers he received in consequence of his mistakes at the grand mansion, had asked his father Dhritarashtra the same question. Listen to what transpired on that occasion, O Bharata. Having seen that grand mansion of thine and that high prosperity of which thou wert master, Duryodhana, while sitting before his father, spake of what he had seen to the latter. Having heard the words of Duryodhana, Dhritarashtra, addressing his son and Karna, replied unto him as follows. Dhritarashtra said, Why dost thou grieve, O son? I desire to hear the cause in detail. If after ascertaining the reason they appear to be adequate, I shall then endeavor to instruct thee. O subjugator of hostile towns, thou too hast obtained great affluence. All thy brothers are ever obedient to thee, as also all thy friends and relatives. Thou coverest thy limbs with the best robes. Thou eatest the richest food. Steeds of the best kind bear thee. Why then hast thou become pale and emaciated? Duryodhana said, 10,000s of high-souled Snataka Brahmanas daily eat at Yudhishthira's palace off plates of gold. Beholding his excellent mansion adorned with excellent flowers and fruit, his steeds of the Tatiri and the Kalmasha breeds, his robes of diverse kinds, indeed, beholding that high prosperity of my enemies, viz. the sons of Pandu, a prosperity that resembles the high affluence of Vaisravana himself, I am burning with grief, O Bharata. Dhritarashtra said, If thou wishest, O sire, to win prosperity like that of Yudhishthira, or that which is even superior to it, do thou then, O son, endeavor to be of virtuous behavior. Without doubt, one may, by behavior alone, conquer the three worlds. There is nothing impossible of attainment by persons of virtuous behavior. Mandathri conquered the whole world in course of only one night, Janamejaya in course of 3, and Nabhaga in course of 7. All these kings were possessed of compassion and of virtuous behavior. For this reason the earth came to them of their own accord, won over by their virtue. Duryodhana said, I desire to hear, O Bharata, how that behavior may be acquired, that behavior, viz., in consequence of which the earth was won so speedily, by the kings named by thee. Dhritarashtra said, in this connection, the following old narrative is cited. It was formerly recited by Narada on the subject of virtuous behavior. In days of yore, the Daitya Prahlada, by the merit of his behavior, snatched from the high-souled Indra his sovereignty and reduced the three worlds to subjection. Sukra then, with joined hands, approached Vrihaspati. Possessed of great wisdom, the chief of the celestials addressed the great preceptor, saying, I desire thee to tell me what is the source of felicity. Thus addressed, Vrihaspati said unto him that knowledge, leading to emancipation, is the source of the highest felicity. Indeed, Vrihaspati indicated knowledge to be the source of supreme felicity. Indra, however, once more asked him as to whether there was anything higher than that. Vrihaspati said, There is something, O son, that is still higher. The high-souled Bhargava, Usanas, will instruct thee better. Repair to him, blessed be thou, and inquire of him, O chief of the celestials. Possessed of great ascetic merit and endued with great splendor, the chief of the celestials then repaired to Bhargava and obtained from him with a ratified heart a knowledge of what was for his great good. Obtaining the permission of the high-souled Bhargava, the performer of 100 sacrifices once more asked the sage as to whether there was anything higher, as the means for the acquisition of felicity, than what the sage had already told him. The omniscient Bhargava said, The high-souled Prahlada has better knowledge. Learning this, Indra became highly delighted. The chastiser of Paka, possessed of great intelligence, assumed the form of a Brahmana, and repairing to Prahlada, asked him, saying, I desire to hear what conduces to felicity. Prahlada answered the Brahmana, saying, O chief of regenerate ones, I have no time, being wholly occupied in the task of ruling the three worlds, I cannot, therefore, instruct thee. The Brahmana said, O king, when thou mayst have leisure, I desire to listen to thy instructions about what course of conduct is productive of good. At this answer, King Prahlada became delighted with that utterer of Brahma, saying, So be it. He availed of a favorable opportunity for imparting to the Brahmana the truths of knowledge. The Brahmana duly observed towards Prahlada the conduct which a disciple should observe towards his preceptor, and began with his whole heart to do what Prahlada desired. Many a time the Brahmana inquired, saying, O chastiser of foes, by what means hast thou been able to win the sovereignty of the three worlds? Tell me, O righteous king, what those means are. Prahlada, O monarch, answered the question the Brahmana asked. Prahlada said, I do not, O regenerate one, feel any pride in consequence of my being a king, nor do I cherish any hostile feelings towards the Brahmanas. On the other hand, I accept and follow the counsels of policy they declare unto me based upon the teachings of Sukra. In complete trustfulness they say unto me what they wish to say, and restrain me from courses that are unrighteous or improper. I am ever obedient to the teachings of Sukra. I wait upon and serve the Brahmanas and my seniors. I bear no malice. I am of righteous soul. I have conquered wrath. I am self-restrained, and all my senses are under my control. These regenerate ones that are my instructors pour beneficial instructions upon me like bees dropping honey into the cells of their comb. I taste the nectar dropped by those learned men, and like the moon among the constellations I live among the members of my race. Even this is nectar on earth, even this is the clearest eye, viz., listening to the teaching of Sukra from the lips of Brahmanas and acting according to them. In these consists the good of a man. Thus said Prahlada unto that utterer of Brahma. Served dutifully by him, the chief of the Daityas once more said, O foremost of regenerate ones, I am exceedingly gratified with the inconsequence of thy dutiful behavior towards me. Ask of me the boon thou desirest, blessed be thou, for verily I shall grant thee what thou wilt ask. The Brahmana answered the chief of the Daityas, saying, Very well. I will obey thee. Prahlada, gratified with him, said, Take what thou wishest. The Brahmana said, If, the king, thou hast been gratified with me, and if thou wishest to do what is agreeable to me, I desire then to acquire thy behavior. Even this is the boon that I solicit. At this, though delighted, Prahlada became filled with a great fear. Indeed, when this boon was indicated by the Brahmana, the Daitya chief thought the solicitor could not be a person of ordinary energy. Wondering much, Prahlada at last said, Let it be so. Having, however, granted the boon, the Daitya chief became filled with grief. The Brahmana, having received the boon, went away, but Prahlada, O king, became penetrated by a deep anxiety and knew not what to do. While the Daitya chief sat brooding over the matter, a flame of light issued out of his body. It had a shadowy form of great splendor and huge proportions. Prahlada asked the form, saying, Who art thou? The form answered, saying, I am the embodiment of thy behavior. Cast off by thee I am going away. I shall henceforth, O king, dwell in that faultless and foremost of Brahmanas who had become thy devoted disciple. Having said these words, the form disappeared and soon after entered the body of Sakra. After the disappearance of that form, another of similar shape issued out of Prahlada's body. The Daitya chief addressed it, saying, Who art thou? The form answered, saying, Know me, O Prahlada, for the embodiment of righteousness. I shall go there where that foremost of Brahmanas is, for, O chief of the Daityas, I reside there where behavior dwells. Upon the disappearance of righteousness, a third form, O monarch, blazing with splendor, issued out of the body of the high-souled Prahlada. Asked by Prahlada as to who he was, that form possessed of great effulgence answered, saying, Know, O chief of the Daityas, that I am truth. I shall leave thee, following the way of righteousness. After truth had left Prahlada, following in the wake of righteousness, another great person issued out of Prahlada's body. Asked by the Daitya's king, the mighty being answered, I am the embodiment of good deeds. Know, O Prahlada, that one lived there where truth lives. After this one had left Prahlada, another being came out, uttering loud and deep cries. Addressed by Prahlada, he answered, Know that I am might. I dwell there where good deeds are. Having said these words, Might went away to that place whither good deeds had gone. After this, a goddess of great effulgence issued out of Prahlada's body. The Daitya chief asked her, and she answered him, saying that she was the embodiment of prosperity, adding, I dwelt in thee, O hero, O thou of prowess incapable of being baffled. Cast off by thee, I shall follow in the wake of might. The high-souled Prahlada, penetrated, with great fear, once more asked the goddess, saying, Where dost thou go, O goddess, O thou that dwellest amid lotuses? Thou art ever devoted to truth, O goddess, and thou art the first of deities. Who is that foremost of Brahmanas? Who was my disciple? I desire to know the truth. The goddess of prosperity said, Devoted to the vow of Brahmacharya, that Brahmana who was instructed by thee was Sukra. O puissant one, he robbed thee of that sovereignty which thou hadst over the three worlds. O righteous one, it was by thy behavior that thou hadst reduced the three worlds to subjection. Knowing this, the chief of the celestials robbed thee of thy behavior. Righteousness and truth and good deeds and might and myself, O thou of great wisdom, all have our root verily in behavior. Bhishma continued, having said these words, the goddess of prosperity went away, as also all the rest, O Yudhishthira. Duryodhana, once more addressing his father, said these words, O delighter of the Kurus, I wish to know the truth about behavior. Tell me the means by which it may be acquired. Dhritarashtra said, those means were indicated by the high-souled Prahlada while discoursing unto Indra. Listen, however, O ruler of men, as how in brief behavior may be acquired. Abstention from injury, by act, thought, and word, in respect of all creatures, compassion, and gift, constitute behavior that is worthy of praise. That act or exertion by which others are not benefited, or that act in consequence of which one has to feel shame, should never be done. That act, on the other hand, should be done in consequence of which O time may win praise in society. O best of the Kurus, I have now told thee in brief as to what behavior is. If, O king, persons of wicked behavior do ever win prosperity, they do not enjoy it long, O son, and are seen to be exterminated by the root. Dhritarashtra continued, knowing all this truly, do thou, O son, be of good behavior, if thou desirest to obtain prosperity greater than that of Yudhishthira. Bhishma continued, even this was what King Dhritarashtra said unto his son. Do thou act according to these instructions, O son of Kunti, and thou wilt then surely obtain their fruit. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 125. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast said, O grandsire, that behavior is the first of requisites for a man. Whence, however, does hope arise? Tell me what it is. This great doubt has taken possession of my mind. There is no other person than thee, O subjugator of hostile towns, who can remove it. O grandsire, I had great hope in respect of Suddhodana that when a battle was about to ensue, in consequence of his own obstinacy, he would, O Lord, do what was proper. In every man hope is great. When that hope is destroyed, great is the grief that succeeds, and which, without doubt, is equal to almost death itself. Fool that I am, Dhritarashtra's wicked-souled son, Duryodhana, destroyed the hope I had cherished. Behold, O king, the foolishness of my mind. I think that hope is vaster than a mountain with all its trees. Or, perhaps, it is vaster than the firmament itself. Or, perhaps, O king, it is really immeasurable. Hope, O chief of the Kurus, is exceedingly difficult of being understood and equally difficult of being subdued. Beholding this last attribute of hope, I ask, what else is so unconquerable as this? Bhishma said, I shall narrate to thee, O Yudhishthira, in this connection, the discourse between Sumitra and Rishabha that took place in olden times. Listen to it. A royal sage of the Hyhaya race, Sumitra by name, went out a-hunting. He pursued a deer, having pierced it with a straight shaft. Possessed of great strength, the deer ran ahead, with the arrow sticking to him. The king was possessed of great strength, and accordingly pursued with great speed his prey. The animal, endued with fleetness, quickly cleared a low ground and then a level plain. The king, young, active, and strong, and armed with bow and sword and cased in mail, still pursued it. Unaccompanied by anybody, and chasing the animal through the forest, the king crossed many rivers and streams and lakes and copses. Endued with great speed, the animal, at its will, showing itself now and then to the king, ran on with great speed. Pierced with many shafts by the king, that denizen of wilderness, O monarch, as if in sport, repeatedly lessened the distance between itself and the pursuer. Repeatedly putting forth its speed and traversing one forest after another, it now and then showed itself to the king at a near point. At last that crusher of foes, taking a very superior shaft, sharp, terrible, and capable of penetrating into the very vitals, fixed it on his bowstring. The animal then, of huge proportions, as if laughing at the pursuer's efforts, suddenly distanced him by reaching a point full 4 miles ahead of the range of the shaft. That arrow of blazing splendor accordingly fell on the ground. The deer entered a large forest, but the king still continued the chase. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 126. Bhishma said, the king, having entered that large forest, came upon an asylum of ascetics. Fatigued with the toil he had undergone, he sat himself down for rest. Beholding him armed with bow, worn out with toil, and hungry, the ascetics approached him and honored him in due form. Accepting the honors offered by the rishis, the king inquired of them about the progress and advancement of their penances. Having duly answered the inquiries of the king, those rishis endued with wealth of asceticism asked that tiger among rulers about the reason that led his steps to that retreat. And they said, Blessed be thou, in pursuit of what delightful object hast thou, O king, come to this asylum, walking on foot and armed with sword and bow and arrows? We wish to hear whence thou art coming, O giver of honors. Tell us also in what race thou art born and what thy name is. Thus addressed, O bull among men, the king proceeded to duly give unto all those Brahmanas an account of himself, O Bharata, saying, I am born in the race of the Hyayas. By name I am Sumitra, and I am the son of Mitra. I chase herds of deer, slaying them in thousands with my arrows. Accompanied by a large force and my ministers and the ladies of my household, I came out on a hunting expedition. I pierced a deer with an arrow, but the animal with the shaft sticking to his body ran with great speed. In chasing it I have, without a set purpose, arrived at this forest and find myself in your presence, shorn of splendor, toil-worn, and with hope disappointed. What can be more pitiable than this, viz., that I have arrived at this asylum, spent with fatigue, shorn of the signs of royalty, and disappointed of my hopes? I am not at all sorry, ye ascetics, at my being now shorn of the signs of royalty, or at my being now at a distance from my capital. I feel, however, a poignant grief in consequence of my hope having been disappointed. The prince of mountains, viz., Himavat, and that vast receptacle of waters, viz., the ocean, cannot, for its vastness, measure the extent of the firmament. Ye ascetics, similarly, I also cannot discern the limit of hope. Ye that are endued with wealth of penances are omniscient. There is nothing unknown to you. You are also highly blessed. I therefore solicit you for resolving my doubt. Hope is cherished by man, and the wide firmament, which of these two appears vaster to you? I desire to hear in detail what is so unconquerable to hope. If the topic be one upon which it is not improper for ye to discourse, then tell me all about it without delay. I do not wish, ye foremost of regenerate ones, to hear anything from you that may be a mystery improper to discourse upon. If again the discourse be injurious to your penances, I would not wish you to speak. If the question asked by me be a worthy topic of discourse, I would then wish to hear the cause in detail. Devoted to penances as ye are, do ye all instruct me on the subject. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 127. Bhishma said, Then that best of rishis, viz., the regenerate Rishabha, sitting in the midst of all those rishis, smiled a little and said these words, Formerly, O tiger among kings, while traveling among sacred places, I arrived, O Lord, at the beautiful asylum of Nara and Narayana. There lies the delightful spot called Vadri, and there also is that lake in the firmament, whence the sacred Ganga takes her rise. There the sage Aswasiras, O king, always reads the eternal Vedas. Having performed my ablutions in that lake and offered with due rites oblations of water unto the pitris and the dogs, I entered the asylum. Within that retreat the rishis Nara and Narayana always passed their time in true pleasure. Not far from that spot I repaired to another retreat for taking up my abode. While seated there I beheld a very tall and emaciated rishi, clad in rags and skins, approaching towards me. Possessed of the wealth of penances, he was named Tanu. Compared, O mighty armed one, with other men, his height seemed to be 8 times greater. As regards his leanness, O royal sage, I can say that I have never beheld its like. His body, O king, was as thin as one's little finger. His neck and arms and legs and hair were all of extraordinary aspect. His head was proportionate to his body, and his cars and eyes also were the same. His speech, O best of kings, and his movements were exceedingly feeble. Beholding that exceedingly emaciated Brahmana, I became very cheerless and frightened. Saluting his feet, I stood before him with joined hands. Having informed him of my name and family, and having told him also the name of my father, O bull among men, I slowly sat myself down on a seat that was indicated by him. Then, O monarch, that foremost of virtuous men, viz., Tanu, began to discourse in the midst of the rishis dwelling in that asylum upon topics connected with righteousness and profit. While engaged in discourse, a king, possessed of eyes like lotus petals and accompanied by his forces and the ladies of his household, came to that spot on a car drawn by fleet steeds. The name of that king was Viridiyamna. Of handsome features, he was possessed of great fame. His son's name was Buridiyamna. The child had been missing, and the sire, exceedingly cheerless, came there in course of his wanderings amid the forest in pursuit of the missing one. I shall find my son here. I shall find my son here. Dragged on by hope in this way, the king wandered through that forest in those days. Addressing the emaciated rishi, he said, "Without doubt that highly virtuous son of mine is exceedingly difficult to be traced by me. Alas, he was my only child. He is lost and can nowhere be found. Though incapable of being found out, my hope, however, of finding him is very great. Filled with that hope, which is being constantly disappointed, I am verily on the point of death." Hearing these words of the king, that foremost of Munis, viz., the holy Tanu, remained for a short while with head hanging down and himself buried in contemplation. Beholding him buried in contemplation, the king became exceedingly cheerless. In great grief he began to say slowly and softly, "What, O celestial rishi, is unconquerable and what is greater than hope? O Holy One, tell me this if I may hear it without impropriety." The Muni said, "A holy and great rishi had been insulted by thy son. He had done it through ill luck, moved by his foolish understanding. The rishi had asked thy son for a golden jar and vegetable barks. Thy son contemptuously refused to gratify the ascetic. Thus treated by thy son, the great sage became disappointed. Thus addressed, the king worshipped that ascetic who was worshipped by all the world. A virtuous soul, Viridiyamna sat there, spent with fatigue even as thou, O best of men, now art. The great rishi, in return, offered the king according to the rites observed by the dwellers of the forest's water to wash his feet and the usual ingredients that make up the aragya. Then all the rishis, O tiger among kings, sat there, surrounding that bull among men like the stars of the constellation of Ursa Major surrounding the pole star. And they asked the unvanquished king as to the cause of his arrival at that asylum. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 128. The king said, "I am a king called by the name of Viridiyamna. My fame has spread in all directions. My son Viridiyamna hath been lost. It is in quest of him that I have come to this forest. Ye foremost of Brahmanas, that child was my only son, and, ye sinless ones, he is of very tender years. He cannot, however, be found here. I am wandering everywhere for finding him out. Rishabha continued. After the king had said these words, the ascetic Tanu hung down his head. He remained perfectly silent, without uttering a single word in answer. In former days that Brahmana had not been much honored by the king. In disappointment, O monarch, he had for that reason practiced austere penances for a long time, resolving in his mind that he should never accept anything in gift from either kings or members of any other order. And he said to himself, hope agitates every man of foolish understanding. I shall drive away hope from my mind. Even such had been his determination. Viridyamna once more questioned that foremost of ascetics in these words. The king said, what is the measure of the thinness of hope? What on earth is exceedingly difficult of acquisition? Tell me this, O Holy One, for thou art well conversant with morality and profit. Rishabha continued, himself recollecting all the past incidents about his own disregard at the hands of the king, and calling them back to the recollection of the king also, that holy Brahmana of emaciated body addressed the king and said the following words. The sage said, there is nothing, O king, that equals hope in slenderness. I had solicited many kings and found that nothing is so difficult of acquisition as an image that hope sets before the mind. The king said, at thy words, O Brahmana, I understand what is slender and what is not so. I understand also how difficult of acquisition are the images set by hope before the mind. I regard these words of thine as utterances of Shruti. O thou of great wisdom, one doubt, however, has arisen in my mind. It behoveth thee, O sage, to explain it in detail unto me that ask thee. What is more slender than thy body? Tell me this, O Holy One, if, of course, O best of sages, the topic be one which may be discoursed upon without impropriety. The emaciated sage said, a contented applicant is exceedingly difficult to meet with. Perhaps there is none such in the world. Something rarer still, O sire, is the person that never disregards an applicant. The hope that rests upon such persons as do not, after passing their promises, do good to others according to the best of their powers and according as the applicants deserve, is slenderer than even my body. The hope that rests upon an ungrateful man, or upon one that is cruel, or one that is idle, or one that injures others, is slenderer than even my body. The hope cherished by a sire that has but one son, of once more seeing that son after he has been lost or missed, is slenderer than even my body. The hope that old women entertain of bringing forth sons, O king, and that is cherished by rich men, is slenderer than even my body. The hope that springs up in the hearts of grown-up maidens of marriage when they hear anybody only talk of it in their presence is slenderer than even my body. Hearing these words, O monarch, King Viridyamna, and the ladies of his household, prostrated themselves before that bull among Brahmanas and touched his feet with their bent heads. The king said, I beg thy grace, O Holy One. I wish to meet with my child. What thou hast said, O best of Brahmanas, is very true. There is no doubt of the truth of thy utterances. Rishabha continued, the holy Tanu, that foremost of virtuous persons, smiling, caused, by means of his learning and his penances, the king's son to be brought to that spot. Having caused the prince to be brought thither, the sage rebuked the king, his father. That foremost of virtuous persons then displayed himself to be the God of righteousness. Indeed, having displayed his own wonderful and celestial form, he entered an adjacent forest, with heart freed from wrath and the desire of revenge. I saw all this, O king, and heard the words I have said. Drive off thy hope, that is even slenderer than any of those which the sage indicated. Bhishma continued thus addressed, O monarch, by the high-souled Rishabha, King Sumitra speedily cast off the hope that was in his heart and which was slenderer than any of the kinds of hope indicated by the emaciated rishi. Do thou also, O son of Kunti, hearing these words of mine, be calm and collected like Himavat. Overcome with distress, thou hast questioned me and heard my answer. Having heard it, O monarch, it behoves thee to dispel these regrets of thine. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 129. Yudhishthira said, like one that drinks nectar, I am never satiated with listening to thee as thou speakest. As a person possessing a knowledge of self is never satiated with meditation, even so I am never satiated with hearing thee. Do thou, therefore, O grandsire, discourse once more upon morality. I am never satiated with drinking the nectar of thy discourse upon morality. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old narrative of the discourse between Gautama and the illustrious Yama. Gautama owned a wide retreat on the Parapatra hills. Listen to me as to how many years he dwelt in that abode. For 60,000 years that sage underwent ascetic austerities in that asylum. One day, the regent of the world, Yama, O tiger among men, repaired to that great sage of cleansed soul while he was engaged in the severest austerities. Yama beheld the great ascetic Gautama of rigid penances. The regenerate sage, understanding that it was Yama who had come, speedily saluted him and sat with joined hands in an attentive attitude, waiting for his commands. The royal Dharma, beholding that bull among Brahmanas, duly saluted him in return, and addressing him asked what he was to do for him. Gautama said, by doing what acts does one liberate oneself from the debt one owes to one's mother and father? How also does one succeed in winning regions of pure bliss that are so difficult of attainment? Yama said, devoting oneself to the duty of truth and practicing purity and penances, one should ceaselessly worship one's mother and father. One should also perform horse sacrifices with presents in profusion unto the Brahmanas. By such acts one wins many regions of felicity, of wonderful aspect. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 130. Yudhishthira said, what course of conduct should be adopted by a king shorn of friends, having many enemies, possessed of an exhausted treasury, and destitute of troops, O Bharata? What, indeed, should be his conduct when he is surrounded by wicked ministers, when his counsels are all divulged, when he does not see his way clearly before him, when he assails another kingdom, when he is engaged in grinding a hostile kingdom, and when though weak he is at war with a stronger ruler? What, indeed, should be the conduct of a king the affairs of whose kingdom are ill-regulated, and who disregards the requirements of place and time, who is unable, in consequence of his oppressions, to bring about peace and cause disunion among his foes? Should he seek the acquisition of wealth by evil means, or should he lay down his life without seeking wealth? Bhishma said, conversant as thou art with duties, thou hast, O bull of Bharata's race, asked me a question relating to mystery, in connection with duties. Without being questioned, O Yudhishthira, I could not venture to discourse upon this duty. Morality is very subtle. One understands it, O bull of Bharata's race, by the aid of the texts of scriptures. By remembering what one has heard and by practicing good acts, someone in some place may become a righteous person. By acting with intelligence, the king may or may not succeed in acquiring wealth. Aided by thy own intelligence, do thou think what answer should be given to thy question on this head. Listen, O Bharata, to the means, fraught with great merit, by which kings may conduct themselves during seasons of distress. For the sake of true morality, however, I would not call those means righteous. If the treasury be filled by oppression, conduct like this brings the king to the verge of destruction. Even this is the conclusion of all intelligent men who have thought upon the subject. The kind of scriptures or science which one always studies gives him the kind of knowledge which it is capable of giving. Such knowledge verily becomes agreeable to him. Ignorance leads to barrenness of invention in respect of means. Contrivance of means, again, through the aid of knowledge, becomes the source of great felicity. Without entertaining any scruples and any malice, listen to these instructions. Through the decrease of the treasury, the king's forces are decreased. The king should, therefore, fill his treasury, by any means, like to one creating water in a wilderness which is without water. Agreeably to this code of quasi-morality practiced by the ancients, the king should, when the time for it comes, show compassion to his people. This is eternal duty. For men that are able and competent, the duties are of one kind. In seasons of distress, however, one's duties are of a different kind. Without wealth a king may, by penances and the like, acquire religious merit. Life, however, is much more important than religious merit. And as life cannot be supported without wealth, no such merit should be sought which stands in the way of the acquisition of wealth. A king that is weak, by acquiring only religious merit, never succeeds in obtaining just and proper means for sustenance, and since he cannot, by even his best exertions, acquire power by the aid of only religious merit, therefore the practices in seasons of distress are sometimes regarded as not inconsistent with morality. The learned, however, are of opinion that those practices lead to sinfulness. After the season of distress is over, what should the kshatriya do? He should, at such a time, conduct himself in such a way that his merit may not be destroyed. He should also act in such a way that he may not have to succumb to his enemies. Even these have been declared to be his duties. He should not sink in despondency. He should not, in times of distress, seek to rescue, from the peril of destruction, the merit of others or of himself. On the other hand, he should rescue his own self. This is the settled conclusion. There is this shruti, viz., that it is settled that brahmanas, who are conversant with duties, should have proficiency in respective duties. Similarly, as regards the kshatriya, his proficiency should consist in exertion, since might of arms is his great possession. When a kshatriya's means of support are gone, what should he not take excepting what belongs to ascetics and what is owned by brahmanas? Even as a brahmana in a season of distress may officiate at the sacrifice of a person for whom he should never officiate at other and ordinary times, and eat forbidden food, so there is no doubt that a kshatriya, in distress, may take wealth from every one except ascetics and brahmanas. For one afflicted by an enemy and seeking the means of escape, what can be an improper outlet? For a person immured within a dungeon and seeking escape, what can be an improper path? When a person becomes afflicted, he escapes by even an improper outlet. For a kshatriya that has, in consequence of the weakness of his treasury and army, become exceedingly humiliated, neither a life of mendicancy nor the profession of a vaishya or that of a sudra has been laid down. The profession ordained for a kshatriya is the acquisition of wealth by battle and victory. He should never beg of a member of his own order. The person who supports himself at ordinary times by following the practices primarily laid for him may in seasons of distress support himself by following the practices laid down in the alternative. In a season of distress, when ordinary practices cannot be followed, a kshatriya may live by even unjust and improper means. The very brahmanas, it is seen, do the same when their means of living are destroyed. When the brahmanas, at such times, conduct themselves thus, what doubt is there in respect of kshatriyas? This is, indeed, settled. Without sinking into despondency and yielding to destruction, a kshatriya may, by force, take what he can from persons that are rich. Know that the Kshatriya is the protector and the destroyer of the people. Therefore, a Kshatriya in distress should take, by force, what he can, with a view to, ultimately, protect the people. No person in this world, O king, can support life without injuring other creatures. The very ascetic leading a solitary life in the depths of the forest is no exception. A Kshatriya should not live, relying upon destiny, especially he, O chief of the Kurus, who is desirous of ruling. The king and the kingdom should always mutually protect each other. This is an eternal duty. As the king protects, by spending all his possessions, the kingdom when it sinks into distress, even so should the kingdom protect the king when he sinks into distress. The king, even at the extremity of distress, should never give up his treasury, his machinery for chastising the wicked, his army, his friends and allies and other necessary institutions and the chiefs existing in his kingdom. Men conversant with duty say that one must keep one's seeds, deducting them from one's very food. This is a truth cited from the treatise of Samvara, well known for his great powers of illusion. Fie on the life of that king whose kingdom languishes. Fie on the life of that man who from want of means goes to a foreign country for a living. The king's roots are his treasury and army. His army, again, has its roots in his treasury. His army is the root of all his religious merits. His religious merits, again, are the root of his subjects. The treasury can never be filled without oppressing others. How then can the army be kept without oppression? The king, therefore, in seasons of distress, incurs no fault by oppressing his subjects for filling the treasury. For performing sacrifices, many improper acts are done. For this reason, a king incurs no fault by doing improper acts, when the object is to fill his treasury in a season of distress. For the sake of wealth, practices other than those which are proper are followed in seasons of distress. If, at such times, such improper practices be not adopted, evil is certain to result. All those institutions that are kept up for working destruction and misery exist for the sake of collecting wealth. Guided by such considerations, all intelligent king should settle his course at such times. As animals and other things are necessary for sacrifices, as sacrifices are for purifying the heart, and as animals, sacrifices, and purity of the heart are all for final emancipation, even so policy and chastisement exist for the treasury exists for the army, and policy and treasury and army, all the three exist for vanquishing foes and protecting or enlarging the kingdom. I shall here cite an example illustrating the true ways of morality. A large tree is cut down for making of it a sacrificial stake. In cutting it, other trees that stand in its way have also to be cut down. These also, in falling down, kill others standing on the spot. Even so, they that stand in the way of making a well-filled treasury must have to be slain. I do not see how else success can be had. By wealth, both the worlds, viz., this and the other, can be had, as also truth and religious merit. A person without wealth is more dead than alive. Wealth for the performance of sacrifices should be acquired by every means. The demerit that attaches to an act done in a season of distress is not equal to that which attaches to the same act if done at other times, O Bharata. The acquisition of wealth and its abandonment cannot both be possibly seen in the same person, O king. I do not see a rich man in the forest. With respect to every wealth that is seen in this world, every one contends with every one else, saying, "This shall be mine, this shall be mine." This is nothing, O scorcher of foes, that is so meritorious for a king as the possession of a kingdom. It is sinful for a king to oppress his subjects with heavy impositions at ordinary times. In a season, however, of distress, it is quite different. Some acquire wealth by gifts and sacrifices. Some who have a liking for penances acquire wealth by penances. Some acquire it by the aid of their intelligence and cleverness. A person without wealth is said to be weak, while he that has wealth become powerful. A man of wealth may acquire everything. A king that has well-filled treasuries succeeds in accomplishing everything. By his treasury a king may earn religious merit, gratify his desire for pleasure, obtain the next world, and this also. The treasury, however, should be filled by the aid of righteousness and never by unrighteous practices, such, that is, as pass for righteous in times of distress. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 131. Yudhishthira said, "What, besides this, should be done by a king that is weak and procrastinating, that does not engage in battle from anxiety for the lives of his friends, that is always under the influence of fear, and that cannot keep his counsel secret? What, indeed, should that king do whose cities and kingdom have been partitioned and appropriated by foes, who is divested of wealth, who is incapable, through such poverty, of honoring his friends and attaching them to himself, whose ministers are disunited or bought over by his enemies, who is obliged to stand in the face of foes, whose army has dwindled away, and whose heart has been agitated by some strong enemy?" Bhishma said, "If the invading enemy be of pure heart, and if he be conversant with both morality and profit, a king of the kind you have indicated should, with no loss of time, make peace with the invader and bring about the restoration of those portions of the kingdom that have already been conquered. If, again, the invader be strong and sinful and seek to obtain victory by unrighteous means, the king should make peace with him, too, by abandoning a portion of his territories. If the invader be unwilling to make peace, the king should then abandon his very capital and all his possessions for escaping from danger. If he can save his life, he may hope for similar acquisitions in future. What man conversant with morality is there that would sacrifice his own self, which is a more valuable possession, for encountering that danger from which escape can be had by the abandonment of his treasury and army? A king should protect the ladies of his household. If these fall into the hands of the enemy, he should not show any compassion for them by incurring the risk of his own arrest in delivering them. As long as it is in his power, he should never surrender his own self to the enemy." Yudhishthira said, "When his own people are dissatisfied with him, when he is oppressed by invaders, when his treasury is exhausted, and when his counsels are divulged, what should the king then do?" Bhishma said, "A king, under such circumstances, should, if his enemy be righteous, seek to make peace with him. If the enemy be unrighteous, he should then put forth his valor. He should, by such means, seek to cause the foe to withdraw from his kingdom, or fighting bravely, he should lay down his life and ascend to heaven. A king can conquer the whole earth with the help of even a small force if that force be loyal, cheerful, and devoted to his good. If slain in battle, he is sure to ascend to heaven. If he succeeds in slaying his enemies, he is sure to enjoy the earth. By laying down one's life in battle, one obtains the companionship of Indra himself." Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 132. Yudhishthira said, "When practice is fraught with high morality and beneficial to the world, viz. those that appertain to righteous rule, disappear, when all the means and resources for the support of life fall into the hands of robbers, when, indeed, such a calamitous time sets in, by what means should a Brahmana, O grandsire, who from affection is unable to desert his sons and grandsons, subsist?" Bhishma said, "When such a time sets in, the Brahmana should live by the aid of knowledge. Everything in this world is for them that are good. Nothing here is for them that are wicked. He who, making himself an instrument of acquisition, takes wealth from the wicked and gives it unto them that are good, is said to be conversant with the morality of adversity. Desirous of maintaining his rule, the king, O monarch, without driving his subjects to indignation and rebellion, may take what is not freely given by the owner, saying, "This is mine." That wise man who, cleansed by the possession of knowledge and might and of righteous conduct at other times, acts censurably in such season, does not really deserve to be censured. They who always support themselves by putting forth their might never like any other method of living. They that are endued with might, O Yudhishthira, always live by the aid of prowess. The ordinary scriptures that exist for seasons of distress, without exceptions of any kind, should be practiced by a king at such times. A king, however, that is endued with intelligence, while following those scriptures, would do something more. At such times, however, the king should not oppress Ritwijas and Purohitas and preceptors and Brahmanas, all of whom are honored and held in high esteem. By oppressing them, even at such times, he incurs reproach and sin. This that I tell thee is regarded as an authority in the world. Indeed, this is the eternal eye, by which practices in seasons of distress are to be viewed. One should be guided by his authority. By this is to be judged whether a king is to be called good or wicked. It is seen that many persons residing in villages and towns, actuated by jealousy and wrath, accuse one another. The king should never, at their words, honor or punish anybody. Slander should never be spoken. If spoken, it should never be heard. When slanderous converse goes on, one should close one's ears or leave the place outright. Slanderous converse is the characteristic of wicked men. It is an indication of depravity. They, on the other hand, O king, who speak of the virtues of others in assemblies of the good, are good men. As a pair of sweet-tempered bulls, governable and well-broken and used to bear burthens, put their necks to the yoke and drag the cart willingly, even so should the king bear his burthens in seasons of distress. Others say that a king, at such times, should conduct himself in such a way that he may succeed in gaining a large number of allies. Some regard ancient usage as the highest indication of righteousness. Others, viz., they that are in favor of the conduct pursued by Sankha towards Likit, do not hold this opinion. They do not advance such an opinion through either malice or covetousness. Examples are seen of even great rishis who have laid down that even preceptors, if addicted to evil practices, should be punished. But a provable authority there is none for such a proposition. The gods may be left to punish such men when they happen to be vile and guilty of wicked practices. The king who fills his treasury by having recourse to fraudulent devices certainly falls away from righteousness. The code of morality, which is honored in every respect by those that are good and in affluent circumstances, and which is approved by every honest heart, should be followed. He is said to be conversant with duty who knows duty as depending on all the four foundations. It is difficult to find out the reasons on which duties stand, even as it is difficult to find out the legs of the snake. As a hunter of beasts discovers the track of a shaft-struck deer by observing spots of blood on the ground, even so should one seek to discover the reasons of duties. This should a man tread with humility along the path trod by the good. Such, indeed, was the conduct of the great royal sages of old, O Yudhishthira. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 133. Bhishma said, the king should, by drawing wealth from his own kingdom as also from the kingdoms of his foes, fill his treasury. From the treasury springs his religious merit, O son of Kunti, and it is in consequence of the treasury that the roots of his kingdom extend. For these reasons the treasury must be filled, and when filled, it should be carefully protected by putting a stop to all useless expenditure, and even sought to be increased. This is the eternal practice. The treasury cannot be filled by acting with purity and righteousness, nor by acting with heartless cruelty. It should be filled by adopting a middle course. How can a weak king have a treasury? How again can a king who has no treasury have strength? How can a weak man have kingdom? Whence again can one without a kingdom obtain prosperity? For a person of high rank, adversity is like death. For this reason the king should always increase his treasury and army and allies and friends. All men disregard a king with an empty treasury. Without being gratified with the little that such a king can give, his servants never express any alacrity in his business. In consequence of his affluence, the king succeeds in obtaining great honors. Indeed, affluence conceals his very sins, like robes concealing such parts of a feminine form as should not be exposed to the view. Those with whom the king has formerly quarreled become filled with grief at the sight of his new affluence. Like dogs, they once more take service under him, and though they wait only for an opportunity to slay him, he takes to them as if nothing has happened. How, O Bharata, can such a king obtain happiness? The king should always exert for acquiring greatness. He should never bend down in humility. Exertion is manliness. He should rather break at an unfavorable opportunity than bend before anyone. He should rather repair to the forest and live there with the wild animals. But he should not still live in the midst of ministers and officers who have, like robbers, broken through all restraints. Even the robbers of the forest may furnish a large number of soldiers for the accomplishment of the fiercest of deeds. O Bharata! If the king transgresses all wholesome restraints, all people become filled with alarm. The very robbers who know not what compassion is, dread such a king. For this reason, the king should always establish rules and restraints for gladdening the hearts of his people. Rules in respect of even very trivial matters are hailed with delight by the people. There are men who think that this world is nothing and the future also is a myth. He that is an atheist of this type, though his heart is agitated by secret fears, should never be trusted. If the robbers of the forest, while observing other virtues, commit depredations in respect only of property, those depredations may be regarded as harmless. The lives of thousands of creatures are protected in consequence of robbers observing such restraints. Slaying an enemy who is flying away from battle, ravishment of wives, ingratitude, plundering the property of a Brahmana, depriving a person of the whole of his property, violation of maidens, continued occupation of villages and towns as their lawful lords, and adulterous congress with other people's wives, these are regarded as wicked acts among even robbers, and robbers should always abstain from them. It is again certain that those kings who strive, by making peace, to inspire confidence upon themselves in the hearts of the robbers, succeed, after watching all their ins and outs, in exterminating them. For this reason, in dealing with robbers, it is necessary that they should not be exterminated outright. They should be sought to be brought under the king's way. The king should never behave with cruelty towards them, thinking that he is more powerful than they. Those kings that do not exterminate them outright have no fear of extermination to themselves. They, however, that do exterminate them have always to live in fear in consequence of that act. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 134. Bhishma said, in this connection, persons acquainted with the scriptures declare this text in respect of duty, viz., for a Kshatriya possessed of intelligence and knowledge, the earning of religious merit and the acquisition of wealth constitute his obvious duties. He should not, by subtle discussions on duty and unseen consequences in respect of a future world, abstain from accomplishing those two duties. As it is useless to argue, upon seeing certain footprints on the ground, whether they are wolves or not, even so is all discussion upon the nature of righteousness and the reverse. Nobody in this world ever sees the fruits of righteousness and unrighteousness. A Kshatriya, therefore, should seek the acquisition of power. He that is powerful is master of everything. Wealth leads to the possession of an army. He that is powerful obtains intelligent advisers. He that is without wealth is truly fallen. A little of anything in the world is regarded as the dirty remnant of a feast. If a strong man does even many bad acts, nobody, through fear, says or does anything for censuring or checking him. If righteousness and power be associated with truth, they can then rescue men from great perils. If, however, the two be compared, power will appear to be superior to righteousness. It is from power that righteousness springs. Righteousness rests upon power as all immobile things upon the earth. As smoke depends upon the wind for its motion, even so righteousness depends upon power. Righteousness, which is the weaker of the two, depends for its support upon a tree. Righteousness is dependent on them that are powerful, even as pleasure is dependent upon them that are given to enjoyment. There is nothing that powerful men cannot do. Everything is pure with them that are powerful. A powerless man, by committing evil acts, can never escape. Men feel alarmed at his conduct, even as they are alarmed at the appearance of a wolf. One fallen away from a state of affluence leads a life of humiliation and sorrow. A life of humiliation and reproach is like death itself. The learned have said that when in consequence of one's sinful conduct one is cast off by friends and companions, one is pierced repeatedly by the wordy darts of others, and one has to burn with grief on that account. Professors of scriptures have said with respect to the expiation of sinfulness that one should, if stained with sinfulness, study the three Vedas, wait upon and worship the Brahmanas, gratify all men by looks, words, and acts, cast off all meanness, marry in high families, proclaim the praises of others while confessing one's own worthlessness, recite mantras, perform the usual water rites, assume a mildness of behavior, and abstain from speaking much, and perform austere penances, seek the refuge of Brahmanas and Kshatriyas. Indeed, one who has committed many evil acts should do all this without being angry at the reproaches uttered by men. By conducting oneself in this way, one may soon become cleansed of all his sins and regain the regard of the world. Indeed, one wins great respect in this world and great rewards in the next, and enjoys diverse kinds of happiness here by following such conduct and by sharing his wealth with others. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 135. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old story of a robber who, having in this would been observant of restraints, did not meet with destruction in the next. There was a robber of the name of Kayavya, born of a Kshatriya father and a Nishada mother. Kayavya was a practicer of Kshatriya duties. Capable of smiting, possessed of intelligence and courage, conversant with the scriptures, destitute of cruelty, devoted to the Brahmanas, and worshipping his seniors and preceptors with reverence, he protected the ascetics in the observance of their practices. Though a robber, he still succeeded in winning felicity in heaven. Morning and evening he used to excite the wrath of the deer by chasing them. He was well conversant with all the practices of the Nishadas as also of all animals living in the forest. Well acquainted with the requirements of time and place, he roved over the mountains. Acquainted as he was with the habits of all animals, his arrows never missed their aim, and his weapons were strong. Alone, he could vanquish many hundreds of troops. He worshipped his old, blind, and deaf parents in the forest every day. With honey and flesh and fruits and roots and other kinds of excellent food, he hospitably entertained all persons deserving of honor and did them many good offices. He showed great respect for those Brahmanas that had retired from the world for taking up their residence in the woods. Killing the deer, he often took flesh to them. As regards those that were unwilling, from fear of others, to accept gifts from him because of the profession he followed, he used to go to their abodes before dawn and leave flesh at their doors. One day many thousands of robbers, destitute of compassion in their conduct and regardless of all restraints, desired to elect him as their leader. The robbers said, "Thou art acquainted with the requirements of place and time. Thou hast wisdom and courage. Thy firmness also is great in everything thou undertakest. Be thou our foremost of leaders, respected by us all, we will do as thou wilt direct. Protect us duly, even as a father or mother." Kauravas said, "Never kill ye a woman, or one that from fear keeps away from the fight, or one that is a child, or one that is an ascetic. One that abstains from fight should never be slain, nor should women be seized or brought away with force. None of you should ever slay a woman amongst all creatures. Let brahmanas be always blessed, and you should always fight for their good. Truth should never be sacrificed. The marriages of men should never be obstructed. No injury should be inflicted on those houses in which the deities, the pitris, and guests are worshipped. Amongst creatures, brahmanas deserve to be exempted by you in your plundering excursions. By giving away even your all, you should worship them. He who incurs the wrath of the brahmanas, he for whose discomfiture they wish, fails to find a rescuer in the three worlds. He who speaks ill of the brahmanas and wishes for their destruction, himself meets with destruction like darkness at sunrise. Residing here, ye shall acquire the fruits of your valor. Troops shall be sent against those that will refuse to give us our dues. The rod of chastisement is intended for the wicked. It is not intended for self-aggrandizement. They who oppress the god deserve death, it is said. They who seek to aggrandize their fortunes by afflicting kingdoms in unscrupulous ways very soon come to be regarded as vermin in a dead body. Those robbers again that would conduct themselves by conforming to these restraints of the scriptures would soon win salvation, although leading a plundering life. Bhishma continued, those robbers, thus addressed, obeyed all the commands of Kauravas. By desisting from sin, they obtained great prosperity. By behaving himself in such a way, by thus doing good to the honest, and by thus restraining the robbers from bad practices, Kauravas won great success in the next world. He who always thinks of this narrative of Kauravas will not have any fear from the denizens of the forest, in fact, from any earthly creature. Such a man will have no fear from any creature, O Bharata. He will have no fear from wicked men. If such a man goes to the forest, he will be able to live there with the security of a king. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 136. Bhishma said, in this connection, viz., the method by which a king should fill his treasury, persons acquainted with the scriptures of olden days cite the following verses sung by Brahman himself. The wealth of persons who are given to the performance of sacrifices, as also the wealth dedicated to the deities, should never be taken. A kshatriya should take the wealth of such persons as never perform religious rites and sacrifices, as are on that account regarded to be equal to robbers. All the creatures that inhabit the earth and all the enjoyments that appertain to sovereignty, O Bharata, belong to the kshatriyas. All the wealth of the earth belongs to the kshatriya, and not to any person else. That wealth the kshatriya should use for keeping up his army and for the performance of sacrifice. Tearing up such creepers and plants as are not of any use, men burn them for cooking such vegetables as serve for food. Men conversant with duty have said that his wealth is useless who does not, with libations of clarified butter, feed the gods, the pitris, and men. A virtuous ruler, O king, should take away such wealth. By that wealth a large number of good people can be gratified. He should not, however, hoard that wealth in his treasury. He who makes himself an instrument of acquisition and taking away wealth from the wicked gives them to those that are good is said to be conversant with the whole science of morality. A king should extend his conquests in the next world according to the measure of his power, and as gradually as vegetable products are seen to grow. As some ants are seen to grow from no adequate cause, even so sacrifice spring from no adequate cause. As flies and gnats and ants are driven off from the bodies of kine and other domestic cattle at the time of milking them, even so should persons who are averse to the performance of sacrifices should be similarly driven off from the kingdom. This is consistent with morality. As the dust that lies on the earth, if pounded between two stones, becomes finer and finer, even so questions of morality, the more they are reflected upon and discussed, become finer and finer. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 137. Bhishma said, "These two, viz., one that provides for the future, and one possessed of presence of mind, always enjoy happiness. The man of procrastination, however, is lost." In this connection, listen attentively to the following excellent story of a procrastinating person in the matter of settling his course of action. In a lake that was not very deep and which abounded with fishes, there lived 3 sacula fishes that were friends and constant companions. Amongst those 3, one had much forethought and always liked to provide for what was coming. Another was possessed of great presence of mind. The third was procrastinating. One day certain fishermen coming to that lake began to bail out its waters to a lower ground through diverse outlets. Beholding the water of the lake gradually decreasing, the fish that had much foresight, addressing his 2 companions on that occasion of danger, said, "A great danger is about to overtake all the aquatic creatures living in this lake. Let us speedily go to some other place before our path becomes obstructed. He that resists future evil by the aid of good policy never incurs serious danger. Let my counsels prevail with you. Let us all leave this place." That one amongst the 3 who was procrastinating then answered, "It is well said. There is, however, no need of such haste. This is my deliberate opinion." Then the other fish, who was noted for presence of mind, addressed his procrastinating companion and said, "When the time for anything comes, I never fail to provide for it according to policy." Hearing the answers of his 2 companions, he of great forethought and considerable intelligence immediately set out by a current and reached another deep lake. The fishermen, seeing that all the water had been bailed out, shut in the fishes that remained by diverse means. Then they began to agitate the little water that remained, and as they began to catch the fish, the procrastinating sacula was caught with many others. When the fishermen began to tie to a long string the fishes they had caught, the sacula, who was noted for presence of mind, thrust himself into the company of those that had been so tied and remained quietly among them, biting the string, for he thought that he should do it to give the appearance of being caught. The fishermen believed that all the fishes attached to the string had been caught. They then removed them to a piece of deep water for washing them. Just at that time the sacula, noted for presence of mind, leaving the string, quickly escaped. That fish, however, who had been procrastinating, foolish and senseless and without intelligence as he was, and, therefore, unable to escape, met with death. Thus every one meets with destruction, like the procrastinating fish, who from want of intelligence cannot divine the hour of danger. That man, again, who regarding himself clever does not seek his own good in proper time, incurs great danger like the sacula who had presence of mind. Hence these 2 only, viz., he that has much forethought and he that has presence of mind, succeed in obtaining happiness. He, however, that is procrastinating meets with destruction. Diverse are the divisions of time, such as kashta, kala, muhurta, day, night, lava, month, fortnight, the 6 seasons, kalpa, year. The divisions of the earth are called place. Time cannot be seen. As regards the success of any object or purpose, it is achieved or not achieved according to the manner in which the mind is set to think of it. These two, viz., the person of forethought and the person of presence of mind, have been declared by the rishis to be the foremost of men in all treatises on morality and profit and in those dealing with emancipation. One, however, that does everything after reflection and scrutiny, one that avails oneself of proper means for the accomplishment of one's objects, always succeeds in achieving much. Those again that act with due regard to time and place succeed in winning results better than the mere man of foresight and the man of presence of mind. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 138. Yudhishthira said, "Thou hast, O bull of Bharata's race, said that intelligence which provides against the future, as well as that which can meet present emergencies, is everywhere superior, while procrastination brings about destruction. I desire, O grandsire, to hear of that superior intelligence aided by which a king, conversant with the scriptures and well versed with morality and profit, may not be stupefied even when surrounded by many foes. I ask thee this, O chief of Kuru's race. It behoveth thee to discourse to me on is. I desire to hear everything, comfortable to what has been laid down in the scriptures, about the manner in which a king should conduct himself when he is assailed by many foes. When a king falls into distress, a large number of foes, provoked by his past acts, range themselves against him and seek to vanquish him. How may a king, weak and alone, succeed in holding up his head when he is challenged on all sides by many powerful kings leagued together? How does a king at such times make friends and foes? How should he, O bull of Bharata's race, behave at such a time towards both friends and foes? When those that have indications of friends really become his foes, what should the king then do if he is to obtain happiness? With whom should he make war and with whom should he make peace? Even if he be strong, how should he behave in the midst of foes? O scorcher of foes, this I regard to be the highest of all questions connected with the discharge of kingly duties. There are few men for listening to the answer of this question and none to answer it save Santanu's son, Bhishma, firmly wedded to truth and having all his senses under control. O thou that art highly blessed, reflect upon it and discourse to me on it." Bhishma said, "O Yudhishthira, this question is certainly worthy of thee. Its answer is fraught with great happiness. Listen to me, O son, as I declare to thee, O Bharata, all the duties generally known that should be practiced in seasons of distress. A foe becomes a friend, and a friend also becomes a foe. The course of human actions, through the combination of circumstances, becomes very uncertain. As regards, therefore, what should be done and what should not, it is necessary that, paying heed to the requirements of time and place, one should either trust one's foes or make war. One should, even exerting one's self to one's best, make friends with men of intelligence and knowledge that desire one's welfare. One should make peace with even one's foes, when, O Bharata, one's life cannot otherwise be saved. That foolish man who never makes peace with foes never succeeds in winning any gain or acquiring any of those fruits for which others endeavor. He again who makes peace with foes and quarrels with even friends after a full consideration of circumstances succeeds in obtaining great fruits. In this connection is cited the old story of the discourse between a cat and a mouse at the foot of a banyan. Bhishma continued, "There was a large banyan in the midst of an extensive forest. Covered with many kinds of creepers, it was the resort of diverse kinds of birds. It had a large trunk from which numerous branches extended in all directions. Delightful to look at, the shade it afforded was very refreshing. It stood in the midst of the forest, and animals of diverse species lived on it. A mouse of great wisdom, named Pelita, lived at the foot of that tree, having made a hole there with 100 outlets. On the branches of the tree there lived a cat, of the name of Lomesa, in great happiness, daily devouring a large number of birds. Some time after, a Chandala came into the forest and built a hut for himself. Every evening after sunset he spread his traps. Indeed, spreading his nets made of leathern strings, he went back to his hut, and happily passing the night in sleep, returned to the spot at the dawn of day. Diverse kinds of animals fell into his traps every night. And it so happened that one day the cat, in a moment of heedlessness, was caught in the snare. O thou of great wisdom, when his foe the cat, who was at all times an enemy of the mouse species, was thus caught in the net, the mouse Pelita came out of his hole and began to rove about fearlessly. While trustfully roving through the forest in search of food, the mouse after a little while saw the meat that the Chandala had spread there as lure. Getting upon the trap, the little animal began to eat the flesh. Laughing mentally, he even got upon his enemy entangled helplessly in the net. Intent on eating the flesh, he did not mark his own danger, for as he suddenly cast his eyes he saw a terrible foe of his arrived at that spot. That foe was none else than a restless mongoose of coppery eyes, of the name of Harita. Living in underground holes, its body resembled the flower of a reed. Allured to that spot by the scent of the mouse, the animal came there with great speed for devouring his prey. And he stood on his haunches, with head upraised, licking the corners of his mouth with his tongue. The mouse beheld at the same time another foe living in the trees, then sitting on the branch of the banyan. It was a night-prowling owl of the name of Chandraka of sharp beaks. Having become an object of sight with both the mongoose and the owl, the mouse, in great alarm, began to think in this strain: at such a season of great danger, when death itself is staring me in the face, when there is fear on every side, how should one act that wishes for one's good? Encompassed on all sides by danger, seeing fear in every direction, the mouse, filled with alarm for his safety, made a high resolution. Warding off even innumerable dangers by hundreds of means, one should always save one's life. Danger, at the present moment, encompasses me on every side. If I were to descend from this trap on the ground, without adequate precautions, the mongoose will surely seize and devour me. If I remain on this trap, the owl will surely seize me. If, again, that cat succeeds in disentangling himself from the net, he also is certain to devour me. It is not proper, however, that a person of our intelligence should lose his wits. I shall, therefore, strive my best to save my life, aided by proper means and intelligence. A person possessed of intelligence and wisdom and conversant with the science of policy never sinks, however great and terrible the danger that threatens him. At present, however, I do not behold any other refuge than this cat. He is an enemy, but he is in distress. The service that I can do him is very great. Sought to be made a prey by 3 foes, how should I now act for saving my life? I should now seek the protection of one of those foes, viz., the cat. Taking the aid of the science of policy, let me counsel the cat for his good, so that I may, with my intelligence, escape from all the 3. The cat is my great foe, but the distress into which he has fallen is very great. Let me try whether I can succeed in making this foolish creature understand his own interests. Having fallen into such distress, he may make peace with me. A person when afflicted by a stronger one should make peace with even an enemy. Professors of the science of policy say that even this should be the conduct of one who, having fallen into distress, seeks the safety of his life. It is better to have a learned person for an enemy than a fool for a friend. As regards myself, my life now rests entirely in the hands of my enemy the cat. I shall now address the cat on the subject of his own liberation. Perhaps, at this moment, it would not be wrong to take the cat for an intelligent and learned foe. Even thus did that mouse, surrounded by foes, pursue his reflections. Having reflected in this strain, the mouse, conversant with the science of profit and well acquainted with occasions when war should be declared and peace made, gently addressed the cat, saying, I address thee in friendship, O cat. Art thou alive? I wish thee to live. I desire the good of us both. O amiable one, thou hast no cause for fear. Thou shalt live in happiness. I shall rescue thee, if, indeed, thou dost not slay me. There is an excellent expedient in this case, which suggests itself to me, and by which you may obtain your escape and I may obtain great benefit. By reflecting earnestly, I have hit upon that expedient for thy sake and for my sake, for it will benefit both of us. There are the mongoose and the owl, both waiting with evil intent. Only so long, O cat, as they do not attack me, is my life safe. There that wretched owl with restless glances and horrid cries is eyeing me from the branch of that tree. I am exceedingly frightened by it. Friendship, as regards the good, is seven-paced. Possessed of wisdom as thou art my friend. I shall act towards thee as a friend. Thou needst have no fear now. Without my help, O cat, thou wilt not succeed in tearing the net. I, however, shall cut the net for serving thee, if thou abstain from killing me. Thou hast lived on this tree, and I have lived at its foot. Both of us have dwelt here for many long years. All this is known to thee. He upon whom nobody places his trust, and he who never trusts another, are never applauded by the wise. Both of them are unhappy. For this reason, let our love for each other increase, and let there be union amongst us too. Men of wisdom never applaud the endeavor to do an act when its opportunity has passed away. Know that this is the proper time for such an understanding amongst us. I wish that thou shouldst live, and thou also wishest that I should live. A man crosses a deep and large river by a piece of wood. It is seen that the man takes the piece of wood to the other side, and the piece of wood also takes the man to the other side. Like this, our compact also will bring happiness to both of us. I will rescue thee, and thou also wilt rescue me. Having said these words that were beneficial to both of them, that were fraught with reason and on that account highly acceptable, the mouse Polita waited in expectation of an answer. Hearing these well-chosen words, fraught with reason and highly acceptable, that the mouse said, the mouse's foe possessed of judgment and forethought, viz., the cat spoke in reply. Endued with great intelligence, and possessed of eloquence, the cat, reflecting upon his own state, praised the words of the speaker and honored him by gentle words in return. Possessed of sharp foreteeth and having eyes that resembled the stones called lapis lazuli, the cat called lomesa, gentle eyeing the mouse, answered as follows, I am delighted with thee, O amiable one. Blessed be thou that wishest me to live. Do that, without hesitation, which thou thinkest to be of beneficial consequences. I am certainly in great distress. Thou art, if possible, in greater distress still. Let there be a compact between us without delay. I will do that which is opportune and necessary for the accomplishment of our business, O puissant one. If thou rescuest me, the service will go for nothing. I place myself in thy hands. I am devoted to thee. I shall wait upon and serve thee like a disciple. I seek thy protection and shall always obey thy behests. Thus addressed, the mouse Polita, addressing in return the cat, who was completely under his control, said these words of grave import and high wisdom, Thou hast spoken most magnanimously. It could scarcely be unexpected from one like thee. Listen to me as I disclose the expedient I have hit upon for benefiting both of us. I will crouch myself beneath thy body. I am exceedingly frightened at the mongoose. Do thou save me. Kill me not. I am competent to rescue thee. Protect me also from the owl, for that wretch too wishes to seize me for his prey. I shall cut the noose that entangles thee. I swear by truth, O friend. Hearing these judicious words fraught with reason, Lomesa, filled with delight, cast his eyes upon Pelita and applauded him with exclamations of welcome. Having applauded Pelita, the cat, disposed to friendliness, reflected for a moment, and gladly said, without losing any time, "Come quickly to me. Blessed be thou, thou art, indeed, a friend dear to me as life. O thou of great wisdom, through thy grace I have almost got back my life. Whatever it is in my power to do for thee now, tell me and I shall do it. Let there be peace between us, O friend. Liberated from this danger, I shall, with all my friends and relatives, do all that may be agreeable and beneficial to thee. O amiable one, freed from this distress, I shall certainly seek to gladden thee, and worship and honor thee on every occasion in return for thy services. A person by doing even abundant services in return never becomes equal to the person that did him good in the first instance. The former does those services for the sake of services received. The latter, however, should be held to have acted without any such motive. Bhishma continued, the mouse, having thus made the cat understand his own interests, trustfully crouched beneath his enemy's body. Possessed of learning, and thus assured by the cat, the mouse trustfully laid himself thus under the breast of the cat as if it were the lap of his father or mother. Beholding him thus ensconced within the body of the cat, the mongoose and the owl both became hopeless of seizing their prey. Indeed, seeing that close intimacy between the mouse and the cat, both Harita and Chandraka became alarmed and filled with wonder. Both of them had strength and intelligence. Clever in seizing their prey, though near, the mongoose and the owl felt unable to wean the mouse and the cat from that compact. Indeed, beholding the cat and the mouse make that covenant for accomplishing their mutual ends, the mongoose and the owl both left that spot and went away to their respective abodes. After this, the mouse Pelita, conversant with the requirements of time and place, began, as he lay under the body of the cat, to cut strings of the noose slowly, waiting for the proper time to finish his work. Distressed by the strings that entangled him, the cat became impatient upon seeing the mouse slowly cutting away the noose. Beholding the mouse employed so slowly in the work, the cat, wishing to expedite him in the task, said, "How is it, O amiable one, that thou dost not proceed with haste in thy work? Dost thou disregard me now, having thyself succeeded in thy object? O slayer of foes, do thou cut these strings quickly. The hunter will soon come here." Thus addressed by the cat, who had become impatient, the mouse, possessed of intelligence, said these beneficial words fraught with his own good unto the cat, who did not seem to possess much wisdom, "Wait in silence, O amiable one. Expedition is not necessary. Drive all thy fears. We know the requirements of time. We are not wasting time. When an act is begun at an improper time, it never becomes profitable when accomplished. That act, on the other hand, which is begun at the proper time, always produces splendid fruits. If thou be freed at an improper time, I shall have to stand in great fear of thee. Therefore, do thou wait for the proper time. Do not be impatient, O friend. When I shall see the hunter approach towards this spot armed with weapons, I shall cut the strings at that moment of fear to both of us. Freed then, thou wilt ascend the tree. At that time thou wilt not think of anything else save the safety of thy life. And when thou, O Lomesa, wilt fly away in fear, I shall enter my hole and thou wilt get upon the tree." Thus addressed by the mouse in words that were beneficial to him, the cat, possessed of intelligence and eloquence, and impatient of saving his life, replied unto the mouse in the following words. Indeed, the cat, who had quickly and properly done his own part of the covenant, addressing the mouse, who was not expeditious in discharging his part, said, I rescued thee from a great danger with considerable promptness. Alas! Honest persons never do the business of their friends in this way. Filled with delight while doing it, they do it otherwise. Thou shouldst do what is for my good with greater expedition. O thou of great wisdom, do thou exert a little so that good may be done to both of us. If, on the other hand, remembering our former hostility, thou art only suffering the time to slip away, know, O wicked wight, that the consequence of this act of thine will surely be to lessen the duration of thy own life. If I have ever, before this, unconsciously done thee any wrong, thou shouldst not bear it in remembrance. I beg thy forgiveness. Be gratified with me. After the cat had said these words, the mouse, possessed of intelligence and wisdom and knowledge of the Scriptures, said these excellent words unto him, I have, O cat, heard what thou hast said in furtherance of thy own object. Listen, however, to me as I tell thee what is consistent with my own objects. That friendship in which there is fear and which cannot be kept up without fear should be maintained with great caution, like the hand of the snake charmer from the snake's fangs. The person that does not protect himself after having made a covenant with a stronger individual finds that covenant to be productive of injury instead of benefit. Nobody is anybody's friend. Nobody is anybody's well-wisher. Persons become friends or foes only from motives of interest. Interest enlists interest even as tame elephants catch wild individuals of their species. After, again, an act has been accomplished, the doer is scarcely regarded. For this reason, all acts should be so done that something may remain to be done. When I shall set thee free, thou wilt, afflicted by the fear of the hunter, fly away for thy life without ever thinking of seizing me. Behold, all the strings of this net have been cut by me. Only one remains to be cut. I will cut that also with haste. Be comforted, O Lomesa. While the mouse and the cat were thus talking with each other, both in serious danger, the night gradually wore away. A great fear, however, penetrated the heart of the cat. When at last morning came, the Chandala, whose name was Pariga, appeared on the scene. His visage was frightful. His hair was black and tawny. His hips were very large and his aspect was very fierce. Of a large mouth that extended from car to car, and exceedingly filthy, his ears were very long. Armed with weapons and accompanied by a pack of dogs, the grim-looking man appeared on the scene. Beholding the individual who resembled a messenger of Yama, the cat became filled with fear. Penetrated with fright, he addressed Polita and said, What shalt thou do now? The mouse very quickly cut the remaining string that held fast the cat. Freed from the noose, the cat ran with speed and got upon the banyan. Polita also, freed from that situation of danger and from the presence of a terrible foe, quickly fled and entered his hole. Lomesa meanwhile had climbed the high tree. The hunter, seeing everything, took tip his net. His hopes frustrated, he also quickly left that spot. Indeed, O bull of Bharata's race, the Chandala returned to his abode. Liberated from that great peril, and having obtained back his life, which is so very valuable, the cat from the branches of that tree addressed the mouse Polita, then staying within the hole, and said, Without having conversed with me, thou hast suddenly run away. I hope thou dost not suspect me of any evil intent. I am certainly grateful, and thou hast done me a great service. Having inspired me with trustfulness and having given me my life, why dost thou not approach me at a time when friends should enjoy the sweetness of friendship? Having made friends, he that forgets them afterwards is regarded a wicked person and never succeeds in obtaining friends at times of danger and need. I have been, O friend, honored and served by thee to the best of thy power. It behoveth thee to enjoy the company of my poor self who has become thy friend. Like disciples worshipping their preceptor, all the friends I have, all my relatives and kinsmen, will honor and worship thee. I myself too shall worship thee with all thy friends and kinsmen. What grateful person is there that will not worship the giver of his life? Be thou the Lord of both my body and home. Be thou the disposer of all my wealth and possessions. Be thou my honored counselor, and do thou rule me like a father. I swear by my life that thou hast no fear from us. In intelligence thou art Usanus himself. By the power of thy understanding thou hast conquered us. Possessed of the strength of policy, thou hast given us our life. Addressed in such soothing words by the cat, the mouse, conversant with all that is productive of the highest good, replied in these sweet words that were beneficial to himself, I have heard, O Lomesa, all that thou hast said. Listen now as I say what appears to me. Friends should be well examined. Foes also should be well studied. In this world, a task like this is regarded by even the learned as a difficult one depending upon acute intelligence. Friends assume the guise of foes, and foes assume the guise of friends. When compacts of friendship are formed, it is difficult for the parties to understand whether the other parties are really moved by lust and wrath. There is no such thing as a foe. There is no such thing in existence as a friend. It is force of circumstances that creates friends and foes. He who regards his own interests ensured as long as another person lives and thinks them endangered when that other person will cease to live, takes that other person for a friend and considers him so as long as those interests of his are not clashed against. There is no condition that deserves permanently the name either of friendship or hostility. Both friends and foes arise from considerations of interest and gain. Friendship becomes changed into enmity in the course of time. A foe also becomes a friend. Self-interest is very powerful. He who reposes blind trust on friends and always behaves with mistrust towards foes without paying any regard to considerations of policy finds his life to be unsafe. He who, disregarding all considerations of policy, sets his heart upon an affectionate union with either friends or foes, comes to be regarded as a person whose understanding has been unhinged. One should not repose trust upon a person undeserving of trust, nor should one trust too much a person deserving of trust. The danger that arises from blind reposing of confidence is such that it cuts the very roots of the person that reposes such confidence. The father, the mother, the son, the maternal uncle, the sister's son, other relatives and kinsmen are all guided by considerations of interest and profit. Father and mother may be seen to discard the dear son if fallen. People take care of their own selves. Behold the efficacy of self-interest. O thou that art possessed of great wisdom, his escape is very difficult who immediately after he is freed from danger seeks the means of his enemy's happiness. Thou camest down from the treetop to this very spot. Thou couldst not, from levity of understanding, ascertain that a net had been spread here. A person, possessed of levity of understanding, fails to protect his own self. How can he protect others? Such a person, without doubt, ruins all his acts. Thou tellest me in sweet words that I am very dear to thee. Hear me, however, O friend, the reasons that exist on my side. One becomes dear from an adequate cause. One becomes a foe from an adequate cause. This whole world of creatures is moved by the desire of gain in some form or other. One never becomes dear to another without cause. The friendship between two uterine brothers, the love between husband and wife, depends upon interest. I do not know any kind of affection between any persons that does not rest upon some motive of self-interest. If, as is sometimes seen, uterine brothers or husband and wife having quarreled reunite together from a natural affection, such a thing is not to be seen in persons unconnected with one another. One becomes dear for one's liberality. Another becomes dear for his sweet words. A third becomes so in consequence of his religious acts. Generally, a person becomes dear for the purpose he serves. The affection between us arose from a sufficient cause. That cause exists no longer. On the other hand, from adequate reason, that affection between us has come to an end. What is that reason, I ask, for which I have become so dear to thee, besides thy desire of making me thy prey? Thou shouldst know that I am not forgetful of this. Time spoils reasons. Thou seekest thy own interests. Others, however, possessed of wisdom, understand their own interests. The world rests upon the example of the wise. Thou shouldst not address such words to a person possessed of learning and competent to understand his own interests. Thou art powerful. The reason of this affection that thou showest for me now is ill-timed. Guided, however, by my own interests, I myself am firm in peace and war that are themselves very unstable. The circumstances under which peace is to be made or war declared are changed as quickly as the clouds change their form. This very day thou wert my foe. This very day, again, thou wert my friend. This very day thou hast once more become my enemy. Behold the levity of the considerations that move living creatures. There was friendship between us as long as there was reason for its existence. That reason, dependent upon time, has passed away. Without it, that friendship also has passed away. Thou art by nature my foe. From circumstances thou becomest my friend. That state of things has passed away. The old state of enmity that is natural has come back. Thoroughly conversant as I am with the dictates of policy that have been thus laid down, tell me why I should enter today, for thy sake, the net that is spread for me. Through thy power I was freed from a great danger. Through my power thou hast been freed from a similar danger. Each of us has served the other. There is no need of uniting ourselves again in friendly intercourse. O amiable one, the object thou hadst hath been accomplished. The object I had has also been accomplished. Thou hast now no use for me except to make me your meal. I am thy food. Thou art the eater. I am weak. Thou art strong. There cannot be a friendly union between us when we are situated so unequally. I understand thy wisdom. Having been rescued from the net, thou applaudest me so that thou mayst succeed in easily making a meal of me. Thou wert entangled in the net for the sake of food. Thou hast been freed from it. Thou feelest now the pangs of hunger. Having recourse to that wisdom which arises from a study of the Scriptures, thou seekest verily to eat me up today. I know that thou art hungry. I know that this is thy hour for taking food. Thou art seeking for thy prey, with thy eyes directed towards me. Thou hast sons and wives. Thou seekest still friendly union with me and wishest to treat me with affection and do me services. O friend, I am incapable of acceding to this proposal. Seeing me with thee, why will not thy dear spouse and thy loving children cheerfully eat me up? I shall not, therefore, unite with thee in friendship. The reason no longer exists for such a union. If, indeed, thou dost not forget my good offices, think of what will be beneficial to me and be comfortable. What person is there possessed of any wisdom that will place himself under the power of a foe that is not distinguished for righteousness, that is in pangs of hunger, and that is on the lookout for a prey? Be happy then, I will presently leave thee. I am filled with alarm even if I behold thee from a distance. I shall not mingle with thee, cease in thy attempts, O Lomesa. If thou thinkest that I have done thee a service, follow then the dictates of friendship when I may happen to rove trustfully or heedlessly. Even that will be gratitude in thee. A residence near a person possessed of strength and power is never applauded, even if the danger that existed be regarded to have passed away. I should always stand in fear of one more powerful than myself. If thou dost not seek thy own interests of the kind indicated, tell me then what is there that I should do for thee. I shall certainly give thee everything except my life. For protecting one's own self one should give up one's very children, and kingdom, and jewels, and wealth. One should sacrifice one's all for protecting one's own self. If a person lives, he can recover all the affluence that he may have to give unto foes for protecting his life. It is not desirable to give up life like one's wealth. Indeed, one's own self should always be protected by, as I have already said, giving up one's wives and wealth. Persons who are mindful of protecting their own selves and who do all their acts after a proper consideration and survey never incur danger as the consequence of their acts. They that are weak always know him for a foe who is possessed of greater strength. Their understanding, firm in the truths of the Scriptures, never loses its steadiness. Thus rebuked soundly by the mouse Polita, the cat, blushing with shame, addressed the mouse and said the following words. Lomesa said, Truly I swear by thee that to injure a friend is in my estimation very censurable. I know thy wisdom. I know also that thou art devoted to my good. Guided by the science of profit, thou said that there is cause for a breach between thee and me. It doth not behove thee, however, O good friend, to take me for what I am not. I cherish a great friendship for thee in consequence of thy having granted me my life. I am, again, acquainted with duties. I am all appreciator of other people's merits. I am very grateful for services received. I am devoted to the service of friends. I am, again, especially devoted to thee. For these reasons, O good friend, it behoveth thee to reunite thyself with me. If I am commanded by thee, I can, with all my kinsmen and relatives, lay down my very life. They that are possessed of learning and wisdom see ample reason for placing their trust in persons of such mental disposition as ourselves. O thou that art acquainted with the truths of morality, it behoveth thee not to cherish any suspicion in respect of me. Thus addressed by the cat, the mouse reflecting a little, said these words of grave import unto the former, Thou art exceedingly good. I have heard all that thou hast said, and am glad to hear thee. For all that, however, I cannot trust thee. It is impossible for thee, by such eulogies or by gifts of great wealth, to induce me to unite with thee again. I tell thee, O friend, that they who are possessed of wisdom never place themselves, when there is not sufficient reason, under the power of a foe. A weak person having made a compact with a stronger one when both are threatened by foes, should, when that common danger passes away, conduct himself heedfully and by considerations of policy. Having gained his object, the weaker of the two parties should not again repose confidence on the stronger. One should never trust a person who does not deserve to be trusted. Nor should one repose blind confidence upon a person deserving of trust. One should always endeavor to inspire others with confidence in himself. One should not, however, himself repose confidence in foes. For these reasons one should, under all circumstances, protect his own self. One's possessions and children and everything are so long valuable as one is alive. In brief, the highest truth of all treatises on policy is mistrust. For this reason, mistrust of all is productive of the greatest good. However weak people may be, if they mistrust their foes, the latter, even if strong, never succeed in getting them under power. O cat, one like myself should always guard one's life from persons like thee. Do thou also protect thy own life from the Chandala whose rage has been excited. While the mouse thus spake, the cat, frightened at the mention of the hunter, hastily leaving the branch of the tree, ran away with great speed. Having thus displayed his power of understanding, the mouse Polita also, conversant with the truths of Scripture and possessed of wisdom, entered another hole. Bhishma continued, even thus the mouse Polita, possessed of wisdom, though weak and alone, succeeded in baffling many powerful foes. One possessed of intelligence and learning should make peace with a powerful foe. The mouse and the cat owed their escape to their reliance upon each other's services. I have thus pointed out to thee the course of Kshatriya duties at great length. Listen now to me in brief. When two persons who were once engaged in hostilities make peace with each other, it is certain that each of them has it in his heart to overreach the other. In such a case, he that is possessed of wisdom succeeds by the power of his understanding in overreaching the other. He, on the other hand, who is destitute of wisdom suffers himself, in consequence of his heedlessness, to be overreached by the wise. It is necessary, therefore, that, in fear one should seem to be fearless, and while really mistrusting others one should seem to be trustful. One who acts with such heedfulness never trips, or tripping, is never ruined. When the time comes for it, one should make peace with an enemy, and when the time comes, one should wage war with even a friend. Even thus should one conduct oneself, O king, as they have said that are conversant with the considerations of peace and war. Knowing this, O monarch, and bearing the truths of Scripture in mind, one should, with all his senses about one and without heedfulness, act like a person in fear before the cause of fear actually presents itself. One should, before the cause of fear has actually come, act like a person in fear, and make peace with foes. Such fear and heedfulness lead to keenness of understanding. If one acts like a man in fear before the cause of fear is at hand, one is never filled with fear when that cause is actually present. From the fear, however, of a person who always acts with fearlessness, very great fear is seen to arise. Never cherish fear. Such a counsel should never be given to anyone. The person that cherishes fear moved by a consciousness of his weakness always seeks the counsel of wise and experienced men. For these reasons, one should, when in fear, seem to be fearless, and when mistrusting others, should seem to be trustful. One should not, in view of even the gravest acts, behave towards others with falsehood. Thus have I recited to thee, O Yudhishthira, the old story of the mouse and the cat. Having listened to it, do thou act duly in the midst of thy friends and kinsmen. Deriving from that story a high understanding, and learning the difference between friend and foe and the proper time for war and peace, thou wilt discover means of escape when overwhelmed with danger. Making peace, at a time of common danger, with one that is powerful, thou shouldst act with proper consideration in the matter of uniting thyself with the foe, when the common danger has passed away. Indeed, having gained thy object, thou shouldst not trust the foe again. This path of policy is consistent with the aggregate of three, viz., virtue, profit, and pleasure, O king. Guided by this Shriti, do thou win prosperity by once more protecting thy subjects. O son of Pandu, always seek the companionship of Brahmanas in all thy acts. Brahmins constitute the great source of benefit both in this world and the next. They are teachers of duty and morality. They are always grateful, O puissant one. If worshipped, they are sure to do thee good. Therefore, O king, thou shouldst always worship them. Thou wilt then, O king, duly obtain kingdom, great good, fame, achievements, and progeny in their proper order. With eyes directed to this history of peace and war between the mouse and the cat, this history couched in excellent words and capable of sharpening the intelligence, a king should always conduct himself in the midst of his foes. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 139. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast laid it down, O mighty one, that no trust should be placed upon foes. But how would the king maintain himself if he were not to trust anybody? From trust, O king, thou hast said, great danger arises to kings. But how, O monarch, can a king, without trusting others, conquer his foes? Kindly remove this doubt of mine. My mind has become confused, O grandsire, at what I have heard thee say on the subject of mistrust. Bhishma said, Listen, O king, to what happened at the abode of Brahmadatta, viz., the conversation between Pujani and King Brahmadatta. There was a bird named Pujani who lived for a long time with King Brahmadatta in the inner apartments of his palace at Campilya. Like the bird Jivajivaka, Pujani could mimic the cries of all animals. Though a bird by birth, she had great knowledge and was conversant with every truth. While living there, she brought forth an offspring of great splendor. At the very same time, the king also got by his queen a son. Pujani, who was grateful for the shelter of the king's roof, used every day to go to the shores of the ocean and bring a couple of fruits for the nourishment of her own young one and the infant prince. One of those fruits she gave to her own child, and the other she gave to the prince. The fruits she brought were sweet as nectar, and capable of increasing strength and energy. Every day she brought them, and every day she disposed of them in the same way. The infant prince derived great strength from the fruit of Pujani's giving that he ate. One day the infant prince, while borne on the arms of his nurse, saw the little offspring of Pujani. Getting down from the nurse's arms, the child ran towards the bird, and moved by childish impulse, began to play with it, relishing the sport highly. At length, raising the bird which was of the same age with himself in his hands, the prince pressed out its young life and then came back to his nurse. The dam, O king, who had been out in her search after the accustomed fruits, returning to the palace, beheld her young one lying on the ground, killed by the prince. Beholding her son deprived of life, Pujani, with tears gushing down her cheeks, and heart burning with grief, wept bitterly and said, Alas, nobody should live with a Kshatriya or make friends with him or take delight in any intercourse with him. When they have any object to serve, they behave with courtesy. When that object has been served, they cast off the instrument. The Kshatriyas do evil unto all. They should never be trusted. Even after doing an injury, they always seek to soothe and assure the injured for nothing. I shall certainly take due vengeance for this act of hostility upon this cruel and ungrateful betrayer of confidence. He has been guilty of a triple sin in taking the life of one that was born on the same day with him, and that was being reared with him in the same place, that used to eat with him, and that was dependent on him for protection. Having said these words unto herself, Pujani, with her talons, pierced the eyes of the prince, and deriving some comfort from that act of vengeance, once more said, A sinful act, perpetrated deliberately, assails the doer without any loss of time. They, on the other hand, who avenge themselves of an injury, never lose their merit by such conduct. If the consequence of a sinful act be not seen in the perpetrator himself, they would certainly be seen, O king, in his sons or sons' sons or daughters' sons. Brahmadatta, beholding his son blinded by Pujani and regarding the act to have been a proper vengeance for what his son had done, said these words unto Pujani. Brahmadatta said, an injury was done by us to thee. Thou hast avenged it by doing an injury in return. The account has been squared. Do not leave thy present abode. On the other hand, continue to dwell here, O Pujani. Pujani said, if a person having once injured another continues to reside with that other, they that are possessed of learning never applaud his conduct. Under such circumstances, it is always better for the injurer to leave his old place. One should never place one's trust upon the soothing assurances received from an injured party. The fool that trusts such assurances soon meets with destruction. Animosity is not quickly cooled. The very sons and grandsons of persons that have injured each other meet with destruction, in consequence of the quarrel descending like an inheritance. In consequence again of such destruction of their offspring, they lose the next world also. Amongst men that have injured one another, mistrust would be productive of happiness. One that has betrayed confidence should never be trusted in the least. One who is not deserving of trust should not be trusted, nor should too much trust be placed upon a person deserving of trust. The danger that arises from blind confidence brings about a destruction that is complete. One should seek to inspire others with confidence in oneself. One, however, should never repose confidence on others. The father and the mother only are the foremost of friends. The wife is merely a vessel for drawing the seeds. The son is only one seed. The brother is a foe. The friend or companion requires to have his palms oiled if he is to remain so. One's own self it is that enjoys or suffers one's happiness or misery. Amongst persons that have injured one another, it is not advisable there should be real peace. The reasons no longer exists for which I lived here. The mind of a person who has once injured another becomes naturally filled with mistrust if he sees the injured person worshiping him with gifts and honors. Such conduct, especially when displayed by those that are strong, always fills the weak with alarm. A person possessed of intelligence should leave that place where he first meets with honor in order to meet only with dishonor and injury next. In spite of any subsequent honor that he might obtain from his enemy, he should behave in this way. I have dwelt in thy abode for a long time, all along honored by thee. A cause of enmity, however, has at last arisen. I should, therefore, leave this place without any hesitation. Brahmadatta said, one who does an injury in return for an injury received is never regarded as offending. Indeed, the avenger squares his account by such conduct. Therefore, O Pujani, continue to reside here without leaving this place. Pujani said, no friendship can once more be cemented between a person that has injured and him that has inflicted an injury in return. The hearts of neither can forget what has happened. Brahmadatta said, it is necessary that a union should take place between an injurer and the avenger of that injury. Mutual animosity, upon such a union, has been seen to cool. No fresh injury also has followed in such cases. Pujani said, animosity, springing from mutual injuries, can never die. The person injured should never trust his foes, thinking, oh, I have been soothed with assurances of goodwill. In this world, men frequently meet with destruction in consequence of misplaced confidence. For this reason it is necessary that we should no longer meet each other. They who cannot be reduced to subjection by the application of even force and sharp weapons can be conquered by insincere conciliation like wild elephants through a tame she-elephant. Brahmadatta said, from the fact of two persons residing together, even if one inflicts upon the other deadly injury, an affection arises naturally between them, as also mutual trust as in the case of the Chandala and the dog. Amongst persons that have injured one another, co-residence blunts the keenness of animosity. Indeed, that animosity does not last long, but disappears quickly like water poured upon the leaf of a lotus. Pujani said, hostility springs from 5 causes. Persons possessed of learning know it. Those 5 causes are woman, land, harsh words, natural incompatibility, and injury. When the person with whom hostility occurs happens to be a man of liberality, he should never be slain, particularly by a kshatriya, openly or by covert means. In such a case, the man's fault should be properly weighed. When hostility has arisen with even a friend, no further confidence should be reposed upon him. Feelings of animosity lie hid like fire in wood. Like the Orvia fire within the waters of the ocean, the fire of animosity can never be extinguished by gifts of wealth, by display of prowess, by conciliation, or by scriptural learning. The fire of animosity, once ignited, the result of an injury once inflicted, is never extinguished, O king, without consuming out the right one of the parties. One, having injured a person, should never trust him again as one's friend, even though one might have, after the infliction of the injury, worshipped him with wealth and honors. The fact of the injury inflicted fills the injurer with fear. I never injured thee. Thou also didst never do me an injury. For this reason I dwelt in thy abode. All that is changed, and at present I cannot trust thee. Brahmadatta said, it is time that does every act. Acts are of diverse kinds, and all of them proceed from time. Who, therefore, injures whom? Birth and death happen in the same way. Creatures act, i.e., take birth and live, in consequence of time, and it is in consequence also of time that they cease to live. Some are seen to die at once. Some die one at a time. Some are seen to live for long periods. Like fire consuming the fuel, time consumes all creatures. O blessed lady, I am, therefore, not the cause of your sorrow, nor art thou the cause of mine. It is time that always ordains the weal and woe of embodied creatures. Do thou then continue to dwell here according to thy pleasure, with affection for me and without fear of any injury from me. What thou hast done has been forgiven by me. Do thou also forgive me, O Pujani. Pujani said, if time, according to thee, be the cause of all acts, then of course nobody can cherish feelings of animosity towards anybody on earth. I ask, however, why friends and kinsmen seek to avenge themselves the slain? Why also did the gods and the Asuras in days of yore smite each other in battle? If it is time that causes weal and woe and birth and death, why do physicians then seek to administer medicines to the sick? If it is time that is molding everything, what need is there of medicines? Why do people, deprived of their senses by grief, indulge in such delirious rhapsodies? If time, according to thee, be the cause of acts, how can religious merit be acquired by persons performing religious acts? Thy son killed my child. I have injured him for that. I have by that act, O king, become liable to be slain by thee. Moved by grief for my son, I have done this injury to thy son. Listen now to the reason why I have become liable to be killed by thee. Men wish for birds either to kill them for food or to keep them in cages for sport. There is no third reason besides such slaughter or immurement for which men would seek individuals of our species. Birds, again, from fear of being either killed or immured by men, seek safety and right. Persons conversant with the Vedas have said that death and immurement are both painful. Life is dear unto all. All creatures are made miserable by grief and pain. All creatures wish for happiness. Misery arises from various sources. Decrepitude, O Brahmadatta, is misery. The loss of wealth is misery. The adjacence of anything disagreeable or evil is misery. Separation or dissociation from friends and agreeable objects is misery. Misery arises from death and immurement. Misery arises from causes connected with women and from other natural causes. The misery that arises from the death of children alters and afflicts all creatures very greatly. Some foolish persons say that there is no misery in others' misery. Only he who has not felt any misery himself can say so in the midst of men. He, however, that has felt sorrow and misery would never venture to say so. One that has felt the pangs of every kind of misery feels the misery of others as one's own. What I have done to thee, O king, and what thou hast done to me, cannot be washed away by even 100 years. After what we have done to each other, there cannot be a reconciliation. As often as thou wilt happen to think of thy son, thy animosity towards me will become fresh. If a person, after avenging oneself of an injury, desires to make peace with the injured, the parties cannot be properly reunited even like the fragments of an earthen vessel. Men conversant with scriptures have laid it down that trust never produces happiness. Usanus himself sang 2 verses unto Prahlada in days of old. He who trusts the words, true or false, of a foe, meets with destruction like a seeker of honey, in a pit covered with dry grass. Animosities are seen to survive the very death of enemies, for persons would speak of the previous quarrels of their deceased sires before their surviving children. Kings extinguish animosities by having recourse to conciliation, but, when the opportunity comes, break their foes into pieces like earthen jars full of water dashed upon stone. If the king does injury to anyone, he should never trust him again. By trusting a person who has been injured, one has to suffer great misery. Brahmadatta said, "No man can obtain the fruition of any object by withholding his trust from others. By cherishing fear, one is always obliged to live as a dead person." Pujani said, "He whose feet have become sore certainly meets with a fall if he seeks to move he may howsoever cautiously. A man who has got sore eyes, by opening them against the wind, finds them exceedingly pained by the wind. He who, without knowing his own strength, sets foot on a wicked path and persists in walking along it, soon loses his very life as the consequence. The man who, destitute of exertion, tills his land, disregarding the season of rain, never succeeds in obtaining a harvest. He who takes everyday food that is nutritive, be it bitter or astringent or palatable or sweet, enjoys a long life. He, on the other hand, who disregards wholesome food and takes that which is injurious without an eye to consequences, soon meets with death. Destiny and exertion exist, depending upon each other. They that are of high souls achieve good and great feats, while eunuchs only pay court to destiny. Be it harsh or mild, an act that is beneficial should be done. The unfortunate man of inaction, however, is always overwhelmed by all sorts of calamity. Therefore, abandoning everything else, one should put forth his energy. Indeed, disregarding everything, men should do what is productive of good to themselves. Knowledge, courage, cleverness, strength, and patience are said to be one's natural friends. They that are possessed of wisdom pass their lives in this world with the aid of these 5. Houses, precious metals, land, wife, and friends, these are said by the learned to be secondary sources of good. A man may obtain them everywhere. A person possessed of wisdom may be delighted everywhere. Such a man shines everywhere. He never inspires anybody with fear. If sought to be frightened, he never yields to fear himself. The wealth, however little, that is possessed at any time by an intelligent man is certain to increase. Such a man does every act with cleverness. In consequence of self-restraint, he succeeds in winning great fame. Homekeeping men of little understanding have to put up with termagant wives that eat up their flesh like the progeny of a crab eating up their dam. There are men who through loss of understanding become very cheerless at the prospect of leaving home. They say unto themselves, "These are our friends. This is our country. Alas, how shall we leave these?" One should certainly leave the country of one's birth, if it be afflicted by plague or famine. One should live in one's own country, respected by all, or repair to a foreign country for living there. I shall, for this reason, repair to some other region. I do not venture to live any longer in this place, for I have done a great wrong to thy child, O king. One should from a distance abandon a bad wife, a bad son, a bad king, a bad friend, a bad alliance, and a bad country. One should not place any trust on a bad son. What joy can one have in a bad wife? There cannot be any happiness in a bad kingdom. In a bad country one cannot hope to obtain a livelihood. There can be no lasting companionship with a bad friend whose attachment is very uncertain. In a bad alliance, when there is no necessity for it, there is disgrace. She, indeed, is a wife who speaks only what is agreeable. He is a son who makes the sire happy. He is a friend in whom one can trust. That, indeed, is one's country where one earns one's living. He is a king of strict rule who does not oppress, who cherishes the poor and in whose territories there is no fear. Wife, country, friends, son, kinsmen, and relatives, all these one can have if the king happens to be possessed of accomplishments and virtuous eyes. If the king happens to be sinful, his subjects, in consequence of his oppressions, meet with destruction. The king is the root of one's triple aggregate, i.e., virtue, wealth, and pleasure. He should protect his subjects with heedfulness. Taking from his subjects a sixth share of their wealth, he should protect them all. That king who does not protect his subjects is truly a thief. That king who, after giving assurances of protection, does not, from rapacity, fulfill them, that ruler of sinful soul, takes upon himself the sins of all high subjects and ultimately sinks into hell. That king, on the other hand, who, having given assurances of protection, fulfills them, comes to be regarded as a universal benefactor in consequence of protecting all his subjects. The Lord of all creatures, viz., Manu, has said that the king has 7 attributes. He is mother, father, preceptor, protector, fire, Vaisravana, and Yama. The king, by behaving with compassion towards his people, is called their father. The subject that behaves falsely towards him takes birth in his next life as an animal or a bird. By doing good to them and by cherishing the poor, the king becomes a mother unto his people. By scorching the wicked he comes to be regarded as fire, and by restraining the sinful he comes to be called Yama. By making gifts of wealth unto those that are dear to him, the king comes to be regarded as Kuvara, the granter of wishes. By giving instruction in morality and virtue, he becomes a preceptor, and by exercising the duty of protection he becomes the protector. That king who delights the people of his cities and provinces by means of his accomplishments is never divested of his kingdom in consequence of such observance of duty. That king who knows how to honor his subjects never suffers misery either here or hereafter. That king whose subjects are always filled with anxiety or overburdened with taxes and overwhelmed by evils of every kind, meets with defeat at the hands of his enemies. That king, on the other hand, whose subjects grow like a large lotus in a lake succeeds in obtaining every reward here and at last meets with honor in heaven. Hostility with a person that is powerful is, O king, never applauded. That king who has incurred the hostility of one more powerful than himself loses both kingdom and happiness. Bhishma continued, the bird, having said these words, O monarch, unto King Brahmadatta, took the king's leave and proceeded to the region she chose. I have thus recited to thee, O foremost of kings, the discourse between Brahmadatta and Pujani. What else dost thou wish to hear? Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 140. Yudhishthira said, when both righteousness and men, O Bharata, decay in consequence of the gradual lapse of yuga, and when the world becomes afflicted by robbers, how, O grandsire, should a king then behave? Bhishma said, I shall tell thee, O Bharata, the policy the king should pursue at such distressful times. I shall tell thee how he should bear himself at such a time, casting off compassion. In this connection is cited the old story of the discourse between Bharadvaja and King Satranjaya. There was a king named Satranjaya among the Sauviras. He was a great car warrior. Repairing to Bharadvaja, he asked the rishi about the truths of the science of profit, saying, how can an unacquired object be acquired? How again, when acquired, can it be increased? How also, when increased, can it be protected? And how, when protected, should it be used? Thus questioned about the truths of the science of profit, the regenerate rishi said the following words fraught with excellent reason unto that ruler for explaining those truths. The rishi said, the king should always stay with the rod of chastisement uplifted in his hand. He should always display his prowess. Himself without latches, he should mark the latches of his foes. Indeed, his eyes should ever be used for that purpose. At the sight of a king who has the rod of chastisement ever uplifted in his hand, every one is struck with fear. For this reason, the king should rule all creatures with the rod of chastisement. Men possessed of learning and knowledge of truth applaud chastisement. Hence, of the four requisites of rule, viz., conciliation, gift, disunion, and chastisement, chastisement is said to be the foremost. When the foundation of that which serves for a refuge is cut away, all the refugees perish. When the roots of a tree are cut away, how would the branches live? A king possessed of wisdom should cut away the very roots of his foe. He should then win over and bring under his sway the allies and partisans of that foe. When calamities overtake the king, he should, without losing time, counsel wisely, display his prowess properly, fight with ability, and even retreat with wisdom. In speech only should the king exhibit his humility, but at heart he should be sharp as a razor. He should cast off lust and wrath, and speak sweetly and mildly. When the occasion comes for intercourse with an enemy, a king possessed of foresight should make peace, without reposing blind trust on him. When the business is over, he should quickly turn away from the new ally. One should conciliate a foe with sweet assurances as if he were a friend. One, however, should always stand in fear of that foe as living in a room within which there is a snake. He whose understanding is to be dominated by thee, with the aid of thine intellect, should be comforted by assurances given in the past. He who is of wicked understanding should be assured by promises of future good. The person, however, that is possessed of wisdom, should be assured by present services. The person who is desirous of achieving prosperity should join hands, swear, use sweet words, worship by bending down his head, and shed tears. One should bear one's foe on one's shoulders as long as time is unfavorable. When, however, the opportunity has come, one should break him into fragments like an earthen jar on a stone. It is better, O monarch, that a king should blaze up for a moment like charcoal of ebony wood than that he should smolder and smoke like chaff for many years. A man who has many purposes to serve should not scruple to deal with even an ungrateful person. If successful, one can enjoy happiness. If unsuccessful, one loses esteem. Therefore, in accomplishing the acts of such persons, one should, without doing them completely, always keep something unfinished. A king should do what is for his good, imitating a cuckoo, a boar, the mountains of Meru, an empty chamber, an actor, and a devoted friend. The king should frequently, with heedful application, repair to the houses of his foes, and even if calamities befall them, ask them about their good. They that are idle never win affluence, nor they that are destitute of manliness and exertion, nor they that are stained by vanity, nor they that fear unpopularity, nor they that are always procrastinating. The king should act in such a way that his foe may not succeed in detecting his latches. He should, however, himself mark the latches of his foes. He should imitate the tortoise which conceals its limbs. Indeed, he should always conceal his own holes. He should think of all matters connected with finance like a crane. He should put forth his prowess like a lion. He should lie in wait like a wolf and fall upon and pierce his foes like a shaft. Drink, dice, women, hunting, and music, these he should enjoy judiciously. Addiction to these is productive of evil. He should make bows with bamboos, etc. He should sleep cautiously like the deer. He should be blind when it is necessary that he should be so, or he should even be deaf when it is necessary to be deaf. The king possessed of wisdom should put forth his prowess, regardful of time and place. If these are not favorable, prowess becomes futile. Marking timeliness and untimeliness, reflecting upon his own strength and weakness, and improving his own strength by comparing it with that of the enemy, the king should address himself to action. That king who does not crush a foe reduced to subjection by military force, provides for his own death like the crab when she conceives. A tree with beautiful blossoms may be lacking in strength. A tree carrying fruits may be difficult of climbing, and sometimes trees with unripe fruits look like trees with ripe fruits. Seeing all these facts, a king should not allow himself to be depressed. If he conducts himself in such a way, then he would succeed in upholding himself against all foes. The king should first strengthen the hopes of those that approach him as suitors. He should then put obstacles in the way of the fulfillment of those hopes. He should say that those obstacles are merely due to occasion. He should next represent that those occasions are really the results of grave causes. As long as the cause of fear does not actually come, the king should make all his arrangements like a person inspired with fear. When, however, the cause of fear comes upon him, he should smite fearlessly. No man can reap good without incurring danger. If, again, he succeeds in preserving his life amid danger, he is sure to earn great benefits. A king should ascertain all future dangers. When they are present, he should conquer them, and lest they grow again, he should, even after conquering them, think them to be unconquered. The abandonment of present happiness and the pursuit of that which is future is never the policy of a person possessed of intelligence. The king who, having made peace with a foe, sleeps happily in truthfulness is like a man who, sleeping on the top of a tree, awakes after a fall. When one falls into distress, one should raise oneself by all means in one's power, mild or stern, and after such rise, when competent, one should practice righteousness. The king should always honor the foes of his foes. He should take his own spies as agents employed by his foes. The king should see that his own spies are not recognized by his foe. He should make spies of atheists and ascetics and send them to the territories of his enemies. Sinful thieves, who offend against the laws of righteousness and who are thorns in the side of every person, enter gardens and places of amusement and houses set up for giving drinking water to thirsty travelers, and public inns and drinking spots and houses of ill fame and holy places and public assemblies. These should be recognized and arrested and put down. The king should not trust the person that does not deserve to be trusted, nor should he trust too much the person that is deserving of trust. Danger springs from trust. Trust should never be placed without previous examination. Having by plausible reasons inspired confidence in the enemy, the king should smite him when he makes a false step. The king should fear him, from whom there is no fear. He should also always fear them that should be feared. Fear that arises from an unfeared one may lead to total extermination. By attention to the acquisition of religious merit, by taciturnity, by the reddish garb of ascetics, and wearing matted locks and skins, one should inspire confidence in one's foe, and then, when the opportunity comes, one should jump upon him like the wolf. A king desirous of prosperity should not scruple to slay son or brother or father or friend, if any of these seek to thwart his objects. The very preceptor, if he happens to be arrogant, ignorant of what should be done and what should not, and a treader of unrighteous paths, deserves to be restrained by chastisement. Even as certain insects of sharp stings cut off all flowers and fruits of the trees on which they sit, the king should, after having inspired confidence in his foe by honors and salutations and gifts, turn against him and shear him of everything. Without piercing the very vitals of others, without accomplishing many stern deeds, without slaughtering living creatures after the manner of the fishermen, one cannot acquire great prosperity. There is no separate species of creatures called foes or friends. Persons become friends or foes according to the force of circumstances. The king should never allow his foe to escape, even if the foe should indulge piteous lamentations. He should never be moved by these. On the other hand, it is his duty to destroy the person that has done him an injury. A king desirous of prosperity should take care to attach to himself as many men as he can, and to do them good. In behaving towards his subjects, he should always be free from malice. He should also, with great care, punish and check the wicked and disaffected. When he intends to take wealth, he should say what is agreeable. Having taken wealth, he should say similar things. Having struck off one's head with his sword, he should grieve and shed tears. A king desirous of prosperity should draw others unto himself by means of sweet words, honors, and gifts. Even thus should he bind men unto his service. The king should never engage in fruitless disputes. He should never cross a river with the aid only of his two arms. To eat cow horns is fruitless and never invigorating. By eating them one's teeth are broken while the taste is not gratified. The triple aggregate has three disadvantages with three inseparable adjuncts. Carefully considering those adjuncts, the disadvantages should be avoided. The unpaid balance of a debt, the unquenched remnant of a fire, and the unslain remnant of foes, repeatedly grow and increase. Therefore, all those should be completely extinguished and exterminated. Debt, which always grows, is certain to remain unless wholly extinguished. The same is the cause with defeated foes and neglected maladies. These always produce great feet. One should, therefore, always eradicate them. Every act should be done thoroughly. One should be always heedful. Such a minute thing as a thorn, if extracted badly, leads to obstinate gangrene. By slaughtering its population, by tearing up its roads and otherwise injuring them, and by burning and pulling down its houses, a king should destroy a hostile kingdom. A king should be far-sighted like the vulture, motionless like a crane, vigilant like a dog, valiant like a lion, fearful like a crow, and penetrate the territories of his foes like a snake with ease and without anxiety. A king should win over a hero by joining his palms, a coward by inspiring him with fear, and a covetous man by gifts of wealth, while with an equal he should wage war. He should be mindful of producing disunion among the leaders of sects and of conciliating those that are dear to him. He should protect his ministers from disunion and destructions. If the king becomes mild, the people disregard him. If he becomes stern, the people feel it as an affliction. The rule is that he should be stern when the occasion requires sternness, and mild when the occasion requires mildness. By mildness should the mild be cut. By mildness one may destroy that which is fierce. There is nothing that mildness cannot affect. For this reason, mildness is said to be sharper than fierceness. That king who becomes mild when the occasion requires mildness and who becomes stern when sternness is required, succeeds in accomplishing all his objects and in putting down his foes. Having incurred the animosity of a person possessed of knowledge and wisdom, one should not draw comfort from the conviction that one is at a distance from one's foe. Far-reaching are the arms of an intelligent man by which he injures when injured. That should not be sought to be crossed which is really uncrossable. That should not be snatched from the foe which the foe would be able to recover. One should not seek to dig at all if by digging one would not succeed in getting at the root of the thing for which one digs. One should never strike him whose head one would not cut off. A king should not always act in this way. This course of conduct that I have laid down should be pursued only in seasons of distress. Inspired by the motive of doing thee good, I have said this for instructing thee as to how thou shouldst bear thyself when assailed by foes. Bhishma continued, the ruler of the kingdom of the Sauviras, hearing these words spoken by that Brahmana inspired with the desire of doing him good, obeyed those instructions cheerfully and obtained with his kinsmen and friends blazing prosperity. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 141. Yudhishthira said, when the high righteousness suffers decay and is transgressed by all, when unrighteousness becomes righteousness, and righteousness assumes the form of its reverse, when all wholesome restraints disappear, and all truths in respect of righteousness are disturbed and confounded. When people are oppressed by kings and robbers, when men of all the four modes of life become stupefied in respect of their duties, and all acts lose their merit, when men see cause of fear on every direction in consequence of lust and covetousness and folly. When all creatures cease to trust one another, when they slay one another by deceitful means and deceive one another in their mutual dealings, when houses are burnt down throughout the country, when the Brahmanas become exceedingly afflicted, when the clouds do not pour a drop of rain, when everyone's hand is turned against everyone's neighbor, when all the necessaries of life fall under the power of robbers, when, indeed, such a season of terrible distress sets in, by what means should a Brahmana live who is unwilling to cast off compassion and his children? How, indeed, should a Brahmana maintain himself at such a time? Tell me this, O grandsire. How also should the king live at such a time when sinfulness overtakes the world? How, O scorcher of foes, should the king live so that he might not fall away from both righteousness and profit? Bhishma said, O mighty armed one, the peace and prosperity of subjects, sufficiency and seasonableness of rain, disease, death and other fears, are all dependent on the king. I have no doubt also in this. O bull of Bharata's race, that Krita, Trita, Dwapara, and Kali, as regards their setting in, are all dependent on the king's conduct. When such a season of misery as has been described by thee sets in, the righteous should support life by the aid of judgment. In this connection is cited the old story of the discourse between Viswamitra and the Chandala in a hamlet inhabited by Chandalas. Towards the end of Trita and the beginning of Dwapara, a frightful drought occurred, extending over 12 years, in consequence of what the gods had ordained. At that time, which was the end of Trita and the commencement of Dwapara, when the period came for many creatures superannuated by age to lay down their lives, the thousand-eyed deity of heaven poured no rain. The planet Vrihaspati began to move in a retrograde course, and Soma, abandoning his own orbit, receded towards the south. Not even could a dewdrop be seen. What need then be said of clouds gathering together? The rivers all shrank into narrow streamlets. Everywhere lakes and wells and springs disappeared and lost their beauty in consequence of that order of things which the gods brought about. Water having become scarce, the places set up by charity for its distribution became desolate. The Brahmanas abstained from sacrifices and recitation of the Vedas. They no longer uttered vashits and performed other propitiatory rites. Agriculture and keep of cattle were given up. Markets and shops were abandoned. Stakes for tethering sacrificial animals disappeared. People no longer collected diverse kinds of articles for sacrifices. All festivals and amusements perished. Everywhere heaps of bones were visible, and every place resounded with the shrill cries and yells of fierce creatures. The cities and towns of the earth became empty of inhabitants. Villages and hamlets were burnt down. Some afflicted by robbers, some by weapons, and some by bad kings, and in fear of one another, began to fly away. Temples and places of worship became desolate. They that were aged were forcibly turned out of their houses. Kine and goats and sheep and buffaloes fought for food and perished in large numbers. The Brahmanas began to die on all sides. Protection was at an end. Herbs and plants were dried up. The earth became shorn of all her beauty and exceedingly awful like the trees in a crematorium. In that period of terror, when righteousness was nowhere, O Yudhishthira, men in hunger lost their senses and began to eat one another. The very rishis, giving up their vows and abandoning their fires and deities, and deserting their retreats in woods, began to wander hither and thither in search of food. The holy and great Rishi Viswamitra, possessed of great intelligence, wandered homeless and afflicted with hunger. Leaving his wife and son in some place of shelter, the Rishi wandered, fireless and homeless, and regardless of food clean and unclean. One day he came upon a hamlet, in the midst of a forest, inhabited by cruel hunters addicted to the slaughter of living creatures. The little hamlet abounded with broken jars and pots made of earth. Dogskins were spread here and there. Bones and skulls, gathered in heaps, of boars and asses, lay in different places. Cloths stripped from the dead lay here and there, and the huts were adorned with garlands of used-up flowers. Many of the habitations again were filled with sloughs cast off by snakes. The place resounded with the loud crowing of cocks and hens and the dissonant bray of asses. Here and there the inhabitants disputed with one another, uttering harsh words in shrill voices. Here and there were temples of gods bearing devices of owls and other birds. Resounding with the tinkle of iron bells, the hamlet abounded with canine packs standing or lying on every side. The great Rishi Viswamitra, urged by pangs of hunger and engaged in search after food, entered that hamlet and endeavored his best to find something to eat. Though the son of Kusika begged repeatedly, yet he failed to obtain any meat or rice or fruit or root or any other kind of food. He then, exclaiming, "Alas, great is the distress that has overtaken me," fell down from weakness in that hamlet of the Chandalas. The sage began to reflect, saying to himself, "What is best for me to do now?" Indeed, O best of kings, the thought that occupied him was of the means by which he could avoid immediate death. He beheld, O king, a large piece of flesh, of a dog that had recently been slain with a weapon, spread on the floor of a Chandala's hut. The sage reflected and arrived at the conclusion that he should steal that meat. And he said unto himself, "I have no means now of sustaining life." Theft is allowable in a season of distress for even an eminent person. It will not detract from his glory. Even a Brahmana for saving his life may do it. This is certain. In the first place, one should steal from a low person. Failing such a person, one may steal from one's equal. Failing an equal, one may steal from even an eminent and righteous man. I shall then, at this time when my life itself is ebbing away, steal this meat. I do not see demerit in such theft. I shall, therefore, rob this haunch of dog's meat. Having formed this resolution, the great sage Viswamitra laid himself down for sleep in that place where the Chandala was. Seeing some time after that the night had advanced and that the whole Chandala hamlet had fallen asleep, the holy Viswamitra, quietly rising up, entered that hut. The Chandala who owned it, with eyes covered with phlegm, was lying like one asleep. Of disagreeable visage, he said these harsh words in a broken and dissonant voice. The Chandala said, "Who is there, engaged in undoing the latch?" The whole Chandala hamlet is asleep. I, however, am awake and not asleep. Whoever thou art about to be slain. These were the harsh words that greeted the sage's ears. Filled with fear, his face crimson with blushes of shame, and his heart agitated by anxiety caused by that act of theft which he had attempted, he answered, saying, "O thou that art blessed with a long life, I am Viswamitra. I have come here oppressed by the pangs of hunger. O thou of righteous understanding, do not slay me, if thy sight be clear." Hearing these words of that great rishi of cleansed soul, the Chandala rose up in terror from his bed and approached the sage. Joining his palms from reverence and with eyes bathed in tears, he addressed Kusika's son, saying, "What do you seek here in the night, O Brahmana?" Conciliating the Chandala, Viswamitra said, "I am exceedingly hungry and about to die of starvation. I desire to take away that haunch of dog's meat. Being hungry, I have become sinful. One solicitous of food has no shame. It is hunger that is urging me to this misdeed. It is for this that I desire to take away that haunch of dog's meat. My life breaths are languishing. Hunger has destroyed my Vedic lore. I am weak and have lost my senses. I have no scruple about clean or unclean food. Although I know that it is sinful, still I wish to take away that haunch of dog's meat. After I had filed to obtain any alms, having wandered from house to house in this your hamlet, I set my heart upon this sinful act of taking away this haunch of dog's meat. Fire is the mouth of the gods. He is also their priest. He should, therefore, take nothing save things that are pure and clean. At times, however, that great God becomes a consumer of everything. Know that I have now become even like him in that respect." Hearing these words of the great rishi, the Chandala answered him, saying, "Listen to me. Having heard the words of truth that I say, act in such a way that thy religious merit may not perish. Hear, O regenerate rishi, what I say unto thee about thy duty. The wise say that a dog is less clean than a jackal. The haunch, again, of a dog is a much worse part than other parts of his body. This was not wisely resolved by thee, therefore, O great rishi, this act that is inconsistent with righteousness, this theft of what belongs to a Chandala, this theft, besides, of food that is unclean. Blessed be thou, do thou look for some other means for preserving thy life. O great sage, let not thy penances suffer destruction in consequence of this thy strong desire for dog's meat. Knowing as thou dost the duties laid down in the scriptures, thou shouldst not do an act whose consequence is a confusion of duties. Do not cast off righteousness, for thou art the foremost of all persons observant of righteousness." Thus addressed, O king, the great rishi Viswamitra, afflicted by hunger, O bull of Bharata's race, once more said, "A long time has passed away without my having taken any food. I do not see any means again for preserving my life. One should, when one is dying, preserve one's life by any means in one's power without judging of their character. Afterwards, when competent, one should seek the acquisition of merit. The Kshatriyas should observe the practices of Indra. It is the duty of the Brahmanas to behave like Agni. The Vedas are fire. They constitute my strength. I shall, therefore, eat even this unclean food for appeasing my hunger. That by which life may be preserved should certainly be accomplished without scruple. Life is better than death. Living, one may acquire virtue. Solicitous of preserving my life, I desire, with the full exercise of my understanding, to eat this unclean food. Let me receive thy permission. Continuing to live, I shall seek the acquisition of virtue, and shall destroy by penances and by knowledge the calamities consequent on my present conduct, like the luminaries of the firmament destroying even the thickest gloom. The Chandala said, by eating this food one, like thee, cannot obtain long life. Nor can one, like thee, obtain strength from such food, nor that gratification which ambrosia offers. Do thou seek for some other kind of alms? Let not thy heart incline towards eating dog's meat. The dog is certainly an unclean food to members of the regenerate classes. Viswamitra said, any other kind of meat is not to be easily had during a famine like this. Besides, O Chandala, I have no wealth wherewith to buy food. I am exceedingly hungry. I cannot move any longer. I am utterly hopeless. I think that all the 6 kinds of taste are to be found in that piece of dog's meat. The Chandala said, only the 5 kinds of 5-clawed animals are clean food for Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaishyas, as laid down in the scriptures. Do not set thy heart upon what is unclean for thee. Viswamitra said, the great Rishi Agastya, while hungry, ate up the asura named Vatapi. I am fallen into distress. I am hungry. I shall therefore eat that haunch of dog's meat. The Chandala said, do thou seek some other alms. It behoves thee not to do such a thing. Verily, such an act should never be done by thee. If, however, it pleases thee, thou mayst take away this piece of dog's meat. Viswamitra said, they that are called good are authorities in matters of duty. I am following their example. I now regard this dog's haunch to be better food than anything that is highly pure. The Chandala said, that which is the act of an unrighteous person can never be regarded as an eternal practice. That which is an improper act can never be a proper one. Do not commit a sinful act by deception. Viswamitra said, a man who is a rishi cannot do what is sinful. In the present case, deer and dog, I think, are same, both being animals. I shall, therefore, eat this dog's haunch. The Chandala said, solicited by the Brahmanas, the Rishi, Agastya, did that act. Under the circumstances it could not be a sin. That is righteousness in which there is no sin. Besides, the Brahmanas, who are the preceptors of 3 other orders, should be protected and preserved by every means. Viswamitra said, I am a Brahmana. This my body is a friend of mine. It is very dear to me and is worthy of the highest reverence from me. It is from the desire of sustaining the body that the wish is entertained by me of taking away that dog's haunch. So eager have I become that I have no longer any fear of thee and thy fierce brethren. The Chandala said, men lay down their lives, but they still do not set their hearts on food that is unclean. They obtain the fruition of all their wishes even in this world by conquering hunger. Do thou also conquer thy hunger and obtain those rewards. Viswamitra said, as regards myself, I am observant of rigid vows, and my heart is set on peace. For preserving the root of all religious merit, I shall eat food that is unclean. It is evident that such an act would be regarded as righteous in a person of cleansed soul. To a person, however, of uncleansed soul, the eating of dog's flesh would appear sinful. Even if the conclusion to which I have arrived be wrong, and if I eat this dog's meat, I shall not, for that act, become one like thee. The Chandala said, It is my settled conclusion that I should endeavor my best to restrain thee from this sin. A Brahmana by doing a wicked act falls off from his high state. It is for this that I am reproving thee. Viswamitra said, Kind continue to drink, regardless of the croaking of the frogs. Thou canst lay no claim to what constitutes righteousness, and what not. Do not be a self-eulogizer. The Chandala said, I have become thy friend. For this reason only I am preaching to thee. Do what is beneficial. Do not, from temptation, do what is sinful. Viswamitra said, If thou be a friend desirous of my happiness, do thou then raise me up from this distress. In that case, relinquishing this dog's haunch, I may consider myself saved by the aid of righteousness, and not by that of sinfulness. The Chandala said, I dare not make a present of this piece of meat to thee, nor can I quietly suffer thee to rob me of my own food. If I give thee this meat, and if thou take it, thyself being a Brahmana, both of us will become liable to sink in regions of woe in the next world. Viswamitra said, By committing this sinful act today, I shall certainly save my life, which is very sacred. Having saved my life, I shall afterwards practice virtue and cleanse my soul. Tell me which of these two is preferable, to die without food, or save my life by taking this food that is unclean. The Chandala said, In discharging the duties that appertain to one's order or race, one's own self is the best judge of its propriety or impropriety. Thou thyself knowest which of those two acts is sinful. He who would regard dog's meat as clean food, I think, would in matters of food abstain from nothing. Viswamitra said, In accepting an unclean present or in eating unclean food, there is sin. When one's life, however, is in danger, there is no sin in accepting such a present or eating such food. Besides, the eating of unclean food, when unaccompanied by slaughter and deception, and when the act will provoke only mild rebuke, is not matter of much consequence. The Chandala said, If this be thy reason for eating unclean food, it is then clear thou dost not regard the Veda and Arya morality. Taught by what thou art going to do, I see, O foremost of Brahmanas, that there is no sin in disregarding the distinction between food that is clean and food that is unclean. Viswamitra said, It is not seen that a person incurs a grave sin by eating forbidden food. That one becomes fallen by drinking wine is only a wordy precept for restraining men from drinking. The other forbidden acts, of the same species, whatever they be, in fact, every sin, cannot destroy one's merit. The Chandala said, That learned person who takes away dog's meat from an unworthy place, like this, from an unclean wretch, like me, from one who, like me, leads such a wicked life, commits an act that is opposed to the behavior of those that are called good. In consequence, again, of his connection with such a deed, he is certain to suffer the pangs of repentance. Bhishma continued, The Chandala, having said these words unto Kusika's son, became silent. Viswamitra then, of cultivated understanding, took away that haunch of dog's meat. The great ascetic, having possessed himself of that piece of dog's meat for saving his life, took it away into the woods and wished with his wife to eat it. He resolved that having first gratified the deities according to due rites, he should then eat that haunch of dog's meat at his pleasure. Igniting a fire according to the Brahma rites, the ascetic, agreeably to those rites that go by the name of Aindragniya, began himself to cook that meat into sacrificial charu. He then, O Bharata, began the ceremonies in honor of the gods and the Pitris, by dividing that charu into as many portions as were necessary, according to the injunctions of the scriptures, and by invoking the gods with Indra at their head, for accepting their shares. Meanwhile, the chief of the celestials began to pour copiously. Reviving all creatures by those showers, he caused plants and herbs to grow once more. Viswamitra, however, having completed the rites in honor of the gods and the Pitris, and having gratified them duly, himself ate that meat. Burning all his sins afterwards by his penances, the sage, after a long time, acquired the most wonderful, ascetic, success. Even thus, when the end in view is the preservation of life itself, should a high-souled person possessed of learning and acquainted with means rescue his own cheerless self, when fallen into distress, by all means in his power. By having recourse to such understanding, one should always preserve one's life. A person, if alive, can win religious merit and enjoy happiness and prosperity. For this reason, O son of Kunti, a person of cleansed soul and possessed of learning should live and act in this world, relying upon his own intelligence in discriminating between righteousness and its reverse. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 142. Yudhishthira said, "If that which is so horrible and which, like falsehood, should never be an object of regard, be cited as duty, then what act is there from which I should forbear? Why also should not robbers then be respected? I am stupefied. My heart is pained. All the ties that bind me to morality are loosened. I cannot tranquilize my mind and venture to act in the way suggested by you." Bhishma said, "I do not instruct thee in respect of duty, taught by what I have heard from the Vedas alone. What I have told thee is the result of wisdom and experience. This is the honey that the learned have gathered. Kings should gather wisdom from various sources. One cannot accomplish his course through the world with the aid of a morality that is one-sided. Duty must spring from the understanding, and the practices of those that are good should always be ascertained, O son of Kuru. Attend to these words of mine. Only kings that are possessed of superior intelligence can rule, expecting victory. A king should provide for the observance of morality by the aid of his understanding and guided by knowledge derived from various sources. The duties of a king can never be discharged by rules drawn from a morality that is one-sided. A weak-minded king can never display wisdom in the discharge of his duties, in consequence of his not having drawn any wisdom from the examples before him. Righteousness sometimes takes the shape of unrighteousness. The latter also sometimes takes the shape of the former. He who does not know this becomes confounded when confronted by an actual instance of the kind. Before the occasion comes, one should, O Bharata, comprehend the circumstances under which righteousness and its reverse become confused. Having acquired this knowledge, a wise king should, when the occasion comes, act accordingly, aided by his judgment. The acts he does at such a time are misunderstood by ordinary people. Some persons are possessed of true knowledge. Some persons have false knowledge. Truly ascertaining the nature of each kind of knowledge, a wise king derives knowledge from them that are regarded as good. They that are really breakers of morality find fault with the scriptures. They that have themselves no wealth proclaim the inconsistencies of the treatises on the acquisition of wealth. Those who seek to acquire knowledge for the object only of carrying their sustenance by it, O king, are sinful besides being enemies of morality. Wicked men, of immature understandings, can never know things truly, even as persons unconversant with scriptures are unable in all their acts to be guided by reason. With eyes directed to the faults of the scriptures, they decry the scriptures. Even if they understand the true meaning of the scriptures, they are still in the habit of proclaiming that scriptural injunctions are unsound. Such men, by decrying the knowledge of others, proclaim the superiority of their own knowledge. They have words for their weapons and words for their arrows, and speak as if they are real masters of their sciences. Know, O Bharata, that they are traitors in learning and rakshasas among men. By the aid of mere pretexts, they cast off that morality which has been established by good and wise men. It has been heard by us that the texts of morality are not to be understood by either discussion or one's own intelligence. Indra himself has said that this is the opinion of the sage Vrihaspati. Some are of opinion that no scriptural text has been laid down without a reason. Others again, even if they properly understand the scriptures, never act according to them. One class of wise men declare that morality is nothing else than the approved course of the world. The man of true knowledge should find out for himself the morality laid down for the good. If even a wise man speaks of morality under the influence of wrath or confusion of understanding or ignorance, his deliverances go for nothing. Discourses on morality made with the aid of an intelligence that is derived from the true letter and spirit of the scriptures are worthy of praise, and not those which are made with the help of anything else. Even the words heard from an ignorant person, if in themselves they be fraught with sense, come to be regarded as pious and wise. In days of old, Usana said unto the Daityas this truth, which should remove all doubts, that scriptures are no scriptures if they cannot stand the test of reason. The possession or absence of knowledge that is mixed with doubts is the same thing. It behoves thee to drive off such knowledge after tearing it up by the roots. He who does not listen to these words of mine is to be regarded as one that has suffered himself to be misled. Dost thou not see that thou wert created for the accomplishment of fierce deeds? Behold me, O dear child, how, by betaking myself to the duties of the order of my birth, I have dispatched innumerable kshatriyas to heaven. There are some that are not delighted with me for this. The goat, the horse, and the kshatriya were created by Brahman for a similar purpose, viz., for being useful to everybody. A kshatriya, therefore, should incessantly seek the happiness of all creatures. The sin that attaches to killing a person that should not be killed is equal to that which is incurred by not killing one who deserves to be killed. Even such is the established order of things which a weak-minded king thinks of never attending to. Therefore, a king should display severity in making all his subjects observe their respective duties. If this is not done, they will prowl like wolves, devouring one another. He is a wretch among kshatriyas in whose territories robbers go about plundering the property of other people like crows taking little fishes from water. Appointing high-born men possessed of Vedic knowledge as thy ministers, do thou govern the earth, protecting thy subjects righteously. That kshatriya who, ignorant of the established customs and contrivances, improperly levies taxes upon his people, is regarded as a eunuch of his order. A king should be neither severe nor mild. If he rules righteously, he deserves praise. A king should not cast off both the qualities. On the other hand, becoming severe, on occasions demanding severity, he should be mild when it is necessary to be so. Painful is the observance of kshatriya duties. I bear a great love for thee. Thou art created for the accomplishment of severe acts. Therefore, do thou rule thy kingdom. Sakra, possessed of great intelligence, has said that in times of distress the great duty of a king is chastising the wicked and protecting the good. Yudhishthira said, is there any such rule, in respect of kingly duties, which should, under no circumstances, be violated? I ask thee this, O foremost of virtuous persons. Tell me, O grandsire. Bhishma said, one should always worship Brahmanas venerable for learning, devoted to penances, and rich in conduct conformable to the injunctions of the Vedas. This indeed is a high and sacred duty. Let thy conduct towards the Brahmanas be always that which thou observest towards the gods. The Brahmanas, if enraged, can inflict diverse kinds of wrong, O king. If they be gratified, high fame will be thy share. If otherwise, great will be thy fear. If gratified, the Brahmanas become like nectar. If enraged, they become like poison. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 143. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, O thou of great wisdom, O thou that are conversant with every kind of scripture, tell me what the merit is of one who cherishes a suppliant that craves for protection. Bhishma said, Great is the merit, O monarch, in cherishing a suppliant. Thou art worthy, O best of the Bharatas, of asking such a question. Those high-souled kings of old, viz., Sivi and others, O king, attained to great bliss in heaven by having protected suppliants. It is heard that a pigeon received with respect a suppliant foe according to due rights, and even fed him with his own flesh. Yudhishthira said, How, indeed, did a pigeon in days of old feed a suppliant foe with his own flesh? What also was the end, O Bharata, that he won by such conduct? Bhishma said, Listen, O king, to this excellent story that cleanses the hearer of every sin, the story, viz., that Bhrigu's son, Rama, had recited to King Muchakunda. This very question, O son of Pritha, had been put to Bhrigu's son by Muchakunda with due humility. Unto him, desirous of listening with humility, the son of Bhrigu narrated this story of how a pigeon, O monarch, won success, entitling him to the highest heavenly bliss. The sage said, O mighty armed monarch, listen to me as I narrate to thee this story that is fraught with truths connected with virtue, profit, and pleasure. A wicked and terrible fowler, resembling the destroyer himself, used in days of old to wander through the great forest. He was black as a raven, and his eyes were of a bloody hue. He looked like Yama himself. His legs were long, his feet short, his mouth large, and his cheeks protruding. He had no friend, no relative, no kinsman. He had been cast off by them all for the exceedingly cruel life he led. Indeed, a man of wicked conduct should be renounced from a distance by the wise, for he who injures his own self cannot be expected to do good to others. Those cruel and wicked-souled men that take the lives of other creatures are always like poisonous snakes, a source of trouble to all creatures. Taking his nets with him, and killing birds in the woods, he used to sell the meat of those winged creatures, O king, for livelihood. Following such conduct, the wicked-souled wretch lived for many long years without ever understanding the sinfulness of his life. Accustomed for many long years to sport with his wife in the forest in the pursuit of this profession, and stupefied by destiny, no other profession was liked by him. One day, as he was wandering through the forest intent on his business, a great storm arose that shook the trees and seemed about to uproot them. In a moment dense clouds appeared on the sky, with flashes of lightning playing amidst them, presenting the aspect of a sea covered with merchants' boats and vessels. He of 100 sacrifices having entered the clouds with a large supply of rain, in a moment the earth became flooded with water. While yet the rain fell to torrents, the fowler lost his senses through fear. Trembling with cold and agitated with fear, he roved through the forest. The killer of birds failed to find any high spot which was not under water. The paths of the forest were all submerged. In consequence of the force of the shower, many birds were deprived of life or dropped down on the ground. Lions and bears and other animals, availing themselves of some high spots they had found, lay down to rest. All the denizens of the forest were filled with fear in consequence of that frightful storm and shower. Frightened and hungry, they roamed through the woods in packs, small and large. The fowler, however, with limbs stiffened by cold, could neither stop where he was nor move. While in this state he had a she-pigeon lying on the ground, stiffened with cold. The sinful wight, though himself in the same predicament, beholding the bird, picked her up and immured her in a cage. Himself overwhelmed with affliction, he scrupled not to overwhelm a fellow creature with affliction. Indeed, the wretch, through force of habit alone, committed that sin even at such a time. He then beheld in the midst of that forest a lordly tree, blue as the clouds. It was the resort of myriads of birds desirous of shade and shelter. It seemed to have been placed there by the Creator for the good of all creatures, like a good man in the world. Soon the sky cleared and became spangled with myriads of stars, presenting the aspect of a magnificent lake smiling with blooming lilies. Turning his eyes towards the clear firmament rich with stars, the fowler began to advance, still trembling with cold. Beholding the sky cleared of clouds, he cast his eyes on all sides, and seeing that night was already upon him, he began to think, "My home is at great distance from where I am." He then resolved to pass the night under the shade of that tree. Bowing down to it with joined hands, he addressed that monarch of the forest, saying, "I am a suppliant for the shelter unto all the deities that have this tree for their resort." Having said these words, he spread some leaves for a bed, and laid himself down on it, resting his head on a stone. Though overwhelmed with affliction, the man soon fell asleep. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 144. Bhishma said, "In one of the branches of that tree, a pigeon with beautiful feathers, O king, lived for many years with his family. That morning his wife had gone out in search of food, but had not yet returned. Seeing the night had come and his wife still unreturned, the bird began to indulge in lamentations. 'Oh, great has been the storm and painful the shower that came today. Alas, thou hast not yet returned, O dear wife. Woe is on me, what can be the cause that she has not yet come back to us? Is everything right with that dear spouse of mine in the forest? Separated from her, this my home appears to me empty. A householder's home, even if filled with sons and grandsons and daughters-in-law and servants, is regarded empty if destitute of the housewife. One's house is not one's home, one's wife only is one's home. A house without the wife is as desolate as the wilderness. If that dear wife of mine, of eyes fringed with red, of variegated plumes, and of sweet voice, does not come back today, my life itself will cease to be of any value. Of excellent vows, she never eats before I eat, and never bathes before I bathe. She never sits before I sit down, and never lies before I lie down. She rejoices if I rejoice, and becomes sorry when I am sorry. When I am away she becomes cheerless, and when I am angry she ceases not to speak sweetly. Ever devoted to her Lord and ever relying upon her Lord, she was ever employed in doing what was agreeable to and beneficial for her Lord. Worthy of praise is that person on earth who owns such a spouse. That amiable creature knows that I am fatigued and hungry. Devoted to me and constant in her love, my famous spouse is exceedingly sweet-tempered and worships me devoutly. Even the foot of a tree is one's home if one lives there with one's spouse as a companion. Without one's spouse, a very palace is truly a desolate wilderness. One's spouse is one's associate in all one's acts of virtue, profit, and pleasure. When one sets out for a strange land, one's wife is one's trusted companion. It is said that the wife is the richest possession of her Lord. In this world, the wife is the only associate of her Lord in all the concerns of life. The wife is ever the best of medicines that one can have in sickness and woe. There is no friend like unto the wife. There is no refuge better than the wife. There is no better ally in the world than the wife in acts undertaken for the acquisition of religious merit. He that has not in his house a wife that is chaste and of agreeable speech should go to the woods. For such a man there is no difference between home and wilderness. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 145. Bhishma said, hearing those piteous lamentations of the pigeon on the tree, the she-pigeon seized by the fowler began to say to herself as follows. The she-pigeon said, whether I have any merit or not, verily there is no limit to any good fortune when my dear Lord thus speaks of me. She is no wife with whom her Lord is not content. In the case of women, if their lords be gratified with them, all the deities also become so. Since the marriage union takes place in the presence of fire, the husband is the wife's highest deity. That wife with whom her husband is not pleased becomes consumed into ashes, even like a creeper adorned with bunches of flowers in a forest conflagration. Having reflected thus, the she-pigeon, afflicted with woe, and immured by the fowler within his cage, thus spoke unto her woe-stricken lord, I shall say what is now beneficial for thee. Hearing me, follow thou my counsel, O dear Lord, be thou the rescuer of a suppliant. This fowler lies here by thy abode, afflicted with cold and hunger. Do him the duties of hospitality. The sin that a person commits by slaying a Brahmana or that mother of the world, viz., a cow, is equal to that which one incurs by suffering a suppliant to perish from want of help. Thou art possessed of knowledge of self. It ever behoves one like thee, therefore, to follow that course which has been ordained for us as pigeons by the order of our birth. It has been heard by us that the householder who practices virtue according to the measure of his abilities wins hereafter inexhaustible regions of bliss. Thou hast sons. Thou hast progeny. O bird, casting off all kindness for thy own body, therefore, and for winning virtue and profit, offer worship to this fowler so that his heart may be pleased. Do not, O bird, indulge in any grief on my account. See how unimportant I am. Thou mayst continue to live, taking other wives. The amiable she-pigeon, overcome with sorrow, and casting her eyes upon her lord from the fowler's cage, within which she had been immured, said these words unto him. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 146. Bhishma said, hearing these words fraught with morality and reason that were spoken by his wife, the pigeon became filled with great delight and his eyes were bathed in tears of joy. Beholding that fowler whose avocation was the slaughter of birds, the pigeon honored him scrupulously according to the rites laid down in the ordinance. Addressing him, he said, Thou art welcome today. Tell me what I shall do for thee. Thou shouldst not repine. This is thy home. Tell me quickly what I am to do and what is thy pleasure. I ask thee this in affection, for thou hast solicited shelter at our hands. Hospitality should be shown to even one's foe when he comes to one's house. The tree withdraws not its shade from even the person that approaches it for cutting it down. One should, with scrupulous care, do the duties of hospitality towards a person that craves for shelter. Indeed, one is especially bound to do so if one happens to lead a life of domesticity that consists of the 5 sacrifices. If one, while leading a life of domesticity, does not, from want of judgment, perform the 5 sacrifices, one loses, according to the scriptures, both this and the next world. Tell me then trustfully and in intelligible words what thy wishes are. I will accomplish them all. Do not set thy heart on grief. Hearing these words of the bird, the fowler replied unto him, saying, I am stiff with cold. Let provision be made for warming me. Thus addressed, the bird gathered together a number of dry leaves on the ground, and taking a single leaf in his beak speedily went away for fetching fire. Proceeding to a spot where fire is kept, he obtained a little fire and came back to the spot. He then set fire to those dry leaves, and when they blazed forth into vigorous flames, he addressed his guest, saying, Do thou trustfully and without fear warm thy limbs. Thus addressed, the fowler said, So be it. And he set himself to warm his stiffened limbs. Recovering, as it were, his life breathes, the fowler said unto his winged host, Hunger is afflicting me. I wish thee to give me some food. Hearing his words, the bird said, I have no stores by which to appease thy hunger. We, denizens of the woods, always live upon what we get every day. Like the ascetics of the forest, we never hoard for the morrow. Having said these words, the bird's face became pale from shame. He began to reflect silently as to what he should do and mentally deprecated his own method of living. Soon, however, his mind became clear. Addressing the slaughterer of his species, the bird said, I shall gratify thee. Wait for a moment. Saying these words, he ignited a fire with the help of some dry leaves, and filled with joy, said, I heard in former days from high-souled rishis and gods and pitris that there is great merit in honoring a guest. O amiable one, be kind to me. I tell thee truly that my heart is set upon honoring thee that art my guest. Having formed this resolution, the high-souled bird with a smiling face thrice circumambulated that fire and then entered its flames. Beholding ye bird enter that fire, the fowler began to think, and asked himself, What have I done? Alas, dark and terrible will be my sin, without doubt in consequence of my own acts. I am exceedingly cruel and worthy of reprobation. Indeed, observing the bird lay down his life, the fowler, deprecating his own acts, began to indulge in copious lamentations like thee. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 147. Bhishma said, The fowler, seeing the pigeon fall into the fire, became filled with compassion and once more said, Alas, cruel and senseless that I am, what have I done? I am certainly a mean wretch. Great will be my sin for everlasting years. Indulging in such self-reproaches, he began to say, repeatedly, I am unworthy of credit. My understanding is wicked. I am ever sinful in my resolves. Alas, abandoning all kinds of honorable occupation, I have become a fowler, a cruel wretch that I am. Without doubt, this high-souled pigeon, by laying down his own life, has read me a grave lesson. Abandoning wives and sons, I shall certainly cast off my very life-breaths that are so dear. The high-souled pigeon has taught me that duty. From this day, denying every comfort to my body, I shall wear it out even as a shallow tank in the season of summer. Capable of bearing hunger, thirst, and penances, reduced to emaciation, and covered with visible veins all over, I shall, by diverse kinds of practice, such vows as have a reference to the other world. Alas, by giving up his body, the pigeon has shown the worship that should be paid to a guest. Taught by his example, I shall henceforth practice righteousness. Righteousness is the highest refuge of all creatures. Indeed, I shall practice such righteousness as has been seen in the righteous pigeon, that foremost of all winged creatures. Having formed such a resolution and said these words, that fowler, once of fierce deeds, proceeded to make an unreturning tour of the world, observing for the while the most rigid vows. He threw away his stout staff, his sharp-pointed iron stick, his nets and springes, and his iron cage, and set at liberty the she-pigeon that he had seized and immured. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 148. Bhishma said, after the fowler had left that spot, the she-pigeon, remembering her husband and afflicted with grief on his account, wept copiously and indulged in these lamentations, I cannot, O dear Lord, recollect a single instance of thy having done me an injury. Widows, even if mothers of many children, are still miserable. Bereft of her husband, a woman becomes helpless and an object of pity with her friends. I was always cherished by thee, and in consequence of the great respect thou hadst for me, I was always honored by thee with sweet, agreeable, charming, and delightful words. I sported with thee in valleys and springs of rivers, and on delightful tops of trees. I was also made happy by thee while roving with thee through the skies. I used to sport with thee before, O dear Lord, but where are those joys now? Limited are the gifts of the father, of the brother, and of the son to a woman. The gifts that her husband alone makes to her are unlimited. What woman is there that would not, therefore, adore her Lord? A woman has no protector like her Lord, and no happiness like her Lord. Abandoning all her wealth and possessions, a woman should take to her Lord as her only refuge. Life here is of no use to me, O Lord, now that I am separated from thee. What chaste woman is there that would, when deprived of her Lord, venture to bear the burden of life? Filled with sorrow and indulging in such piteous lamentations, the she-pigeon, devoted to her Lord, cast herself on the blazing fire. She then beheld her deceased husband adorned with bracelets, seated on a celestial car, and adored by many high-souled and meritorious beings standing around him. Indeed, there he was in the firmament, decked with fine garlands and attired in excellent robes, and adorned with every ornament. Around him were innumerable celestial cars ridden by beings who had acted meritoriously while in this world. Seated on his own celestial car, the bird ascended to heaven, and obtaining proper honors for his deeds in this world, continued to sport in joy, accompanied by his wife. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 149. Bhishma said, "The fowler, O king, happened to see that pair while seated on their celestial car. Beholding the couple, he became filled with sorrow at the thought of his own misfortune, and began to reflect upon the means of obtaining the same end. And he said to himself, I must, by austerities like those of the pigeon, attain to such a high end." Having formed this resolution, the fowler, who had lived by the slaughter of birds, set out on an unreturning journey. Without any endeavor for obtaining food, and living upon air alone, he cast off all affections from desire of acquiring heaven. After he had proceeded for some distance, he saw an extensive and delightful lake full of cool and pure water, and adorned with lotuses and teeming with diverse kinds of waterfowl. Without doubt, the very sight of such a lake is capable of slaking the desire for drink of a thirsty person. Emaciated with fasts, the fowler, however, O king, without casting his eyes upon it, gladly penetrated a forest inhabited by beasts of prey, having ascertained previously its wide extent. After he had entered the forest, he became much afflicted by sharp-pointed thorns. Lacerated and torn by prickles, and covered all over with blood, he began to wander in that forest destitute of men, but abounding with animals of diverse species. Some time after, in consequence of the friction of some mighty trees caused by a powerful wind, a widespread bushfire arose. The raging element, displaying a splendor like to what it assumes at the end of the Yuga, began to consume that large forest teeming with tall trees and thick bushes and creepers. Indeed, with flames fanned by the wind and myriads of sparks flying about in all directions, the all-consuming deity began to burn that dense forest abounding with birds and beasts. The fowler, desirous of casting off his body, ran with a delighted heart towards that spreading conflagration. Consumed by that fire, the fowler became cleansed of all his sins and attained, O best of the Bharatas, to high success. The fever of his heart dispelled, he at last beheld himself in heaven, shining in splendor like Indra in the midst of Yakshas and Gandharvas and persons crowned with ascetic success. Thus, indeed, the pigeon and his devoted spouse, with the fowler, ascended to heaven for their meritorious acts. The woman who thus follows her Lord speedily ascends to heaven and shines in splendor there like the she-pigeon of whom I have spoken. Even this is the old history of the high-souled fowler and the pigeon. Even thus did they earn a highly meritorious end by their righteous acts. No evil befalls the persons who listens every day to this story or who recites it every day, even if error invades his mind. O Yudhishthir, O foremost of all righteous persons, the protection of a suppliant is truly a high act of merit. Even the slayer of a cow, by practicing this duty, may be cleansed of sin. That man, however, will never be cleansed who slays a suppliant. By listening to this sacred and sin-cleansing story, one becomes freed from distress and attains to heaven at last. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 150. Yudhishthira said, O best of the Bharatas, when a person commits sin from want of judgment, how may he be cleansed from it? Tell me everything about it. Bhishma said, I shall in this connection recite to thee the old narrative, applauded by the rishis, of what the regenerate Indrota, the son of Sunaka, said unto Janamejaya. There was in days of yore a king possessed of great energy, called Janamejaya, who was the son of Parikshit. That lord of earth on one occasion, from want of judgment, became guilty of killing a Brahmana. Upon this, all the Brahmanas together with his priests abandoned him. Burning day and night with regret, the king retired into the woods. Deserted by his subjects too, he took this step for achieving high merit. Consumed by repentance, the monarch underwent the most rigid austerities. For washing himself of the sin of Brahmanicide, he interrogated many Brahmanas and wandered from country to country over the whole earth. I shall now tell thee the story of his expiation. Burning with the remembrance of his sinful act, Janamejaya wandered about. One day, in course of his wanderings, he met Indrota, the son of Sunaka, of rigid vows, and approaching him touched his feet. The sage, beholding the king before him, reproved him gravely, saying, Thou hast committed a great sin. Thou hast been guilty of foeticide. Why hast thou come here? What business hast thou with us? Do not touch me by any means. Go away. Thy presence does not give us pleasure. Thy person smells like blood. Thy appearance is like that of a corpse. Though impure, thou seemest to be pure, and though dead thou movest like a living. Dead within, thou art of impure soul, for thou art ever intent upon sin. Though thou sleepest and wakest, thy life, however, is passed in great misery. Thy life, O king, is useless. Thou livest most miserably. Thou hast been created for ignoble and sinful deeds. Sires wish for sons from desire of obtaining diverse kinds of blessings, and hoping they perform penances and sacrifices, worship the gods, and practice renunciation. Behold, the whole race of thy ancestors has fallen into hell in consequence of thy acts. All the hopes thy sires had placed upon thee have become fruitless. Thou livest in vain, for thou art always inspired with hatred and malice towards the Brahmanasdam, that is, by worshipping whom other men obtain long life, fame, and heaven. Leaving this world, when the time comes, thou shalt have to fall into hell, with head downwards, and remain in that posture for innumerable years in consequence of thy sinful deeds. There thou shalt be tortured by vultures and peacocks having iron beaks. Returning thence into this world, thou shalt have to take birth in a wretched order of creatures. If thou thinkest, O king, that this world is nothing and that the next world is the shadow of a shadow, the myrmidons of Yama in the infernal regions will convince thee, dispelling thy unbelief. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 151. Bhishma said, thus addressed, Janamejaya replied unto the sage, saying, Thou rebukest one that deserves to be rebuked. Thou censurest one that is deserving of censure. Thou upbraidest me and my acts. I implore thee to be graceful towards me. All my acts have been sinful. I burn, however, with repentance as if I am in the midst of blazing fire. My mind, in remembrance of my deeds, is exceedingly cheerless. Verily, I am much afraid of Yama. How can I bear to live without extracting that dart from my heart? O Saunaka, suppressing all thy wrath, instruct me now. Formerly I used to show regard for Brahmanas. I solemnly declare that I shall once more show the same regard for thee. Let not my line be extinct. Let not the race in which I am born sink into the dust. It is not proper that they who have wronged Brahmanas and have for that, in consequence of the injunctions of the Vedas, forfeited all claim to the respect of the world and to social intercourse with their fellow men, should have any bearer of their names for continuing their races. I am overwhelmed with despair. I, therefore, repeat my resolves about mending my conduct. I pray you to protect me like sages that do not accept gifts protecting the poor. Sinful whites abstaining from sacrifices never attain to heaven. Leaving this world, they have to pass their time in the pits of hell like Palindas and Kasas. Ignorant that I am, give me wisdom like a learned preceptor to his pupil or like a sire to his son. Be gratified with me, O Saunaka. Saunaka said, what wonder is there that a person destitute of wisdom should do many improper acts? Knowing this, a person of real wisdom is never angry with creatures when they become guilty of folly. By ascending upon the top of wisdom's palace, one grieves for others, one's own self being then too pure for becoming an object of other people's grief. In consequence of one's wisdom, one surveys all creatures in the world like a person on a mountaintop surveying people below. The person who becomes an object of censure with good men, who hates good men and who hides himself from their view, never succeeds in obtaining any blessing and never understands the propriety of acts. Thou knowest what the energy and the nobility of the Brahmana is as laid down in the Vedas and other scriptures. Act now in such a way that tranquility of heart may be thine, and let Brahmanas be thy refuge. If the Brahmanas cease to be angry with thee, that will ensure thy felicity in heaven. If, again, thou repentest in sin, thy sight will be clear, and thou wilt succeed in beholding righteousness. Janamejaya said, I am repenting of my sins. I will never again seek to extinguish virtue. I desire to obtain blessedness. Be thou gratified with me. Saunaka said, dispelling arrogance and pride, O king, I wish thee to show regard for me. Employ thyself in the good of all creatures, ever remembering the mandates of righteousness. I am not reproving thee from fear or narrowness of mind or covetousness. Listen now, with these Brahmanas here, to the words of truth I utter. I do not ask for anything. I shall, however, instruct thee in the ways of righteousness. All persons will croak and bray and cry fie on me for what I am going to do. They will even call me sinful. My kinsmen and friends will discard me. Without doubt, however, my kinsmen and friends, hearing the words I speak, will succeed in vigorously crossing the difficulties of life. Some that are possessed of great wisdom will understand my motives rightly. Know, O child, what my views are, O Bharata, in respect of the Brahmanas. Do thou, after listening to me, act in such a way that they may, through my efforts, obtain every blessing. Do thou also, O king, pledge thy word that thou wilt not again injure the Brahmanas. Janamejaya said, I swear, touching even thy feet, that I shall never again, in thought, word, or deed, injure the Brahmanas. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 152. Saunaka said, I shall for these reasons discourse to thee of righteousness, to thee whose heart has been exceedingly agitated. Possessed of knowledge and great strength, and with a contented heart, thou seekest righteousness of thy own will. A king, first becoming exceedingly stern, then shows compassion and does good to all creatures by his acts. This is certainly very wonderful. People say that king who commences with sternness burns the whole world. Thou wert stern before, but thou turnest thy eyes on righteousness now. Forsaking luxurious food and all articles of enjoyment, thou hast betaken thyself for a long time to rigid penances. All this, O Janamejaya, is certain to appear wonderful to those kings that are sunk in sin. That he who has affluence should become liberal, or that he who is endued with wealth of asceticism should become reluctant to spend it, is not at all wonderful. It has been said that the one does not live at a distance from the other. That which is ill-judged produces misery in abundance. That, on the other hand, which is accomplished with the aid of sound judgment leads to excellent results. Sacrifice, gift, compassions, the Vedas, and truth, O Lord of the earth, these five are cleansing. The sixth is penance well performed. This last, O Janamejaya, is highly cleansing for kings. By betaking thyself to it properly, thou art certain to earn great merit and blessedness. Visiting sacred spots has also been said to be highly cleansing. In this connection are cited the following verses sung by Yayati, that mortal who would earn life and longevity should, after having performed sacrifices with devotion, renounce them in old age and practice penances. The field of Kuru has been said to be sacred. The river Sarasvati has been said to be more so. The tirthas of the Sarasvati are more sacred than the Sarasvati herself, and the tirtha called Prathudika is more sacred than all the tirthas of the Sarasvati. One that has bathed in Prathudika and drunk its waters will not have to grieve for a premature death. Thou shouldst go to Mahasaras, to all the tirthas designated by the name of Pushkara, to Prabhasa, to the northern lake Manasa, and to Kaladaka. Thou shalt then regain life and acquire longevity. Lake Manasa is on the spot where the Sarasvati and the Drisadwati mingle with each other. A person possessed of Vedic knowledge should bathe in these places. Manu has said that liberality is the best of all duties and that renunciation is better than liberality. In this connection is cited the following verse composed by Satyavat. One should act as a child full of simplicity and destitute of either merit or sin. As regards all creatures there is in this wood neither misery nor happiness. That which is called misery and that which is called happiness are the results of a distraught imagination. Even this is the true nature of all living creatures. Of all creatures, their lives are superior who have betaken themselves to renunciation and abstained from acts both meritorious and sinful. I shall now tell thee those acts which are best for a king. By putting forth thy might and liberality do thou conquer heaven, O king. That man who possesses the attributes of might and energy succeeds in attaining to righteousness. Do thou rule the earth, O king, for the sake of the Brahmanas and for the sake of happiness. Thou used formerly to condemn the Brahmanas. Do thou gratify them now. Though they have cried fie on thee, and though they have deserted thee, do thou still, guided by knowledge of self, solemnly pledge thyself never to injure them. Engaged in acts proper for thee, seek what is for thy highest good. Amongst rulers some one becomes as cool as snow, some one as fierce as fire, some one becomes like a plow, uprooting all enemies, and some one, again, becomes like a thunderbolt, suddenly scorching his foes. He who wishes to prevent self-destruction should never mix with wicked wights for general or special reasons. From a sinful act committed only once, one may cleanse oneself by repenting of it. From a sinful act committed twice, one may cleanse oneself by vowing never to commit it again. From such an act committed thrice, one may cleanse oneself by the resolution to bear oneself righteously ever afterwards. By committing such an act repeatedly, one may cleanse oneself by a trip to sacred places. One who is desirous of obtaining prosperity should do all that results in blessedness. They who live amidst fragrant odors themselves become fragrant in consequence. They, on the other hand, who live in the midst of foul stench themselves become foul. One devoted to the practice of ascetic penances is soon cleansed of all one's sins. By worshipping the Homa, fire for a year, one stained by diverse sins becomes purified. One guilty of foeticide is cleansed by worshipping the fire for 3 years. One guilty of foeticide becomes cleansed at even 100 yojanas from Mahasaras, or the tirthas called Pushkara, or Prabhasa, or Manasa on the north, if only one gets out for any of them. A slayer of creatures is cleansed of his sins by saying from imminent peril as many creatures of that particular species as have been slain by him. Manu has said that by diving in water after thrice reciting the Agamarshana mantras, one reaps the fruits of the final bath in a horse sacrifice. Such an act very soon cleanses one of all one's sins, and one regains in consequence the esteem of the world. All creatures become obedient to such a person like helpless idiots, obedient to those that surround them. The gods and asuras, in days of yore, approaching the celestial preceptor Vrihaspati, O king, humbly inquired of him, saying, Thou knowest, O great Rishi, the fruits of virtue, as also the fruits of those other acts that lead to hell in the next world. Does not that person succeed in liberating himself from both merit and sin with whom the two, weal and woe, are equal? Tell us, O great Rishi, what the fruits of righteousness are, and how does a righteous person dispels his sins? Vrihaspati answered, If having committed sin through folly, one does meritorious acts understanding their nature, one succeeds, by such righteousness, and cleansing oneself from sin even as a piece of dirty cloth is washed clean by means of some saline substance. One should not boast after having committed sin. By having recourse to faith and by freeing oneself from malice, one succeeds in obtaining blessedness. That person who covers the faults, even when exposed, of good men, obtains blessedness even after committing faults. As the sun rising at morn dispels darkness, one dispels all one's sins by acting righteously. Bhishma continued, Androta, the son of Sanaka, having said these words unto King Janamejaya, assisted him, by his ministrations, in the performance of the horse sacrifice. The king, cleansed of his sins and regaining blessedness, shone with splendor like a blazing fire, and that slayer of foes then entered his kingdom like Soma in his full form entering heaven. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 153. Yudhishthira said, Hast thou, O grandsire, ever seen or heard of any mortal restored to life after having succumbed to death? Bhishma said, Listen, O king, to this story of the discourse between a vulture and a jackal as happened of old. Indeed, the occurrence took place in the forest of Naimisha. Once upon a time a Brahmana had, after great difficulties, obtained a son of large expansive eyes. The child died of infantile convulsions. Some, amongst his kinsmen, exceedingly agitated by grief and indulging in loud lamentations, took up the boy of tender years, that sole wealth of his family. Taking the deceased child, they proceeded in the direction of the crematorium. Arrived there, they began to take the child from one another's breast and cry more bitterly in grief. Recollecting with heavy hearts the former speeches of their darling again and again, they were unable to return home, casting the body on the bare ground. Summoned by their cries, a vulture came there and said these words, Go ye away, and do not tarry, ye that have to cast off but one child. Kinsmen always go away, leaving on this spot thousands of men and thousands of women brought here in course of time. Behold, the whole universe is subject to weal and woe. Union and disunion may be seen in turns. they that have come to the crematorium bringing with them the dead bodies of kinsmen, and they that sit by those bodies, from affection, themselves disappear from the world in consequence of their own acts when the allotted periods of their own lives run out. There is no need of your lingering in the crematorium, this horrible place, that is full of vultures and jackals, and that abounds with skeletons and inspires every creature with dread. Whether friend or foe, no one ever comes back to life having once succumbed to the power of time. Such, indeed, is the fate of all creatures. In this world of mortals, every one that is born is sure to die. Who shall restore to life one that is dead and gone on the way ordained by the destroyer? At this hour when men are about to close their daily toil, the sun is retiring to the Asta hills. Go ye to your homes, casting off this affection for the child. Hearing these words of the vulture, the grief of the kinsmen seemed to abate, and placing the child on the bare ground, they prepared to go away. Assuring themselves of the fact that the child had died and despairing of seeing him again, they began to retrace their steps, indulging in loud lamentations. Assured beyond doubt, and despairing of restoring the dead to life, they cast off that offspring of their race, and prepared to turn back from that spot. At this time a jackal, black as a raven, issued out of his hole and addressed those departing kinsmen, saying, Surely, ye that are kinsmen of that deceased child have no affection. There the sun still shineth in the sky, ye fools. Indulge your feelings, without fear. Multifarious are the virtue of the hour. This one may come back to life. Spreading a few blades of kusa grass on the ground and abandoning that dear child on the crematorium, why do ye go away with hearts of steel and casting off every affection for the darling? Surely, ye have no affection for that sweet-speech child of tender years, whose words, as soon as they left his lips, used to gladden you greatly. Behold the affection that even birds and beasts bear towards their offspring. This is no return for bringing up their young ones. Like the sacrifices of the rishis, that are never undertaken from desire of fruit or rewards, the affection of quadrupeds of birds and insects bears no reward in heaven. Though delighting in their children, they are never seen to derive any benefit from the latter either here or hereafter. Yet they cherish their young ones with affection. Their children, growing up, never cherish them in age. Yet are not they grieved when they do not behold their little ones? Where, indeed, is affection to be seen in human beings that they would own the influence of grief? Where would you go leaving here this child who is the perpetuator of his race? Do you shed tears for him for some time, and do you look at him a little longer with affection? Objects so dear are, indeed, difficult to abandon. It is friends and not others that wait by the side of him that is weak, of him that is prosecuted in a court of law, of him that is borne towards the crematorium. Life breaths are dear unto all, and all feel the influence of affection. Behold the affection that is cherished by even those that belong to the intermediate species. How, indeed, can you go away, casting off this boy of eyes large as the petals of the lotus, and handsome as a newly married youth washed clean and adorned with floral garlands? Hearing these words of the jackal that had been indulging in such expressions of touching grief, the men turned back for the sake of the corpse. The vulture said, Alas, ye men destitute of strength of mind, why do ye turn back at the bidding of a cruel and mean jackal of little intelligence? Why do you mourn for that compound of 5 elements deserted by their presiding deities, no longer tenanted by the soul, motionless, and stiff as a piece of wood? Why do you not grieve for your own selves? Do you practice austere penances by which you will succeed in cleansing yourselves from sin? Everything may be had by means of penances. What will lamentations do? Ill luck is born with the body. It is in consequence of that ill luck that this boy has departed, plunging you into infinite grief. wealth, kine, gold, precious gems, children, all have their root in penances. Penances again are the results of yoga, union of the soul with Godhead. Amongst creatures, the measure of weal or woe is dependent on the acts of a previous life. Indeed, every creature comes into the world taking with him his own measure of weal and woe. The son is not bound by the acts of the sire, or the sire by those of the son. Bound by their own acts, good and bad, all have to travel by this common road. Duly practice all the duties, and abstain from acts of unrighteousness. Reverentially wait, according to the directions of the scriptures, upon the gods and the brahmanas. Cast off sorrow and cheerlessness, and abstain from parental affection. Leave the child on this exposed ground, and go ye away without delay. The actor alone enjoys the fruit of acts, good or bad, that he does. What concern have kinsmen with them? Casting off a deceased kinsman, however dear, kinsmen leave this spot. With eyes bathed in tears, they go away, ceasing to display affection for the dead. Wise or ignorant, rich or poor, every one succumbs to time, endued with acts, good and bad. What will you do by morning? Why do you grieve for one that is dead? Time is the Lord of all, and in obedience to his very nature he casts an equal eye on all things. In pride of youth, or in helpless infancy bearing the weight of years, or lying in the mother's womb, every one is subject to be assailed by death. Such indeed is the course of the world. The jackal said, Alas, the affection cherished by your weeping selves that are overwhelmed with grief for your deceased child has been lessened by that light-brained vulture. Even this must be the case, since in consequence of his well-applied words fraught with tranquility and capable of producing conviction, that one goes back to the town, casting off affection that is so difficult to abandon. Alas, I had supposed that great is the grief felt by men indulging in loud lamentations for the death of a child and for the corpse on a crematorium, like that of kine bereft of calves. Today, however, I understand what the measure of grief is of human beings on earth. Witnessing their great affection, I had shed tears myself. It seems, however, that their affection is not strong. One should always exert oneself. Thence does one succeed through destiny. Exertion and destiny, joining together, produce fruit. One should always exert oneself with hopefulness. How can happiness be had from despondency? Objects of desire may be won by resolution. Why then do you go back so heartlessly? Where do you go, abandoning in the wilderness this son of your own loins, this perpetuator of the race of his sires? Stay here till the sun sets and the evening twilight comes. You may then take away this boy with yourselves or stay with him. The vulture said, I am, ye men, a full 1,000 years of age today, but I have never seen a dead creature, male or female or of ambiguous sex, revive after death. Some die in the womb, some die soon after birth, some die in infancy while crawling on all fours, some die in youth, and some in old age. The fortunes of all creatures, including even beasts and birds, are unstable. The periods of life of all mobile and immobile creatures are fixed beforehand. Bereaved of spouses and dear ones, and filled with sorrow for the death of children, men leave this spot every day with agonized hearts for returning home. Leaving on this spot both friends and foes numbering by thousands, kinsmen afflicted with grief go back to their homes. Cast off this lifeless body with no longer any animal heat in it and which is as stiff as a piece of wood. Why then do you not go away, leaving the body of this child which has become like a piece of wood and whose life has entered a new body? This affection, which ye are displaying, is unmeaning, and this hugging of the child is fruitless. He does not see with his eyes or hear with his ears. Leaving him here, go ye away without delay. Thus addressed by me in words which are apparently cruel, but which in reality are fraught with reason and have a direct bearing with the high religion of emancipation, go ye back to your respective homes. Addressed thus by the vulture endued with wisdom and knowledge and capable of imparting intelligence and awakening the understanding, those men prepared themselves to turn their backs upon the crematorium. Grief, indeed, increaseth to twice its measure at sight of its object and at the remembrance of the acts of that object in life. Having heard these words of the vulture, the men resolved to leave the spot. Just at that time the jackal, coming thither with quick steps, cast his eyes on the child lying in the sleep of death. The jackal said, "Why, indeed, do you leave, at the vulture's bidding, this child of golden complexion, adorned with ornaments, and capable of giving the obsequial cake to his ancestors? If you abandon him, your affection will not come to an end, nor these piteous lamentations. On the other hand, your grief will certainly be greater. It is heard that a Sudra named Samvuka having been slain and righteousness having been upheld by Rama of true prowess, a dead Brahmana child was restored to life. Similarly, the son of the royal sage Sweta died prematurely. But the monarch, devoted to virtue, succeeded in reviving his dead child. After the same manner, in your case also, some sage or deity may be willing to grant your desire and show compassion to you that are crying so piteously." Thus addressed by the jackal, the men, afflicted with grief and full of affection for the child, retraced their steps, and placing the child's head on their laps one after another, began to indulge in copious lamentations. Summoned by their cries, the vulture, coming to that spot, spoke unto them as follows. The vulture said, "Why are you bathing this child with your tears? Why are you pressing him in this fashion with the touch of your palms? At the command of the grim king of justice, the child has been sent to that sleep which knows no waking. Those that are endued with the merit of penances, those that are possessed of wealth, those that have great intelligence, in fact, all succumb to death. Even this is the place intended for the dead. It is always to be seen that kinsmen casting off thousands of kinsmen young and old, pass their nights and days in grief, rolling on the bare ground. Cease this ardor in putting on the trappings of woe. That this child would come back to life is what passes belief. He will not get back his life at the bidding of the jackal. If a person once dies and takes leave of his body never regains animation. Hundreds of jackals, by laying down their own lives, will not succeed in reviving this child in hundreds of years. If, however, Rudra, or Kamara, or Brahman, or Vishnu grant him a boon, then only may this child come back to life. Neither the shedding of tears, nor the drawing of long sighs, nor copious lamentations will bring back this one to life. Myself, the jackal, you all, and all the kinsmen of this one, with all our merits and sins, are on the same road that this one has taken. For this reason one possessed of wisdom should, from a distance, avoid behavior that displeases others, harsh speeches, the infliction of injury on others, the enjoyment of other people's wives, and sin and falsehood. Carefully seek righteousness, truth, the good of others, justice, compassion for all creatures, sincerity, and honesty. They incur sin who, while living, do not cast their eyes upon their mothers and fathers and kinsmen and friends. What will you do, by crying for him after death, that sees not with his eyes and that stirs not in the least? Thus addressed, the men, overwhelmed with sorrow and burning with grief on account of their affection for the child, departed for their homes, leaving the body on the crematorium. The jackal said, "Alas, terrible is the world of mortals. Here no creature can escape. Every creature's period of life, again, is short. Beloved friends are always departing. It abounds with vanities and falsehoods, with accusations and evil reports. Beholding again this incident that enhances pain and grief, I do not for a moment like this world of men. Alas, fie on you, ye men, that thus turn back, like foolish persons, at the vulture's bidding, though you are burning with grief on account of the death of this child. Ye cruel wights, how can you go away, casting off parental affection upon hearing the words of a sinful vulture of uncleansed soul? Happiness is followed by misery, and misery by happiness. In this world which is enveloped by both happiness and misery, none of these two exists uninterruptedly. Ye men of little understanding, whither would ye go, casting off on the bare ground this child of so much beauty, this son that is an ornament of your race? Verily, I cannot dispel the idea from my mind that this child endued with comeliness and youth and blazing with beauty is alive. It is not meet that he should die. It seems that ye are sure to obtain happiness. Ye that are afflicted with grief on account of the death of this child will surely have good luck today. Anticipating the probability of inconvenience and pain, if you remain here for the night, and fixing your hearts on your own comfort, whither would you, like persons of little intelligence, go, leaving this darling? Bhishma continued, even thus, O king, the kinsmen of the deceased child, unable to decide upon what they should do, were, for accomplishment of his own purpose, induced by that sinful jackal who uttered agreeable falsehoods, that denizens of the crematorium who wandered every night in quest of food, to stay in that place. The vulture said, dreadful is this spot, this wilderness, that resounds with the screech of owls and teems with spirits and yakshas and rakshasas. Terrible and awful, its aspect is like that of a mass of blue clouds. Casting off the dead body, finish the funeral rites. Indeed, throwing away the body, accomplish those rites before the sun sets and before the points of the horizon become enveloped in gloom. The hawks are uttering their harsh cries. Jackals are howling fiercely. Lions are roaring. The sun is setting. The trees on the crematorium are assuming a dark hue in consequence of the blue smoke of the funeral pyres. The carnivorous denizens of this place, afflicted with hunger, are yelling in rage. All those creatures of horrible forms that live in this frightful place, all those carnivorous animals of grim features that haunt this desert, will soon assail you. This wilderness is certainly frightful. Danger will overtake you. Indeed, if you listen to these false and fruitless words of the jackal against your own good sense, verily, all of you are sure to be destroyed. The jackal said, stay where you are. There is no fear even in this desert as long as the sun shines. Till the god of day sets, do ye remain here hopefully, induced by parental affection. Without any fear, indulging in lamentations as ye please, continue to look at this child with eyes of affection. Frightful though this wilderness be, no danger will overtake you. In reality, this wilderness presents an aspect of quiet and peace. It is here that the Pitris by thousands took leave of the world. Wait as long as the sun shines. What are this vulture's words to you? If with stupefied understandings ye accept the cruel and harsh speeches of the vulture, then your child will never come back to life. Bhishma continued, the vulture then addressed those men, saying that the sun had set. The jackal said that it was not so. Both the vulture and the jackal felt the pangs of hunger, and thus addressed the kinsmen of the dead child. Both of them had girded up their loins for accomplishing their respective purposes. Exhausted with hunger and thirst, they thus disputed, having recourse to the scriptures. Moved, alternately, by these words, sweet as nectar, of those two creatures, viz., the bird and the beast, both of whom were endued with the wisdom of knowledge, the kinsmen at one time wished to go away, and at another to stay there. At last, Moved by grief and cheerlessness, they waited there, indulging in bitter lamentations. They did not know that the boast and the bird, skilled in accomplishing their own purposes, had only stupefied them by their addresses. While the bird and the beast, both possessed of wisdom, were thus disputing, and while the kinsmen of the deceased child sat listening to them, the great god Sankara, urged by his divine spouse, Uma, came there with eyes bathed in tears of compassion. Addressing the kinsmen of the deceased child, the god said, "I am Sankara, the giver of boons." With hearts heavy with grief, those men prostrated themselves before the great deity and said unto him in reply, "Bereft of this one who was our only child, all of us are at the point of death. It behoveth thee to grant us life by granting life to this our son." Thus solicited, the illustrious deity, taking up a quantity of water in his hands, granted unto that dead child life extending for 100 years. Ever employed in the good of all creatures, the illustrious wielder of Pinaka granted a boon unto both the jackal and the vulture, in consequence of which their hunger was appeased. Filled with delight and having achieved great prosperity, the men bowed unto the god. Crowned with success, they then, O king, left that spot in great joy. Through persistent hopefulness and firm resolution and the grace of the great God, the fruits of one's acts are obtained without delay. Behold, the combination of circumstances and the resolution of those kinsmen. While they were crying with agonized hearts, their tears were wiped and dried up. Behold, how within only a short time, through their steadiness of resolution, they obtained the grace of Sankara, and their afflictions dispelled, they were made happy. Indeed, through Sankara's grace, O chief of the Bharatas, those sorrowing kinsmen were filled with amazement and delight at the restoration of their child to life. Then, O king, casting off that grief of which their child had been the cause, those Brahmanas, filled with delight, quickly went back to their town, taking the restored child with them. Behavior like this has been laid down for all the four orders. By frequently listening to this auspicious story fraught with virtue, profit, and salvation, a man obtains happiness both here and hereafter. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 154. Yudhishthira said, "If a person, weak, worthless, and light-hearted, O grandsire, doth from folly provoke, by means of unbecoming and boastful speeches, a powerful foe always residing in his vicinity, competent to do good, when pleased, and chastise, when displeased, and always ready for action, how should the former, relying on his own strength, act when the latter advances against him in anger and from desire of exterminating him?" Bhishma said, "In this connection is cited, O chief of the Bharatas, the old story of the discourse between Salmali and Pavna. There was a lordly, Salmali, tree on one of the heights of Himavat. Having grown for many centuries, he had spread out his branches wide around. His trunk also was huge, and his twigs and leaves were innumerable. Under his shade toil-worn elephants in rut, bathed in sweat, used to rest, and many animals of other species also. The girth of his trunk was 400 cubits, and dense was the shade of his branches and leaves. Loaded with flowers and fruits, it was the abode of innumerable parrots, male and female. In traveling along their routes, caravans of merchants and traders, and ascetics, residing in the woods, used to rest under the shade of that delightful monarch of the forest. One day, the sage Narada, O bull of Bharata's race, seeing the wide extending and innumerable branches of that tree and the circumference of his trunk, approached and addressed him, saying, "O thou art delightful! O thou art charming! O foremost of trees, O Salmali, I am always delighted at thy sight. O charming tree, delightful birds of diverse kinds, and elephants and other animals, cheerfully live on thy branches and under their shade. Thy branches, O wide-branched monarch of the forest, and thy trunk are gigantic. I never see any of them broken by the god of the wind. Is it, O child, the case that Pavna is pleased with thee and is thy friend so that he protects thee always in these woods? The illustrious Pavna, possessed of great speed and force, moveth from their sights the tallest and strongest trees, and even mountain summits. That sacred bearer of perfumes, blowing, when he wills, drieth up rivers and takes in seas, including the very nether region. Without doubt, Pavna protects thee through friendship. It is for this reason that, though possessed of innumerable branches, thou art still graced with leaves and flowers. O monarch of the forest, this thy verdure is delightful, since these winged creatures, O child, filled with joy, sport on thy twigs and branches. During the season when thou puttiest forth thy blossoms, the sweet notes of all these denizens of thy branches are heard separately when they indulge in their melodious songs. Then, again, O Salmali, these elephants that are the ornaments of their species, bathed in sweat and indulging in cries of delight, approach thee and find happiness here. Similarly, diverse other species of animals inhabiting the woods contribute to adorn thee. Indeed, O tree, thou lookest beautiful, even like the mountains of Meru, peopled by creatures of every kind. Resorted to also by Brahmanas crowned with ascetic success, by others engaged in penances, and by yadis devoted to contemplation, this thy region, I think, resembles heaven itself. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 155. Narada said, without doubt, O Salmali, the terrible and irresistible god of the wind always protects thee from friendliness or amity. It seems, O Salmali, that a close intimacy has come to subsist between thee and the wind. It seems thou hast said unto him these words, viz., I am thine, and it is for this reason that the wind god protects thee. I do not see the tree or mountain or mansion in this world that may not, I think, be broken by the wind. Without doubt thou standest here with all thy branches and twigs and leaves, simply because, O Salmali, thou art protected by the wind for some reason or reasons unknown to us. The Salmali said, the wind, O regenerate one, is neither my friend nor mate nor well-wisher. Indeed, he is neither my great ordainer that he should protect me. My fierce energy and might, O Narada, are greater than the wind's. In truth, the strength of the wind comes up to about only an 18th part of mine. When the wind comes in rage, tearing up trees and mountains and other things, I curb his strength by putting forth mine. Indeed, the wind that breaks many things has himself been repeatedly broken by me. For this reason, O celestial Rishi, I am not afraid of him even when he comes in wrath. Narada said, O Salmali, thy protection seems to be thoroughly perverse. There is no doubt in this. There is no created thing which is equal to the wind in strength. Even Indra, or Yama, or Vaisravana, the lord of the waters, is not equal to the god of the wind in might. What need, therefore, be said of thee that art only a tree? Whatever creature in this world, O Salmali, does whatever act, the illustrious wind god it is that is at all times the cause of that act, since it is he that is the giver of life. When that god exerts himself with propriety, he makes all living creatures live at their ease. When, however, he exerts improperly, calamities overtake the creatures of the world. What else can it be than weakness of understanding which induces thee to thus withhold thy worship from the god of wind, that foremost of creatures in the universe, that being deserving of worship? Thou art worthless and of a wicked understanding. Indeed, thou indulgest only in unmeaning brag. Thy intelligence being confounded by wrath and other evil passions, thou speakest only untruths, O Salmali. I am certainly angry with thee for thy indulging in such speeches. I shall myself report to the god of the wind all these derogatory words of thine. Chandanas, and Sayandanas, and Salas, and Saralas, and Devaderas, and Vetavas, and Damwanas, and other trees of good souls that are far stronger than thou art, have never, O thou of wicked understanding, uttered such invectives against the wind. All of them know the might of the wind as also the might that is possessed by each of them. For these reasons those foremost of trees bow down their heads in respect to that deity. Thou, however, through folly, knowest not the infinite might of the wind. I shall, therefore, repair to the presence of that God, for apprising him of thy contempt for him. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 156. Bhishma continued, having said these words unto the Salmali. That foremost of all persons conversant with Brahma, viz., Narada, represented unto the god of the wind all that the Salmali had said about him. Narada said, There is a certain Salmali on the breast of Himavat, adorned with branches and leaves. His roots extend deep into the earth, and his branches spread wide around. That tree, O god of the wind, disregards thee. He spoke many words fraught with abuse of thyself. It is not proper, O wind, that I should repeat them in thy hearing. I know, O wind, that thou art the foremost of all created things. I know too that thou art a very superior and very mighty being, and that in wrath thou resemblest the destroyer himself. Bhishma continued, hearing these words of Narada, the god of wind, wending to that Salmali, addressed him in rage and said as follows. The wind god said, O Salmali, thou hast spoken in derogation of me before Narada. Know that I am the god of the wind. I shall certainly show thee my power and might. I know thee well. Thou art no stranger to me. The puissant grandsire, while engaged in creating the world, had for a time rested under thee. It is in consequence of this incident that I have hitherto shown thee grace. O worst of trees, it is for this that thou standest unharmed, and not in consequence of thy own might. Thou regardest me lightly as if I were a vulgar thing. I shall show myself unto thee in such a way that thou mayst not again disregard me. Bhishma continued, thus addressed, the Salmali laughed in derision and replied, saying, O god of the wind, thou art angry with me. Do not forbear showing the extent of thy might. Do thou vomit all thy wrath upon me. By giving way to thy wrath, what wilt thou do to me? Even if thy might had been thy own, instead of being derived, I would not still have been afraid of thee. I am superior to thee in might. I should not be afraid of thee. They are really strong in understanding. They, on the other hand, are not to be regarded strong that are possessed of only physical strength. Thus addressed, the wind god said, Tomorrow I shall test thy strength. After this, night came. The Salmali, concluding mentally what the extent is of the wind's might and beholding his own self to be inferior to the god, began to say to himself, All that I said to Narada is false. I am certainly inferior in might to the wind. Verily, he is strong in his strength. The wind, as Narada said, is always mighty. Without doubt, I am weaker than other trees. But in intelligence no tree is my equal. Therefore, relying upon my intelligence, I shall look at this fear that arises from the wind. If the other trees in the forest all rely upon the same kind of intelligence, then, verily, no injury can result to them from the god of the wind when he becomes angry. All of them, however, are destitute of understanding, and, therefore, they do not know, as I know, why or how the wind succeeds in shaking and tearing them up. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 157. Bhishma said, having settled this in his mind, the Salmali, in sorrow, himself caused all his branches, principal and subsidiary, to be cut off. Casting off his branches and leaves and flowers, at morn the tree looked steadily at the wind as he came towards him. Filled with rage and breathing hard, the wind advanced, felling large trees, towards that spot where the Salmali stood. Beholding him divested of top and branches and leaves and flowers, the wind, filled with joy, smilingly addressed that lord of the forest which had before such a gigantic appearance, these words. The wind said, filled with rage, O Salmali, I would have done to thee precisely what thou hast done to thyself by lopping off all thy branches. Thou art now divested of thy proud top and flowers, and thou art now without thy shoots and leaves. In consequence of thy own evil counsels, thou hast been brought under my power. Bhishma continued, hearing these words of the wind, the Salmali felt great shame. Remembering also the words that Narada had said, he began to repent greatly for his folly. Even in this way, O tiger among kings, a weak and foolish person, by provoking the enmity of a powerful one, is at last obliged to repent like the Salmali in fable. Even when possessed of equal might, people do not suddenly wage hostilities with those that have injured them. On the other hand, they display their might gradually, O king. A person of foolish understanding should never provoke the hostility of one that is possessed of intelligence. In such cases, the intelligence of the intelligent man penetrates the subject upon which it is employed, like fire penetrating a heap of dry grass. Intelligence is the most precious possession that a person can have. Similarly, O king, a man can have nothing here more valuable than might. One should, therefore, overlook the wrongs inflicted by a person possessed of superior strength, even as one should overlook, from compassion, the acts of a child, an idiot, or one that is blind or deaf. The wisdom of this saying is witnessed in thy case, O slayer of foes. The 11 Akshahinis of Duryodhana, O thou of great splendor, and the 7, collected by thyself, were not, and might equal to the single-handed Arjuna of high soul. All the troops of Duryodhana, therefore, were routed and slain by that illustrious Pandava, that son of Paka's chastiser, as he coursed on the field of battle, relying on his own strength. I have, O Bharata, discoursed to thee of the duties of kings and the morality of duties in detail. What else, O king, dost thou wish to hear? Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 158. Yudhishthira said, I desire, O bull of Bharata's race, to hear in detail the source from which sin proceeds and the foundation upon which it rests. Bhishma said, Hear, O king, what the foundation is of sin. Covetousness alone is a great destroyer of merit and goodness. From covetousness proceeds sin. It is from this source that sin and irreligiousness flow, together with great misery. This covetousness is the spring of also all the cunning and hypocrisy in the world. It is covetousness that makes men commit sin. From covetousness proceeds wrath, from covetousness flows lust, and it is from covetousness that loss of judgment, deception, pride, arrogance, and malice, as also vindictiveness, shamelessness, loss of prosperity, loss of virtue, anxiety, and infamy spring, miserliness, cupidity, desire for every kind of improper act, pride of birth, pride of learning, pride of beauty, pride of wealth, pitilessness for all creatures, malevolence towards all, mistrust in respect of all, insincerity towards all, appropriation of other people's wealth, ravishment of other people's wives, harshness of speech, anxiety, propensity to speak ill of others, violent craving for the indulgence of lust, gluttony, liability to premature death, violent propensity towards malice, irresistible liking for falsehood, unconquerable appetite for indulging in the passions, insatiable desire for indulging the ear, evil speaking, boastfulness, arrogance, non-doing of duties, rashness, and perpetration of every kind of evil act, All these proceed from covetousness. In life, men are unable, whether infants or youth or adults, to abandon covetousness. Such is the nature of covetousness that it never decays even with the decay of life. Like the ocean that can never be filled by the constant discharge of even innumerable rivers of immeasurable depths, covetousness is incapable of being gratified by acquisitions to any extent. The covetousness, however, which is never gratified by acquisitions and satiated by the accomplishment of desires, that which is not known in its real nature by the gods, the Gandharvas, the Asuras, the great snakes, and, in fact, by all classes of beings, that irresistible passion, along with that folly which invites the heart to the unrealities of the world, should ever be conquered by a person of cleansed soul. Pride, malice, slander, crookedness, and incapacity to hear other people's good are vices, O descendant of Kuru, that are to be seen in persons of uncleansed soul under the domination of covetousness. Even persons of great learning who bear in their minds all the voluminous scriptures, and who are competent to dispel the doubts of others, show themselves in this respect to be of weak understanding and feel great misery in consequence of this passion. Covetous men are wedded to envy and anger. They are outside the pale of good behavior. Of crooked hearts, the speeches they utter are sweet. They resemble, therefore, dark pits whose mouths are covered with grass. They attire themselves in the hypocritical cloak of religion. Of low minds, they rob the world, setting up, if need be, the standard of religion and virtue. Relying upon the strength of apparent reasons, they create diverse kinds of schisms in religion. Intent upon accomplishing the purposes of cupidity, they destroy the ways of righteousness. When wicked-souled persons under the domination of covetousness apparently practice the duties of righteousness, the consequence that results is that the desecrations committed by them soon become current among men. Pride, anger, arrogance, insensibility, paroxysms of joy and sorrow, and self-importance, all these, O descendant of Kuru, are to be seen in persons swayed by covetousness. Know that they who are always under the influence of covetousness are wicked. I shall now tell thee of those about whom thou askest, viz., those who are called good and whose practices are pure. They who have no fear of an obligation to return to this world after death, they who have no fear of the next world, they who are not addicted to animal food and who have no liking for what is agreeable and no dislike for what is otherwise, they to whom good behavior is ever dear, they in whom there is self-restraint, they to whom pleasure and pain are equal, they who have truth for their high refuge, they who give but not take, they who have compassion, they who worship Pitris, gods, and guests, they who are always ready to exert themselves for the good of others, they who are universal benefactors, they who are possessed of great courage of mind, they who observe all the duties laid down in the scriptures, they who are devoted to the good of all, they who can give their all and lay down their very lives for others, are regarded as good and virtuous, O Bharata. Those promoters of righteousness are incapable of being forced away from the path of virtue. Their conduct, conformable to the model set by the righteous men of old, can never be otherwise. They are perfectly fearless, they are tranquil, they are mild, and they always adhere to the right path. Full of compassion, they are always worshipped by the good. They are free from lust and anger. They are not attached to any worldly object. They have no pride. They are observant of excellent vows. They are always objects of regard. Do thou, therefore, always wait upon them and seek instruction from them. They never acquire virtue, O Yudhishthira, for the sake of wealth or of fame. They acquire it, on the other hand, because it is a duty like that of cherishing the body. Fear, wrath, restlessness, and sorrow do not dwell in them. There is not the outward garb of religion for misleading their fellow men. There is no mystery with them. They are perfectly contented. There is no error of judgment arising from covetousness. They are always devoted to truth and sincerity. Their hearts never fall from righteousness. Thou shouldst show thy regard for them always, O son of Kunti. They are never delighted at any acquisition or pained at any loss. Without attachment to anything, and freed from pride, they are wedded to the quality of goodness, and they cast an equal eye on all. Gain and loss, weal and woe, the agreeable and the disagreeable, life and death, are equal in the eyes of those men of firm tread, engaged in the pursuit of divine knowledge, and devoted to the path of tranquility and righteousness. Keeping thy senses under restraint and without yielding to heedlessness, thou shouldst always worship those high-souled persons who bear such love for virtue. O blessed one, one's words become productive of good only through the favor of the gods. Under other circumstances, words produce evil consequence. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 159. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast said, O grandsire, that the foundation of all evils is covetousness. I wish, O sire, to hear of ignorance in detail. Bhishma said, The person who commits sin through ignorance, who does not know that his end is at hand, and who always hates those that are of good behavior, soon incurs infamy in the world. In consequence of ignorance, one sinks into hell. Ignorance is the spring of misery. Through ignorance one foot suffers afflictions and incurs great danger. Yudhishthira said, I desire, O king, to hear in detail the origin, the place, the growth, the decay, the rise, the root, the inseparable attribute, the course, the time, the cause, and the consequence of ignorance. The misery that is felt here is all born of ignorance. Bhishma said, Attachment, hate, loss of judgment, joy, sorrow, vanity, lust, anger, pride, procrastination, idleness, desire, aversion, jealousy, and all other sinful acts are all known by the common name of ignorance. Hear now, O king, in detail about its tendency, growth, and other features after which thou inquirest. These two, viz., ignorance and covetousness, know, O king, are the same in substance. Both are productive of the same fruits and same faults, O Bharata. Ignorance has its origin in covetousness. As covetousness grows, ignorance also grows. Ignorance exists there where covetousness exists. As covetousness decreases, ignorance also decreases. It rises with the rise of covetousness. Manifold again is the course that it takes. The root of covetousness is loss of judgment. Loss of judgment, again, is its inseparable attribute. Eternity is ignorance's course. The time when ignorance appears is when objects of covetousness are not one. From one's ignorance proceeds covetousness, and from the latter proceeds ignorance. Covetousness, therefore, is both the cause and consequence of ignorance. Covetousness is productive of all. For these reasons, everyone should avoid covetousness. Janaka, and Yuvanaswa, and Vrishadarbhi, and Prasenajit, and other kings acquired heaven in consequence of their having repressed covetousness. Do thou also in the sight of all persons avoid covetousness by a strong resolution, O chief of the Kurus. Avoiding covetousness thou shalt obtain happiness both here and in the next world. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 160. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, O thou of virtuous soul, what, indeed, is said to be productive of great merit for a person attentively engaged in the study of the Vedas and desirous of acquiring virtue? That which is regarded in this world as productive of high merit is of diverse kinds, as set forth in the Scriptures. Tell me, O grandsire, about that which is regarded as such both here and hereafter. The path of duty is long and has innumerable branches, O Bharata. Amongst those duties, what are those few that should, according to thee, be preferred to all others for observance? Tell me, O king, in detail, about that which is so comprehensive and which is so many-branched. Bhishma said, I shall speak to thee of that by which thou mayst attain to high merit. Possessed as thou art of wisdom, thou shalt be gratified with the knowledge. I will impart to thee, like a person gratified with having quaffed nectar. The rules of duty that have been uttered by the great rishis, each relying upon his own wisdom, are many. The highest among them all is self-restraint. Those amongst the ancients that were acquainted with truth said that self-restraint leads to the highest merit. As regards the Brahmana in particular, self-restraint is his eternal duty. It is from self-restraint that he obtains the due fruition of his acts. Self-restraint, in his case, surpasses, in merit, charity and sacrifice and study of the Vedas. Self-restraint enhances his energy. Self-restraint is highly sacred. Through self-restraint a man becomes cleansed of all his sins and endued with energy, and as a consequence, attains to the highest blessedness. We have not heard that there is any other duty in all the worlds that can equal self-restraint. Self-restraint, according to all virtuous persons, is the highest of virtues in this world. Through self-restraint, O foremost of men, a person acquires the highest happiness both here and hereafter. Endued with self-restraint, one acquires great virtue. The self-restrained man sleeps in felicity and awakes in felicity, and moves through the world in felicity. His mind is always cheerful. The man who is without self-restraint always suffers misery. Such a man brings upon himself many calamities, all born of his own faults. It has been said that in all the four modes of life self-restraint is the best of vows. I shall now tell thee those indications whose sum total is called self-restraint. Forgiveness, patience, abstention from injury, impartiality, truth, sincerity, conquest of the senses, cleverness, mildness, modesty, steadiness, liberality, freedom from wrath, contentment, sweetness of speech, benevolence, freedom from malice. The union of all these is self-restraint. It also consists, O son of Kuru, of veneration for the preceptor and universal compassion. The self-restrained man avoids both adulation and slander. Depravity, infamy, false speech, lust, covetousness, pride, arrogance, self-glorification, fear, envy, and disrespect, all avoided by the self-restrained man. He never incurs obloquy. He is free from envy. He is never gratified with small acquisitions in the form of earthly happiness of any kind. He is even like the ocean which can never be filled. The man of self-restraint is never bound by the attachments that arise from earthly connections like to those involved in sentiments like these: I am thine, thou art thine, they are in me, and I am in them. Such a man, who adopts the practices of either cities or the woods, and who never indulges in slander or adulation, attains to emancipation. Practicing universal friendliness, and possessed of virtuous behavior, of cheerful soul, and endued with knowledge of soul, and liberated from the diverse attachments of the earth, great is the reward that such a person obtains in the world to me. Of excellent conduct and observant of duties, of cheerful soul and possessed of learning and knowledge of self, such a man wins esteem while here and attains to a high end hereafter. All acts that are regarded as good on earth, all those acts that are practiced by the righteous, constitute the path of the ascetic possessed of knowledge. A person that is good never deviates from that path. Retiring from the world and betaking himself to a life in the woods, that learned person having a complete control over the senses who treads in that path, and quiet expectation of his decease, is sure to attain to the state of Brahma. He who has no fear of any creature, and of whom no creature is afraid, has, after the dissolution of his body, no fear to encounter. He who exhausts his merits, by actual enjoyment, without seeking to store them up, who casts an equal eye upon all creatures and practices a course of universal friendliness, attains to Brahma. As the track of birds along the sky or of fowl over the surface of water cannot be discerned, even so the track of such a person, on earth, does not attract notice. For him, O king, who abandoning home adopts the religion of emancipation, many bright worlds wait to be enjoyed for eternity. If, abandoning all acts, abandoning penances in due course, abandoning the diverse branches of study, in fact, abandoning all things, upon which worldly men set their hearts, one becomes purer in his desires, liberated from all restraints, of cheerful soul, conversant with self, and of pure heart, one then wins esteem in this world and at last attains to heaven. That eternal region of the grandsire which springs from Vedic penances, and which is concealed in a cave, can be won by only self-restraint. He who takes pleasure in true knowledge, who has become enlightened, and who never injures any creature, has no fear of coming back to this world, far less any fear in respect of the others. There is only one fault in self-control. No second fault is noticeable in it. A person who has self-control is regarded by men as weak and imbecile. O thou of great wisdom, this attribute has only one fault. Its merits are many. By forgiveness, which is only another form of self-control, the man of self-control may easily acquire innumerable worlds. What need has a man of self-control for a forest? Similarly, O Bharata, of what use is the forest to him that has no self-control? That is a forest where the man of self-control dwells, and that is even a sacred asylum. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of Bhishma, Yudhishthira became highly gratified as if he had quaffed nectar. Again the king asked that foremost of virtuous men, that perpetuator of Kuru's race, questioned by his grandson, once more began to discourse cheerfully on the topic raised. Present you by HinduMonastery.com.